Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Good Neighbor by Cathryn Grant, narrated by Emily Durante and Steve Marvel. Prologue. There was so much blood. It wasn't at all what I'd expected. I thought it would flow smoothly, not emerge with thick clumps, stopping suddenly, then just when I thought it was finished, starting to ooze again. I cleaned it up as best I could. But when I looked at my hands, my fingers had absorbed it. Red lines snaked along my cuticles, and blood was lodged beneath my fingernails. I scrubbed my hands, watching the water and liquid soap run red and pink down the drain. Faint stains clung to the porcelain. It required rinsing with several jars of water before it gleamed white again. Once everything was cleaned up, my fingers began to tremble uncontrollably. To calm them, I opened the bottom drawer in the vanity. Behind the bottles of bubble bath and the fancy body scrubs, I felt for the empty tissue box I kept there. Inside was a chocolate-brown notebook and a pen. I placed the notebook on my leg and, with sloppy writing, recorded my thoughts about what had happened. I wasn't sure why I kept this tiny journal. Sometimes I wondered whether I was writing to my future self. No one knew about my small, almost insignificant journal. I'm a secretive person, but I've had to be. I started to think about whether it was possible to keep her from finding out what had happened. She would be livid. I'd seen her fury before. I had no doubt she would say it was my fault. She would accuse me of going out of my way to hurt her. She would blame me, as if I could have done anything to stop it. Nothing I could say would convince her I hadn't been able to help it. I did try. I really did. The way she behaved lately, the things she said, it was almost as if she was insane. A diagnosable disease ate at her brain, the tissue-thin connective net of sanity decaying every day. It was the lock her in a room with padded walls and bars on the windows, with the bed bolted to the floor variety of insane, not just your typical, oh, she's nuts kind of insanity. Of course, she didn't look insane. It wasn't something that could be seen from the outside. She didn't have the stereotypical appearance of a madwoman with filthy hair, ragged, grimy fingernails, and a wild look in her eyes. She was perfectly pleasant and normal, on the surface. But she was insane, and I knew she would prove it when she saw all that blood, the rest of the blood I hadn't been able to clean up. 1. Taylor. When I saw it, I knew the family moving in next door would change everything. The first object to emerge from the moving van was a globe. It was securely boxed inside a wood crate, the globe and stand visible through the slats spaced several inches apart. It was a perfect sphere, covered with coffee-colored oceans, the continents and countries depicted in warm reds and golds. The globe revealed an interest in the world outside our suburban surroundings. It suggested a desire for travel and an interest in the tight connections among the human beings spread across the surface of the planet. It was a globe that would have looked at home in a 19th century home. I imagined the Victorian mansion where that globe might live, a house that was nothing like the modern, glass-walled homes populating our cul-de-sac. I saw its parlor and library, a formal dining room and 2 floors filled with bedrooms. I pictured an attic and a basement. In the corner of a richly furnished study, the globe would sit in a place of honor, bracketed by bookcases. Duncan would say I was reading into it, fantasizing. I didn't think I was. I was certain my new neighbors were different, because their possessions told me they were not slaves to technology. As each piece of their lives emerged from the moving van, Several items announced they weren't like the rest of my neighbors. There were boxes of books and board games, the thick, dark lettering on the cardboard announcing the contents so proudly I could easily read the words from where I stood in my front yard. Out came a croquet set and badminton rackets. The others on my street preferred closing themselves up in their homes, binge-watching TV, playing computer games, deluding themselves into believing they were having genuine human interaction on social media. I knew it wasn't only our neighborhood where the residents carry out their social activities online. It's everywhere. People prefer TV and computer time. They play video games, and they sit in their houses thinking they're connecting through social media. They prefer searching out like-minded people online to the real people who populate their world. Duncan, my friends, the people I work with, all think I'm extreme, but I really believe smartphones and social media are tearing apart society. If 80% of human communication is nonverbal, as they say it is, and all we exchange are words, there's no communication at all. There's no connection. We might think we're forming and maintaining relationships through photographs and videos, pithy comments and emojis, but we're not. We hide behind them. People should be terrified by what's happening to the world. The husband was overseeing the unloading. He was tall and slender, his movements fluid and sure. He saw me watching, standing beneath my small Japanese maple tree, trying to stay cool in the unseasonably scorching May sun. It was the hottest California spring on record. We'd already had 4 days with temperatures passing the 100-degree mark. An equally hot summer was forecast. Although he probably couldn't see my features from where he stood, I smiled at my new neighbor. I lifted my hand and waved. He looked directly at me, then spun and walked up the front path. He opened the door leading into the walled courtyard and closed it behind him. My hand was still lifted, still waving, as if my body thought the effort would lure him back outside. Finally, I lowered my arm and took a sip from the bottle of cherry-flavored sparkling water in my other hand. The water was no longer cold. I swallowed more anyway to keep the moisture flowing into my throat. The movers emerged from the van carrying a glossy white child's bed. Next came 4 posts and an assortment of supporting bars to hold a canopy, followed by a white dresser with drawer pulls depicting the faces of baby animals. I remained under the tree for another 45 minutes until the van appeared to be nearly emptied of its contents. I was hoping to see the wife and the little girl who slept in that charming bed. I hoped most of all that the husband would come outside again and return my wave. Then I could introduce myself. Just as the sun was sinking toward the foothills, a small SUV pulled into the driveway. The woman climbed out and leaned into the car. When she stood, I saw a fragile-looking frame. Her hair was light brown, streaked with blonde, perfectly straight and cut to her shoulders with a side part. She wore white capri pants and a turquoise top. A large turquoise bracelet grasped her right wrist. A girl emerged from the passenger side. She was tall and slender. Blonde hair hung to the center of her back in a silk curtain. She walked with grace, mirroring her father's stride. She possessed a certain awareness of how beautiful she was. I didn't see her face, but she appeared to be older than the child I'd envisioned sleeping in that canopied bed. If asked, I would have estimated she was 13 or 14 years old. Something didn't fit. 2. Moira. Even after 2 months living on our new, somewhat too cozy cul-de-sac in Silicon Valley, I hadn't adjusted to the summer weather. Every afternoon my body was sheathed in an ooze of perspiration. Most nights the cooling ocean breeze moved inland and the temperature dropped into the 50s. In this older, established neighborhood, the houses had been considered ultra-modern in the 1960s, but had stood the test of time with their simple lines, tiled floors, and glass walls facing lush backyards. But central air conditioning hadn't been a feature. The open floor plans, designed for a good cross-flow of air, and those cooling ocean breezes were supposed to be adequate. The homes on our cul-de-sac had front courtyards filled with plants and water features that gave a sense of coolness, but not the real thing, when the temperatures climbed to triple digits. The heat was different here, dry and choking, burning my skin and stirring up thick, heavy sweat. There had been no nighttime relief from the heat for 5 days now. I was overcome with lethargy and lack of enthusiasm. I blamed the heat, though that wasn't all of it. While Alan caught up on work, Brittany and I had spent the evening marching Monopoly pieces around the board, trading cash and filling our properties with tiny green houses. It was a tedious game when only 2 were playing, but she'd insisted. After she and I ate the last 2 slices of the strawberry pie I'd made a few days earlier, I tucked her into bed, kissed her goodnight, and retreated to my bedroom. I don't know what woke me. My phone said 1:11, 3 ones. It seemed like an omen. I was alert and energized. I wondered if I'd heard a sound that dug into my subconscious and yanked my brain up to the surface. I got out of bed as if I'd been shoved. I stood for a moment with my eyes closed, trying to reorient myself to the layout of our house. Even after all these weeks, it felt unfamiliar. Because of the design, no light from street lamps found its way inside. All of the front windows looked into the courtyard, blind to the street. And behind our backyard was an open preserve, a vast empty space of trees, wild grass, native plants, dips and gullies, deeper ravines, and unlighted trails. When I once again had the floor plan firmly rooted in my mind, I opened my eyes and stepped into the hallway. I turned on the light. My throat was parched. I coughed, unable to get relief. In the kitchen, I filled a glass with water and drank half of it. The house seemed foreign and empty with its uncovered, sliding glass doors. The blinds we'd ordered had to be returned because they were 3/4 of an inch too narrow. New window coverings were on their way. I wasn't used to all this glass, and I felt exposed. Anyone could be out in that wild space beyond the back fence. If someone was out there, I'd never even know it. He could be watching me right that minute, binoculars focused on my thin nightgown and bare feet, with the chipped pink polish on my left big toe. I finished the water and made my way to Brittany's room. She'd been quiet and withdrawn for the last few weeks, listless during meals. I didn't attribute it to the move or the heat, because everything had been fine the first week or 2. She'd picked up where she'd left off with her schoolwork and was as involved as ever in the lessons I planned for her. Although the local chapter of homeschoolers had welcomed us, after the second get-together at a waterslide park, Brittany had complained about meeting up with them again. She couldn't explain why she was refusing to make new friends. I asked repeatedly whether someone had bullied her, whether the others were cliquish, but she said she didn't want to talk about it right that minute. The more I pressed, the more she retreated into her own thoughts. The air in her bedroom was cooler than ours, which wasn't right. We had a sliding glass door we'd left open a crack, the door locked by a bolt on the metal frame to be sure the house was secure. The coldness in Brittany's bedroom told me her window was wide open. That was not the way I'd left it when I tucked her in. The windows also had locks so that only a whisper of night air was able to make its way through the narrow opening. She must have unlocked it and opened it, longing for fresh air. Moving toward the bed, the carpet fibers stroked my feet like dried grass. I lowered my hand to cup the back of her head as I always did when I checked on her. She slept on her stomach, her face turned toward her right shoulder, and I always approached the bed from the left side. My hand settled onto the cool pillow. It seemed strange that the air had cooled the pillow to the point that it chilled my palm. I moved my hand, feeling for strands of her long hair. Nothing but fabric brushed across my fingertips. I patted the pillow, then lower on the bed, thinking she'd slid down and pulled her head beneath the covers. The bed was empty. I stumbled to the door and pressed the light switch to confirm what I already felt like a knife piercing my stomach. The bed was empty, and so was her room. I'd passed the hall bathroom on my way. The door had been open, the lights off. I half ran across the hall to the spare bedroom we used as a classroom, to the guest room, then the main bathroom, the living room, the dining room that opened off the kitchen, and the small side room where we kept the TV and desktop computer. Every room was bathed in darkness, empty. As I searched, my mind had called out her name, more terrified each time, but I hadn't been able to speak, certain that at any minute I'd see her and realize how foolish it was to panic. I ran back to my bedroom, a sob rising in my chest. The lights in our room came on as I hammered my fist on the switch. Alan! Alan! Brittany's gone! Now the sob released itself, a mixture of wailing and screaming, echoing inside me and filling the space around me. He sat up and pushed his hair back as if it must be tamed into place before he was fit to carry on a conversation.
"That's not possible."
"I checked every room. She's not here."
"Did you look in the courtyard? The garage?"
Together we hurried to the garage and turned on the lights. The cars sat side by side, the interiors dark. Even so, Alan opened the passenger door on each vehicle and looked inside, calmly speaking Brittany's name. The courtyard was equally deserted, and so was the house. We searched every room a second time, calling her name, chastising her for playing games, angry and worried in one confused wave of fear. Finally, we stood in front of her open bedroom window. Even with the heat, she knew we wanted it locked at night. She'd opened the window, and the monster I feared, lurking in the open space, had seen her standing there. He'd come into the backyard and ripped her out of her room before she could cry out. Tears poured down my face. My chest ached as if I were flat on my back, a man pressing his boot into my bones. Alan and I yanked on whatever clothes we could find, trying and failing to swallow the panic. Alan called the police and then said he would drive around the neighborhood to see if he saw anything out of the ordinary. When he backed out of the garage, I decided I couldn't wait for the police to take their promised 8 minutes. 8 minutes! I ran to the house to the left of ours and stabbed my finger at the small button, hating the locked door to the courtyard because it prevented me from seeing whether any lights came on in response to the bell. After several minutes, the courtyard door opened. A woman with wavy dark hair and large dark eyes stood in front of me. She wore a T-shirt that hung to the middle of her thighs. "Hi, I'm Moira. We just moved in a few weeks ago. Next door." I waved my hand toward my house. Her lips parted, starting to form a smile that dropped just as quickly as she read my panic. "My daughter's been abducted. I woke up and she was gone." A sob gushed out of me. "Her bedroom window is wide open. We always lock it. Have you seen her? Have you seen anything? Heard her screaming? Seen anyone?" The words managed to come out of my mouth, despite my lack of breath to carry them. I gasped for air. The woman put her hand on my wrist. "Did you call the police?" "My husband did," I said, my voice trembling. "They said they'd send an officer, but it would be a few minutes." Another sob rose out of me. 8 minutes. "Let me put on some clothes. We'll ask around. Someone must have seen something." "It's dark. It's so late." Tears poured out of my eyes, and another sob filled my chest. "We'll find her." I stared at her, studying the confident smile. A person who always thought the best about the world. A person who had never really suffered. I kept those thoughts inside and nodded.
3. Luke. The street was empty. It had settled into that quiet that makes you think of the dead, the mood that settles over a neighborhood when it's past midnight and all the suburbanites are tucked into their beds, snoring, dreaming, done with fucking for the night if they even bother on weeknights, finished with their nightly outrage at traffic, the politics at the office, the state of the country, the world, done dealing with micromanaging their kids' lives. I put the joint to my lips and sucked in some fine sativa smoke. The slow turning of my mind was interrupted when the courtyard door of the house across the cul-de-sac flew open. At the same time, the garage door began to ease its way up, and before it even cleared the top of the frame, the Beamer sedan was backing out. I didn't know where to look as the car sped backwards, circled around, and raced out of the cul-de-sac while the woman who had burst out of the front door ran across the lawn, skidded on damp grass, and hit the sidewalk. She wasn't wearing a bra, and her tits put on quite a show until she turned onto the walkway leading to the Stanwyck house. She stood in front of their courtyard door, stabbing her finger at the doorbell for like 5 minutes, as if the people inside didn't hear the first 15 rings. A moment later, the door opened. The new lady and Taylor Stanwyck stood there talking. It sounded like the new lady was crying. Her voice was loud and shrill, but I couldn't make out the words. I was sitting in the gazebo that fits into the corner of the fence surrounding our courtyard. The lattice below the roof is lined with hanging plants that my mom waters and talks to every few days, like they're little kids. When I sit in the gazebo, no one can see me. I guess they smell the smoke, but I can sit there after my joint or cigarette is finished, and no one knows I'm there. Even though everyone on our street is middle-aged, it's a trip to watch them coming and going. Their lives seem pretty boring, but they manage to do crazy shit that keeps me from getting too bored when I've had enough with video games or whatever. A few minutes later, Taylor and the new lady walked down the front path. Taylor turned her head in my direction, but she didn't come over. I couldn't tell for sure, but I think she sniffed the air, trying to figure out whether I was in my usual spot. Taylor is a nice enough person. She's not as old as my mom, but they're buds. She can be nosy, always asking how I'm doing, what's new. I think she sometimes irritates the other people on our street. She hangs out in her front yard, and when someone comes home from work, she walks over there before they're even out of the car. That would annoy me if I busted my ass all day and just wanted to get into the house, kick off my shoes, grab something to eat, launch a video game or whatever. They all smile and talk to her, but you can see them inching away from her, their grins starting to resemble the Joker's painted freak show smile when she goes on too long. I took another hit and held the smoke in for a few seconds longer than usual. The shrieky voices were killing the buzz. I let the smoke out. The two of them went to the house on the opposite side of the Stanwicks. The doorbell stabbing repeated itself, and when Carlos Aguilar opened his door, talking too loud, asking what the hell was wrong, they both started talking at once. Taylor was waving her arms around to emphasize her point. Next they went to the Hayeses and Bryant's houses before they started up the walkway toward my house. As they turned up the front path, Taylor grabbed the new lady's arm. Brittany's mom. I guess that's better than calling her the new lady, but I think of her as the new lady because I hardly ever see her. I don't even know her name. Taylor looked in my direction. "Are you in there, Luke?" I didn't say anything. I wanted to see what she'd do. "I smell weed. It smells fresh, so I think you're looking in there. I know you can hear me." I exhaled. "Sure. What's up?" Taylor cut across the lawn. Brittany's mom followed. Taylor came right into the gazebo and sat across from me on the circular bench. "I'm glad you're out here. You'll be able to help." Brittany's mom came up closer. Her face was a mess, wet with tears, her nose running. She had her arms wrapped around herself, and her bottom lip was wobbling. "Help with what?" "This is Moira Cushing," Taylor said. I nodded. "Her daughter. You've seen her, right, Brittany?" I nodded. "Yup." "She's not in her house. Someone took her, right out of her bed." I wanted another hit. I raised the joint to my mouth, but Taylor glared at me. I lowered my hand. "Did you see anyone? Any strange cars? A man walking around? Someone going into their yard?" "No." "Are you sure?" Brittany's mom moved closer to the opening of the gazebo. "I told you, I think he came into our yard from the open space preserve. When I woke up, I felt like there was someone out there watching me." "How can you feel that?" I asked. She pinched her lips together, stopping the wobbly bottom one. "You just know. It's instinct." It sounded to me like maybe she had experience getting high. People notice someone watching them and imagine they felt it before they saw them. You can't fucking feel someone watching you. Eyesight doesn't make a sound or change the air temperature. People who think that way are deranged. I said nothing about this. I wanted them to leave so I could finish my joint. I needed to unwind after all the bullshit I'd gotten from my mom. I guess they'd figured out I knew a lot more about this neighborhood than they'd ever imagined. I see a lot. You have to watch carefully to see the cold shoulders and the quick gestures. Other people are real busy not paying attention to anything except what's right in front of their faces. "You didn't see anything?" Taylor leaned toward me, locking her eyes into mine like she thought I was lying, and staring me down would make me fess up. "That's what I said." "What about earlier?" "Earlier when?" "Anytime. You're out here a lot. Did you see any strange cars or people the past few days? Anyone lurking?" I laughed. "Lurking?" "A little girl is missing," Brittany's mom said. She hissed the words like some kind of snake. "You should call the cops." "We did. They're on their way." "Then let them take care of it." "We can't waste any time," Taylor said. "Well, I didn't see any cars or anyone lurking. The street's been deserted all night." "And during the day?" Taylor was not going to let go. "Don't scratch that itch too hard," I said. "It might bleed." Brittany's mom recoiled as if I'd said something offensive. "What?" "Are you planning to do the cops' job for them?" "I'm just trying to save them time. We have to do everything we can before something happens to her." Taylor glanced at Brittany's mom and looked away fast, not liking what she saw there, I guess. "If you do see anything, be sure to let Moira know, okay? Moira or me." "For sure. If I see anything." Brittany's mom started crying harder. Taylor put her arm around her. "We'll find her." After a pause, she said it again. "We'll find her." They left, walking as fast as anyone can walk in bare feet across the street to Moira's front yard. A few minutes later, the Beamer pulled back into the cul-de-sac. The guy left it parked in the driveway, and all three of them went into Brittany's house. I put out the joint, took the ashtray to the side of the house, and emptied it into the yard waste container. If the cops were coming, I needed to get inside my own house. ASAP.
4. Moira. I didn't like it that the female officer was the one in charge. An evil creep, a dangerous man, the kind of man who would take a little girl right out of her bedroom, needed a man's mind to outwit him. A man would understand how to track down where this monster might have taken my baby. It was backwards and old-fashioned and last century that I was having these thoughts, but it was instinctive, visceral. The second officer was a Korean man named Rick May, who obviously worked out with weights. After he was introduced, Officer May sat silently in the armchair facing the couch. He looked around the room as if he were forming an opinion of us based on our decor. The female cop, Morgan Carter, also looked like she worked out religiously. She was slim with well-developed arms displayed in her white cotton shirt. She had black hair cut to her chin, and wide, light brown eyes. She was taking notes, although not many, just a pen scratch here and there. "What time did you notice your daughter was missing?" 1:16. That's very precise. When I woke, my phone said 1:11, so it stuck in my mind. I had a glass of water and then went to check on Brittany. "You had your phone with you?" I sighed. What did any of this matter? I don't know. I don't remember. I must have looked at Brittany's clock.
"Can we move on?"
Alan asked.
"You guys need to get out there looking for her, not debating the numbers on a clock."
"We will," Officer Carter said.
"Like right now."
Alan stood and walked to the sliding glass door, looking out at the backyard.
"Have you checked the pedophiles registered in the area?"
I heard a sound come out of my mouth, as if I were sitting somewhere else and the sound had developed independently of me. A sob or a sharp cry, as if I'd cut my finger. At first I didn't even realize it was me. That word hurt so deeply I could hardly breathe. It seemed like hours since I'd put my hand on Brittany's cold pillow. Inside, I felt a tremendous scream that hadn't stopped since that moment I turned on the light and saw her empty bed. My whole body was crying, my blood vessels keening, my muscles and bones howling into the abyss that this was too awful to think about. I couldn't think. I didn't want to think. The doxepine that normally helped me get a good night's sleep had dissolved in my body, flushed out by tears. I did not want to sit there as if we were sharing a bottle of wine, chit-chatting about my daughter's life, acting as if she wasn't being brutalized that very minute. I started crying. Officer Carter looked at Alan. "Will you get some tissues for your wife?" Alan came to me and kissed the top of my head. He left the room and returned with a large box of tissues, placing it on my lap. This made me cry harder. The simple presence of a cardboard box resting on my thighs carried me back to all the times I'd felt my baby's weight and warmth on my legs, her body pressed against my chest. "I'm sorry, Miss Cushing," Officer Carter said. "We know this is difficult, but—"
"Difficult?"
Alan's voice was too loud for the room.
"That's a ludicrous understatement."
Officer Carter didn't flinch. "Let us finish asking our questions. The more quickly we can get through the routine, the faster we can get focused on finding your daughter." Alan leaned against the glass door. His face looked gray. His hair, graying at his sideburns and temples, seemed to blend with his skin. His slender body had been sapped of the strength that usually emanated from him, that look of purpose and confidence, all of it gone. "So you discovered Brittany missing at about 1:15. What did you do after that?"
"We searched the house,"
Alan said. "And then?"
"I called you. I took a drive around the neighborhood, and my wife woke our neighbors."
"Why did you take a drive?" Alan stared at her. I could see the sharp comment on his tongue, his desire to let her know he found her ridiculous, but he managed to keep it from coming out. He spoke with exaggerated patience.
"I was looking for our daughter, looking to see whether I saw anyone unusual."
"Was your first thought that Brittany might have gone out on her own?" "Absolutely not," I said. "She would not do that." "You seem quite sure," Morgan said. 14-year-old girls are usually— Brittany would never leave. She's not one of those girls who's growing up too fast. We homeschool her. She has age-appropriate feelings and interests. She doesn't behave like a 25-year-old, like so many girls her age." Officer Carter nodded. "I'd like a list of her friends." "We're new here." I smiled, trying to be helpful, even though I wanted her to start looking for Brittany, not keep asking pointless questions. "We've only lived here 2 months. Her friends are from our homeschool organization, not in the neighborhood." "I'd like their names and contact information." "I can give you the group roster, but she hasn't made a lot of friends yet. We've only had a few joint activities, since it's summer." Any names you can give me will help."
"She was grabbed right out of her bed. Her friends have nothing to do with it,"
Alan said. "We have to look at everything, at everyone." The room was silent for a few minutes. I felt their eyes on me, imagining what kind of mother I was, what our family was like.
"It's best for Brittany, considering all possibilities,"
Morgan said.
"Were there any arguments recently? With you?"
She turned away from me slightly.
"Or your husband?"
"No."
"Why are you asking my wife about me?"
Alan folded his arms across his chest.
"I'm standing right here."
The officer didn't respond. "We have a wonderful relationship with our daughter," I said. "You make it sound as if—"
"Most teenagers argue with their parents." "Not Brittany,"
Alan said.
"She's very intelligent. She doesn't fight our rules because she understands their purpose."
Officer Carter's mouth twisted as if she wanted to deliver a smart comeback. "Have there been any accidents you want to tell us about?"
"What does that mean?"
Alan asked. "Was Brittany injured in any way? Did you feel—"
"I don't like what you're suggesting."
Officer Carter was unmoved. "What was her mood like yesterday?"
"Normal."
Alan barked out the word like a gunshot. "Did you get any sense that she was afraid?" I shook my head. "Did you ever sense she was keeping secrets, hiding something from you?" "Of course not. We're extremely close."
"Why?"
Alan said, then fell silent. She continued asking inane questions about Brittany's interests, about our family life, about relatives. More than once she asked about arguments, about difficulties in our family. My fear slipped slowly into anger as she plodded through her list. Finally, I couldn't take it. "Brittany is getting farther and farther away from us while we're sitting here not doing anything." "We need to look through Brittany's room." Both officers stood as if they had a prearranged signal. "Why?" I asked. "We're looking for any indication she left on her own. We'd like you to join us so you can note any missing items." "Nothing's missing." I thrust myself up to my feet, swaying slightly. "She was taken right out of her bed." "Please show us her room. It's routine procedure." Alan led them down the hallway. I flopped back in the chair, tears running down my face. I heard them opening drawers, her closet, moving things about. I didn't have to go in there to know how intrusive and distrustful it all was. A moment later, I realized I had to see what they were doing to her things. In her room, I sat on her bed and watched, even as they slid their arms between the mattress and box spring. They'd finished with her desk and dresser drawers and were looking in the pockets of her jeans and shorts. They checked the back of her mirror and looked through her bookshelves. It was ridiculous. Their suspicions showed how many young girls are not raised right, allowed to grow up too fast. That's why we'd decided to homeschool her. People don't give their children enough care and guidance. They allow far too much freedom before they're ready, and it destroys their innocence. When the officers were finished digging through her room, touching all of her possessions with rubber glove-sheathed hands, I had a splitting headache. I felt like a hole had been ripped in my heart, and the pain of torn flesh made it almost impossible to stand upright. I couldn't speak or offer polite smiles. Back in the living room, Alan sat on the arm of my chair, resting his hand on the back of my neck. His skin was cool, and the press of his fingers felt insubstantial, drained of their usual strength. Officer Carter stood near the opening to the foyer. "One final thing," she said. "I need a photograph of Brittany." She handed me a card. "Please write her weight, height, hair, and eye color on this, along with any distinguishing features." Alan crossed the room and took the card. He pulled a pen out of his pocket as if this were a normal transaction, as if he'd been expecting it and was prepared with a pen, ready to fill out a form at 2 o'clock in the morning. He scribbled on the card, while I tried to think about which photograph I should give them. "Are you going to search the open space preserve?"
"Yes, of course."
It was the first thing Officer May had said. I went into the little room where we had a small desk for the computer, a comfortable couch, and the TV. I went to the cabinet beneath the TV and pulled the latest photo album off the bottom shelf. A lot of people don't bother with photo albums. They keep everything digitally. Alan and I keep digital copies too, of course, in case there's a fire or some other disaster. But I like looking at albums, and Brittany likes it. She spends hours reliving family outings and trips with her friends. I'd updated the album just a few weeks earlier. I could have printed something even more recent off the computer, but I wanted a nice quality picture for the police to distribute. I opened it to the last page, trying not to think about why they needed a photograph. If they found Brittany, they wouldn't need a picture. A picture was for getting other people looking for her. A picture meant they didn't expect to find her right away. It meant they might be thinking she was... I couldn't think about it. I would not think about it. I wanted to go back to the day before, to our Monopoly game, to our slices of pie, to the moment I kissed her goodnight. I pulled out a picture of Brittany that had been taken by a professional photographer who came to our home to photograph all three of us. She looked adorable. Her hair was in French braids, with a narrow dark blue ribbon woven through the braids. She was standing in the garden, holding a tulip as if she'd just plucked it from the ground. She was in the shade and had a dreamy expression on her face. She wore a white dress and her feet were bare. A splash of sunlight covered the area around her, making it look as if the sun was seeking her out, advancing into the shady area. Officer Carter frowned when I handed it to her. "Don't you have something that shows her features better?" "I thought you wanted a full-length picture," I said. "That's good, but..." She tucked it into her notebook. "This is fine, for now." "What do you mean, for now?" My voice shook. It didn't matter what she meant by the actual words, because what she was saying was they didn't think they were going to find her that night. It could be days, weeks. It could be... "It's fine," she said. "Please email me the digital copy." She didn't answer my question. 5. Taylor. The Cushing's courtyard door swung open just as I was considering giving up and going home to bed. Not that I would have. I wouldn't have been able to sleep. When I first woke to the madly ringing doorbell, Duncan had stirred slightly, but had obviously fallen back into a deep sleep because he hadn't come looking for me. That man had the ability to sleep through anything. It was a little upsetting when I thought too much about it. Knowing he wasn't aware that I was gone from our bed made me feel separated from him in some way I couldn't fully explain. It was as if he and I were not as connected as I believed, as much as I wanted us to be. On the rare occasions when he left our bed in the middle of the night for a drink of water, I was awake the moment he opened his eyes. I felt the change in his breathing, the shift in the bed, the emptiness of a place that had been occupied by two bodies. The police officers emerged from the courtyard. The female cop closed the door. I'd expected Moira and Alan to come outside with them. Luke's mother, Nicole, stood beside me. I'd texted her the minute the police asked me to leave the Cushing's living room so they could ask their questions. Of course, it shouldn't have surprised me they weren't coming outside now. They'd kept to themselves more than any of the others on our cul-de-sac. Now that the police were involved, maybe Moira felt she no longer needed me or the other neighbors. They'd existed just fine without community support before. But if that was their view, it was a mistake. People need each other more than they realize. We even need the people we find irritating or those who seem unimportant. It's built into the genetic code. We're social creatures. All the experts say so. I wanted to support her. Even if I wasn't a mother, I could comfort her. I could imagine what she was going through. Maybe she didn't believe that. The cops stood by the closed door, talking in low voices. After a moment, they walked toward Nicole and me. Nicole was looking down at her phone, texting. I wondered what other friends she had who were awake at that hour. I tried to change my expression for the police officers, hoping I looked helpful instead of nosy, a rubbernecker salivating to see what would happen next. The female officer held out her badge. I'm Morgan Carter. I'd like to ask you a few questions. I assume you're both neighbors? That you know about the missing girl, Brittany Cushing? Yes, I said. Nicole echoed with a yes of her own. Did you see or hear anything out of the ordinary this evening? We both said no. Have you witnessed or overheard any altercations between the parents and Brittany? No, never. Morgan glanced back toward the closed courtyard door and then at the other homes circled around us. I suppose you don't hear much around here with all of these enclosed gardens. Not really, Nicole admitted. Which house is yours? Each of us gestured toward our home. We'd like to come in and ask a few more questions. Morgan lifted her chin toward me. I'll speak with you, and my partner, Officer May, will speak to you. She looked at Nicole. Officer Carter followed me up my front path. Who else lives here with you? My husband. And your names? Taylor and Duncan Stanwyck. As I led the way inside, I turned my head slightly. I'll get Duncan. He should be here. Thank you. While Duncan pulled on jeans and a t-shirt, I told him what he'd slept through. He didn't say much, just patted my shoulder when I choked up, talking about Brittany being taken right out of her bedroom. He splashed water on his face and dried it quickly. We sat in the living room. I can make coffee, I offered. No, thank you, Officer Carter said. A look of disappointment crossed Duncan's face, but he settled back in the chair. He yawned, then tried to cover it by coughing. This will only take a few minutes, Officer Carter said. Thank you for disturbing your sleep. It's important to learn all we can as quickly as possible. Are you going to search the open space preserve? I asked. Yes, more officers and a canine unit are on the way. If you and some of the other neighbors can join, that will be helpful. Absolutely. Duncan nodded and leaned forward, supporting his elbows on his knees. What's your relationship like with Mr. and Ms. Cushing? We don't have a relationship, Duncan said. Well, we rarely even see them, Duncan interrupted. I've never spoken to either one. That seems unusual on a street designed with such an intimate layout. He shrugged. They don't come out much. Have you observed any arguments between the parents and Brittany, between Mr. and Mrs. Cushing themselves? We never see them, Duncan said. She looked directly at me. And you? I sighed. This was the first time I've talked to them. Hearing it out loud, that we'd lived next door to these people for 2 months and never spoken, was shocking. I wondered what Officer Carter thought of that. She was right. On a cul-de-sac, you expect people to interact all the time. You're sort of forced into each other's lives more directly than on a wide street with traffic acting as a natural barrier. It was what I'd expected when we first moved in. I still expected it. Why do you think she came to your house, since you've never spoken? I don't know. I don't think she'd met any of the neighbors before this. Have you observed many people coming and going from their home? No. Was there anything in their behavior, aside from their lack of interaction, that's made you wonder about them? What does that mean? I crossed my legs and laced my hands together over my knee. Did you see or hear any interaction among members of the family that you thought was jarring, something that didn't seem right? I don't understand what you're asking. It's your gut, Duncan said. She's asking if there's something in your gut that makes you wonder about these people. Why are you asking that? He looked at me, lifting his eyebrows slightly. He yawned without covering his mouth. The signal was clear. Time to wrap this up and get some sleep. The workday was racing toward us. In another half hour or so, reclaiming sleep would be impossible. "They seemed fine," I said. It sounded limp, the words echoing inside my head as if I'd just condemned them to what? "I think they're just private. But my impression is they're a nice family. They spend a lot of time with their daughter. She's not out causing trouble. They keep their yard nice. I almost said they had nice clothes, but that sounded beyond superficial. How had I let them live next door and not tried harder to get to know them? What did it say about the world, about our neighborhood, that the people sleeping 50 feet away were total strangers? "Can you describe Moira's behavior when she woke you?" "Her behavior?" "Your general impression, as best you can recall. Tell me how she seemed, what she said." "She seemed panicked." "Not seemed, she was panicked." "Was she able to speak coherently?" "Yes, but she was crying and she—" "So she introduced herself before she told you her daughter was missing?" "Yes." "And her assumption was that Brittany had been abducted?" "Yes. I don't think it's an assumption, it's—" "Why did she say she wanted your help?" "She wanted to know if I'd seen anyone around in the area, or seen Brittany, of course." I tried to remember. Was that right? Who suggested we ask the other neighbors? Had I done that? I didn't understand why it was so hard to remember. "Did she seem nervous?" "She was terrified." "That was your primary impression?" "Yes." "Did you believe her?" "Of course I believed her. Why wouldn't I?" "Do you not believe her?" "What I believe isn't relevant. I'm checking on your impression. Was there anything that seemed off about her behavior?" "I don't understand." "She was distraught that her daughter was missing. Was there anything in her behavior that didn't seem distraught? Out of sync?" "You think she's lying?" "I don't think anything. When someone is missing, we need to get insight into the entire family." "You think they did something? You think they—" Officer Carter held up her hand. "I'm just asking questions. Please don't read into it." I thought that was a rather tone-deaf response, and quite ironic. She wanted me to read into Moira's behavior, but I was to avoid reading into the question. Her face was expressionless, so either she hid the realization of her irony well, or she was completely unaware of it. I didn't want to answer. After knowing her for only a few minutes, I felt protective of Moira. I felt her pain and her helplessness. The desperate desire to find her daughter was palpable. I wanted to help. I didn't want to assist the police in wasting time asking about Brittany's family instead of looking for her. In fact, even if there was something off about her family, didn't they need to be looking for Brittany? That was the important thing. I straightened my shoulders and looked directly at her. There was nothing off about her. She behaved exactly as I'd imagine a mother would behave when she discovered her daughter had been abducted right out of her bed. She didn't correct me or try to insert the possibility that Brittany had run away. I was glad of that. She stood. "Thank you for your time." "I'm happy to help." "It's appreciated. If you think of anything, recall anything that didn't sit right, or anything unusual that you've seen recently in the neighborhood, please contact me." She held out a business card. "And you don't need to tell the Cushings about this conversation. It's confidential." I waited a moment before taking the card from her fingers. If she noticed my antagonism, she didn't mention that either. "Nothing like this has ever happened here," I said. "Not even a break-in or a car theft." She nodded. "We're going to pull together to help them." I stood. "We'll do anything we can to support them." "Slow down," Duncan said. "Some people find it helpful to set up a Facebook page," Officer Carter said, "to share information. to bring the community together. "I'm not a fan of social media," I said. "It's just a suggestion." "If it helps, I'm happy to do that. All of us want to help. We're here to support them. Let us know if we can knock on doors or anything."
"Officer Carter knows how to conduct an investigation,"
Duncan said.
"They don't need community help. The Cushings don't need us butting into their lives at a time like this."
I didn't respond. He was wrong. His attitude was part of the problem with the world. People not wanting to intrude or interfere. People thinking that mutual support and friendliness are the same as intruding. That belief could be the death of us all.
6. Alan. Shortly after the police left our living room to question our neighbors, the world turned to chaos. For the rest of the night, we walked through the open space preserve. There didn't seem to be any pattern to how we covered the area. Neighbors we'd just met traipsed around in groups, flashlight beams bobbing, then swinging wildly up at the dark sky. I couldn't escape the sense that we looked like a swarm of zombies lurching over uneven earth, along dubious trails and around clumps of shrubs and threatening tree roots. There was shouting and talking and dogs barking, as a few people who showed up to help seemed to think their family pets might be able to locate Brittany. It seemed futile from the first step Moira and I took into those acres of emptiness. I couldn't believe Brittany's abductor would simply hide out in the middle of all that space. Despite the size, attractive on the surface because that meant it was difficult to search, the risk of exposure for an abductor was huge. In my mind, the guy had whisked her away in a car, and she was already locked inside a warehouse or a garage somewhere. In a suburb with millions of homes, condos, and apartments, how would we ever find her? The thought grabbed at my throat, causing me to utter alternate gasping and gagging sounds. Moira ignored the animal noises coming out of my mouth, lost in her own sea of heart-piercing feelings. I wondered what she was thinking, wondered if she was even allowing herself to think, trying to avoid the pain of articulated fears. Avoiding pain was her tendency in most situations, hence the nightly swallowing of doxepine. Never having loved a woman besides Moira, I wasn't sure whether it was common for women to run from pain, or if Moira was unusually fragile. I believed it was the latter, but your wife's fragile mental state is not something you talk to your friends or colleagues about. You don't talk to anyone about those things because you certainly can't discuss it with her, and you don't want to be talking behind her back. It would be a betrayal of the worst kind. I gripped the flashlight, trying to keep it from sliding out of my sweaty hand like a banana squeezed out of its peel. I chuckled at the senseless image of a banana shooting out from my grasp. "You think there's something amusing about all this?" Moira hissed at me. "What's wrong with you?" "Nerves," I said. "Cut me some slack, okay?" She didn't respond. It was just as well. The last thing we needed was to be overheard arguing, leading to assumptions about our marriage, our home life. Already that police officer was asking about conflict in our family instead of looking for the damaged individual who had taken our daughter. It disgusted me that the officer's first thought was that we'd done something to hurt the most precious part of our lives. I wondered what they'd asked our neighbors. Those same accusing questions? Taylor and Duncan Stanwyck had given us warm, sympathetic smiles. The others tended to avoid direct eye contact, but they'd offered comforting words, so maybe they weren't wary of us. We traipsed in silence, not entirely sure what we were looking for. I could not get my head around the fact that someone had managed to get into Brittany's room and removed her from our house without us hearing a sound. Moira's unconscious state made her lack of awareness understandable. The doxepine put her out every night like she was in a coma. I'm a good sleeper, but the fact I'd heard absolutely nothing, that my usual hyper-alertness to potential threats had failed, made me feel alternately terrified and like an utter failure for not protecting my family. It ate at me as we walked, stirring up bile that tasted foul in the back of my throat, blurring my eyes so it was difficult to see what we were even looking at. Everyone had converged immediately on the field as if a space that large demanded to be thoroughly searched. I wasn't even sure how they'd known. Who told them all what had happened? The undeveloped landscape was unusual in its proximity to suburban backyards, suggestive of activities taking place far from the hearing of the tightly circled houses around its perimeter. But why would some guy grab her and then linger in a dark, empty wilderness that offered minimal protection? It made no sense in my mind. Nevertheless, we kept trudging. When they weren't wobbling across the dark sky, light beams smacked the ground as if they were making physical contact. People talked and called out to each other, wondering over the significance of each piece of trash they came upon. There was no way Brittany was out there, but I couldn't bring myself to say that. Saying that would imply that I wanted to quit, that I wasn't trying hard enough. At least scrambling around in the dark felt like we were taking action. It was almost dawn when we admitted we couldn't keep going. We needed to lie down, even if sleep was impossible. We couldn't keep walking like this, our minds focused on every horrific scenario, our feet moving erratically. Moira didn't object when I put my arm around her waist and pulled her gently around to face the trail leading back to the area behind our house. When we reached the gravel-covered clearing where 4 police cars were parked, Officer Carter approached us. "I know it's difficult, that it seems impossible, but you need to get some rest." Moira began sobbing. I tightened my arm around her, pulling her hard against me. I could feel the rigid state of her body. She didn't want to be held, didn't want to be comforted, but she was too exhausted to pull away. Walking home felt like the walk of the damned. In the space of a few hours, we'd been transformed from a small, happy family into a couple mauled by grief. Brittany could be anywhere. She could be dead and already buried under piles of earth. Her body could be in a culvert, at the bottom of a pond, stashed in a closet, a storage locker, a card trunk, a freezer. Sobs tore at my lungs, but the sensation was so intense, it remained clogged inside me. All those people were walking around, the police were on their radios, and the dog was doing his thing, a consummate professional, ignoring the family pets that barked incessantly. Everyone acted as if they'd take a quick look around and they'd miraculously stumble across a missing girl in the same way they would a car after simply forgetting for a moment where they'd parked. I felt hopeless. I loathed that feeling. It was the worst feeling in the world. I devoted my life to keeping my family happy, to caring for Moira and our daughter. I'd always found a way to fix seemingly hopeless situations, but I had no idea what to do now.
7. Moira. The search party was awful. Even the name, party, sickened me. While I was glad so many people were helping us try to find Brittany, it seemed futile. Surely she wasn't out there in the open space preserve, if she ever had been. We needed experts looking for Brittany, not a bunch of neighbors carrying flashlights and bringing along their dogs. Being out there was like a horror movie, looking for our sweet girl, gone without anyone seeing or hearing anything. No one had seen an unfamiliar car in the neighborhood. No one had observed a stranger lurking. It was impossible to believe she could vanish as if she'd never been there at all. The thing that plagued me the most was trying to figure out how this monstrous person had set his sights on Brittany. She was almost always with Alan or me, or both of us. When she wasn't, she was supervised by other homeschooling parents, people we trusted. Activities with our homeschool groups took place in areas that were appropriately protected. At the same time, she could have been seen anywhere. I'm the sort of person who has good instincts, sensitive radar to the people and situations around me. I'm always aware if there's someone nearby who seems a little off, too interested in looking at us. Trying to figure out where someone might have set their attention on her tormented me as I clawed my way through brush and weeds, my mind tracing back over the past few weeks. I even wandered back to the memory of our drive to California. We'd thought a road trip would be a great experience for Brittany, a chance to see part of this incredible country. But who had seen her? Had she been targeted? Our car followed? There was no doubt that some horrible, subhuman person had taken her, but after the police questioning and at the search party, I felt people looking at us as if we were the ones who'd done something awful. As we approached the parked police cars, Officer Carter stopped us. She ran through a list of things they would be handling in the next few hours, including distributing electronic and paper copies of the photograph, interviewing more neighbors, and checking known sex offenders in the area. Why did she keep mentioning that? I already knew. She didn't need to tell me again. People didn't think about how it made me feel when they said things like that. It felt as if my insides were being torn out of my body, removed by a hook that grabbed hold of my vital organs like the Egyptians used to do for mummification. But I was alive, and I felt every tear and pinch in the most tender parts of me. I didn't want to think about him. Not picturing the man who had her was the only way to keep from crying all the time. I couldn't consider what he looked like or what he wanted. I couldn't think about where he'd seen her and set his filthy mind on her. Brittany. I would focus on her. I'd picture her face and imagine her coming home to us. She was alive. I could feel it. I could not imagine her mouth gagged, her wrists and ankles wrapped with wire or plastic, abused, tortured. I would not imagine anything like that. I would not think of her hurt in some awful, irreparable way, or worse. Brittany wasn't keeping secrets from us, going on the computer or social media like other kids her age. When Officer Carter had asked, we told her there was no computer history to look at. Brittany's computer time was supervised by me. We wanted her to have a solid sense of herself before those ugly fingers of the world touched her. A lot of good that did. Now the world had its grubby hands all over her. I started crying. Finally, as if we were abandoning her, leaving her alone, or worse, in that vast wilderness that had no place in the suburbs, we started toward our back gate. Taylor came up beside me. She patted my shoulder just beneath the spot where Alan was holding me. "We're here for you," she said. "Your neighbors." I took a breath, trying to find the strength to speak. The police were awful. They acted like Alan and I did something wrong. I'm sure they didn't mean to. They asked how much we argued with Brittany. They looked through her room like she was a criminal. That must have been awful, but I think they have to go through their checklist. She isn't like other missing girls. They're usually, well, a lot of them are neglected, or they're chasing drugs and boys. It's so sad. I hoped she didn't think I was judging. I wasn't. It was sad to me, all the lost girls in this world. Too many to count. It breaks your heart. You want to save all of them. Brittany is close to us. She tells us everything. She's not sneaky. She's not a liar or up to bad things like other kids her age sometimes are. It doesn't matter what anyone thinks. It was easy for her to say. First, she wasn't a mother, so she had no idea how it felt to have people question how you were raising your child, and most likely Taylor had no idea how nasty the police could be. Neither had I, until I'd sat on Brittany's bed and watched them go through her room like they were absolutely certain my family was hiding a dark, perverted secret. They touched my daughter's things like they were junk, like there was something wrong with Brittany. And the way they'd looked at Alan. I shivered. Taylor put her hand on my wrist. I didn't like her touching me all the time, but I let her leave her hand there. She was trying to be nice. She lifted the latch on our gate and held it open for us. We entered the backyard and went into the house, Taylor following along as if we'd invited her. In a way, I didn't mind. It was nice to talk about Brittany to someone who wasn't looking at us like her abduction was our fault. Inside, Alan filled 3 glasses with iced water and we sat in the living room, Taylor close beside me on the couch. She asked me to tell her about Brittany. This had an inexplicable way of easing my feeling that I wasn't doing anything to find her. Talking about her seemed to bring her into our presence. I thought for a moment. She's an excellent student. She loves learning.
That's the first thing you thought of?
Alan said. Things don't always come to us in priority order, Taylor said, especially when we're under severe stress. Alan made a sound that agreed with her and seemed to express regret. When she was 7 or 8, she loved to hide out in our attic. She and I would read books and watch movies, all the old kids' classics. We watched Anne of Green Gables and The Little Princess. She loved cuddling up together. How wonderful that you didn't just park her in front of the TV alone. Taylor picked up her glass of water. What else? Of course, I remember giving birth like it was yesterday. It was one of the best days of my life, along with my wedding. I looked at Alan, but his head was turned toward the hallway leading to our bedrooms, as if he were waiting for Brittany to walk into the living room like it was any other morning of her life. It sounds cliché, but it truly is a miracle, bringing a human being into the world. Even now it overwhelms me thinking about it. Tears filled my eyes, but this time they felt comforting instead of painful. That's why I know she's alive. Taylor looked startled that I'd veered off track, but I had to say it. I carried life in me. I felt every moment of that life emerging into the world. The pain, her heartbeat, her breath. Alan stared at me. His lips parted as if he meant to say something, but he didn't. I would know. I would absolutely know if she was... My breath caught. A mother knows if her daughter's no longer alive. I looked at the clock. 6:11 a.m. Brittany had been gone for 5 hours. Time was racing forward. Taylor stood. I told the others they could come to my house for some light breakfast. I'm going to run out and get scones and juice. Do you want to join us? I shook my head.
Sure,
Alan said. I can't, I said. Taylor patted my shoulder. She said nothing more. After she left, Alan slunk back into the computer room. I sat in Brittany's room and looked at the posters on her wall, framed pictures of kittens and wild animals. Brittany adored animals and was constantly asking for a pet. I started to sob. Why hadn't we bought a dog for her? I think we didn't want the responsibility of an animal. A child was a weighty enough responsibility. Lying there, I was no longer certain why we felt that way. If we'd had a dog, that man would have been prevented from entering her room. The dog would have alerted us with loud, resounding barks that would have yanked us out of sleep. A dog might have attacked the man who came into her room. Not might, he would have. Brittany would be here with me right that minute. I could lie down in the bed and put my arms around her. The dog would sit on the floor, alert, his head up and his nose inhaling every unfamiliar scent. I fell back onto her pillow and cried into it. 8. Taylor. Looking around my living room filled me with a feeling I hadn't experienced since I was a child. Everyone who lived in our cul-de-sac, except Luke, had been out searching all night. Their hair was a mess, their hands grimy, their clothes thrown on at the last minute, but here they were, the community I'd longed for. It was terrible that a tragedy had brought us together, but a common purpose would draw us closer. Once Brittany was found, our closeness would be unbreakable because we'd all know from experience the power of community caring and support. Tears came to my eyes as I looked at each of the concerned faces. Even the Bryants' kids, 2 girls and a boy, were there. The last time we'd all been in the same place at the same time was during a block party for the 4th of July 6 years earlier. Since then, those kids had grown from small children to preteens. Except for Moira and Alan's, all the houses on our cul-de-sac were occupied by the same people. Well, the other change was that Luke's father was no longer there, but you could tell at that block party he already had 1 foot out the door. Sitting on the couch facing the sliding glass doors to the back patio were Freya and Josh Bryant and Kelly and Keith Hayes. Sophia Aguilar was seated in the armchair by the fireplace, and Carlos stood behind her with his hands on the back of the chair as if they were posing for a portrait. Nicole was at my left, half reclining on the love seat. I'd bought scones and made 2 pots of coffee. I'd also offered a selection of herbal teas. Each of them held one of my handmade mugs, from which they took eager sips. Half-eaten scones sat on thick white paper napkins on their laps. I'd worried they might not accept my offer of refreshments, disturbed that this seemed too much like a party. It appeared they understood the need to be together, to share our frustration and fear. Duncan was the only one who felt I was overdoing it. My husband, the high school history teacher who was often oblivious to the historical need for strong communities. I turned my attention to my neighbors seated around me. Moira and Alan wanted me to thank you for helping with the search for Brittany. I smiled at each of them individually. It's so important that we support them. An abducted child is a horrible blemish on a community. Her loss impacts all of us. It means more than you can know, to Moira and Alan, and to Brittany, of course, that you care, that you gave up your sleep for this. I glanced at Duncan. He was using his index finger to make a subtle slicing gesture across his throat. "We didn't accomplish anything," Carlos said. "It feels that way," I said, but the officers reminded me that we eliminated one area of search, and eliminating possibilities, narrowing the field, is part of the process. He rubbed his mustache as if he were brushing it, suddenly aware he'd crawled out of bed without looking in the mirror. I smiled. "The scones are amazing. You should try one." "I need to watch my carbs," he said. Nicole stood and went to the dining room table. She picked up a scone, took a bite, then transferred it to her other hand while she refilled her mug with steaming coffee. She took another bite, and the pleasure of the pastry was clear on her face. "Still feels like wasted time," Carlos said. "What comes next?" "The police are interviewing everyone on our street, and they'll expand from there, distributing her photograph. I'll be starting a Facebook page to help get the word out." "She could still be out there," Sophia whispered. Carlos moved his hand and gave her shoulder a squeeze. I was sure they were thinking of their grandchildren, feeling horror for the Cushings alongside their own latent fears. We'd always considered the open space an enviable feature of our home, backing up to an undeveloped area like this. Now it seemed like an invitation to criminals and creeps to have easy, unobserved access to our neighborhood. It had been tiring, discouraging work. The pleasure of hiking had been torn away as we'd moved slowly, laboriously, our backs bent. Since we didn't stick to the trails, weeds lashed at our legs. I'd stumbled across a dead raccoon, and Nicole saw so many gophers she worried they would surely be moving into our yards soon. Josh Bryant had found a used condom and an old tennis shoe. After that, there was a bonanza of used condoms. Clearly, teenagers enjoyed the quiet and seclusion of the natural landscape more than any of us had realized. It was decided fairly quickly that given its state of decay, the tennis shoe had been abandoned months ago. Others found a pocket knife, a child's plastic lunchbox, and a fair number of candy wrappers, beer bottles, and soda cans. We stumbled across an unbelievable number of discarded socks. Did people go for a hike and decide they could put their bare, sweaty feet into sturdy shoes for the last leg of the trail? It made no sense. The dog had been ambivalent to all of the items we uncovered. As the others began talking among themselves, I walked to the end of the dining table where Nicole stood nibbling a blueberry scone. Her hair was tangled, but managed to look chic despite the long night outdoors. It gleamed silver-white under the track lights. Even with white hair brushing her shoulders, she didn't look 50. She was one of those women whose white hair has the opposite effect, making her still smooth skin and clear blue eyes appear even younger. She swallowed and took a sip of coffee. Did they put out an Amber Alert? I don't know. Probably not. I think they need a vehicle description for that. This is so horrible. Right out of her bedroom. Like that other girl, in Petaluma, 20 or 25 years ago. Remember that? Nicole met my gaze. How do you remember that? You were a child. Exactly. It was terrifying. Before that, we thought we were safe as long as we walked to school or played with a group of other kids. You never imagined someone climbing through your window and dragging you out of your bed. Nicole's eyes teared up, and she looked down at the scone in her hand. She placed it on the table and held the coffee mug with both hands. I can't imagine it. Your child missing. It feels so safe around here, but I guess we're too complacent. We need to watch out for each other more than we do. She nodded. I would die if Luke went missing. I know. At least I don't have to worry about that as much at his age. She laughed. But now there are other things to worry about. Mistakes that will affect him forever. I nodded. His dad wants me to give him an ultimatum. Full-time school or a job. Otherwise, he has to move out. Well, his dad's not here, so... I glanced at the door leading to the courtyard. I wasn't sure if I'd heard a sound, or I was just anxious to know whether the police had an update. I hated standing here wasting time talking about Luke. He wasn't the one in danger, even if Nicole thought he was in some sort of existential danger. I feel like I need to let him find his own way, not push too hard, but his father wants me to give him a wake-up call. If we did that, I know Luke would end up living on the street. I don't understand why people think that's a solution. A lot of my friends say the same thing. Don't make it easy for them to stay. He just needs some goals, purpose, that's all. But they want me to... It doesn't seem right, I said. It's too harsh. It takes kids longer to grow up now. Life is more complicated. In some ways, they grow up faster. They know more than I ever did at that age. But at the same time, there are more challenges. Like what? All the jobs are in computers. Luke isn't interested in computers, except playing games. She laughed. Her expression changed, a look of guilt washing across her mouth and eyes. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be thinking about such petty things. I mean, they're not petty, but right now, compared with Brittany, it's okay. You're worried. Besides, we can't do anything until we hear what the police say. Do you think I'm wrong about Luke? I don't know. If you are, it's not as if other people know what they're talking about. You know him best. I think you're doing the right thing. Keeping him close, letting him know we can talk to you. We need each other's support. I agree completely. I glanced over my shoulder toward the courtyard door again, willing it to open. I pulled out my phone. 40 minutes since everyone had gathered in my living room. I could sense from the fading conversation they'd all be leaving soon. I turned my attention back to Nicole. She was scrolling through her phone. She tucked her hair behind her right ear and tapped her phone. Was she reading messages from Luke? He hadn't shown up to help with the search. Why not? Maybe he knew something, and he didn't want to be put on the spot. 9. Crystal. I keep thinking I'm going to get my act together. I see lots of motivational people on TV. I even listen to some of those preachers who say you can have whatever you want. I try to believe, but it never works out. It works out for a lot of other people, thousands of people, probably millions or more. They say you have to believe. You have to believe in yourself and God or some higher power. Maybe you're born with that, some kind of believing gene. Not having a job to go to doesn't help with getting my act together, but I have too much pain to work anymore, so I'm on disability. It's fine. I couldn't sit at a desk welcoming visitors into the office building where I used to work. My back hurts all the time. Unbearable pain. People don't believe me when I say that, but it truly is unbearable. Some days I have to lie on the couch and pretty much fast because getting up to make lunch or even get a glass of water or a snack hurts so bad I can't breathe. The TV and my phone, that's what keeps me company. There's lots of interesting stuff in the world, so the days fly by. I like seeing what's going on with everyone else, reading stories online or hearing interviews. I think about the mistakes people make. I think a lot about mistakes. That's what's appealing about some of the shows. I like where they talk to regular people and you hear what's going on in their lives. There's a lot of pain out there in the world. There's emotional pain, which is so much worse than physical pain. I know about that too. But when I listen to the shit some of these people have been through, my emotional pain is a little easier to take. They talk about husbands who were gunned down in fights or stuck in prison for killing someone else you loved, couples screaming at each other every day, parents who say all kinds of awful things or do awful things to their kids, people cheating, stealing from their family. I could go on and on. How these preachers honestly believe there is a God out there helping, I have no idea. I suppose it's that believing gene. And because things worked out for them, they think it will for everyone. If there is a God and he answers prayers, would all these people, millions of people, be in pain? I think not. Honestly, it makes me feel better when I see other people suffering. I'm not gloating or wishing evil on anyone, but I do feel better. I know that I'm not alone. I might be alone in my house, but I'm not alone in the world. I'm not the only person who fucked up her life. I'm not the only person who needed oxy to get through the night and the day. And now, more than oxy. It helps. Maybe that's why these shows are on. That's why the internet is a good thing. People like me can watch these women, mostly, talk about their dramas. I can watch them cry and beat themselves up, and I can forgive them in my head. I can talk to them, telling them it will be okay. They're strong. They can survive this. I'd probably make a good motivational preacher. I wouldn't give false hope, but I'd tell them they would make it through, somehow. I talk out loud to the TV. You never know. Maybe on some psychic, cosmic level they can hear me, or at least feel my energy that I'm with them. Some of their mistakes can be fixed. If you're fighting with your husband or your sister-in-law, one of you can extend the olive branch. Compromise. People need to compromise more. It would go a long way to fixing some of the bad stuff in this world. There are some mistakes that cannot be fixed. Not ever. You do something bad, something really bad, and you can't take it back. You can say shit and then say you didn't mean it. That works in some situations. Doing bad stuff is harder to take back, even if it wasn't bad at first and it just turned bad before you realized what was happening. Because sometimes it really is just a mistake, an accident. I think about the worst mistake of my life. the kind of mistake that could not be fixed. A counselor can help you, or a preacher can set you on the right path after you fuck up, but not always. Some mistakes last forever. There are good days and bad with the pain. On the good days, I do get out of the house sometimes. For one thing, I gotta go out to pick up my Apache. It's not like they home deliver. I'm not a junkie. I'm not. I hate that I have to buy fentanyl to help with my pain. That doesn't make me a junkie. Things happen in life, and before you know it, you're walking down a long, dark road you didn't know you'd turned onto. The car accident ruined my life. Head on, and it was not at all my fault. Some drunk asshole. I knew what had happened the minute I turned to look at my sweet hubby and saw his head bent in a way that a head cannot ever do on its own. I wished I'd died. Instead, I got stuck with a concussion, 2 days in the hospital, and pain in my left hip and back that hurt like a motherfucker. I never talked like that before the accident, but there is no other word to describe that pain. At first, the doctors were really nice. They gave me Oxy, and they didn't even look at me funny when I said I needed the prescription refilled. They sent me to physical therapy, which hurt as bad as the original pain and never improved anything. Then they said I wasn't really trying. They said I was depressed because my husband died. They said I needed to wean myself onto ibuprofen and get counseling and more PT. What a joke. Finally, they said I couldn't get the Oxy anymore. A friend of mine had some left from her oral surgery, and she let me have the last few pills. I found a few other friends who had half a bottle here, a third of a bottle there, and then it was gone. People do crazy things when they're desperate, when the pain is too much. No one knows until they face the kind of pain that you can't live with. The doctors never had to experience unbearable pain. What did they know? What was I supposed to do? Oxy took away the pain. I didn't hurt quite so bad on the inside, aching for Barry, feeling like I murdered him. I stopped using that word. I heard on a talk show you should say nice things to yourself. So I started doing that. I called it what it was. An accident. Not my fault. This was a good day. I took a long shower and rinsed my hair with apple-scented conditioner. I wore jeans and my Uggs and a pink t-shirt that said Angel in silver glitter. The guy who sells me Apache hangs out on the loading dock behind the discount store at the far end of the mall. It faces an empty field, and the freeway runs along one side, so except for the delivery trucks, which come at scheduled times, no one is ever out there. I think he works on the loading dock for that store, but I'm not sure. I just know him and he knows me, but it's not like we talk about what's going on in our lives. It was a hot, muggy day. The sky was streaked with white clouds, so much white you could only see strips of blue like it had all been torn up and scattered all over the place. I drove to the mall. I shouldn't ever drive because it brings back bad memories, and because I'm not in the most alert state, but I hate taking the bus. You have to wait forever, and some creep always tries to hit on you. I make sure to drive slowly, always using my blinkers, braking in plenty of time, and not ever going through a light after it turns yellow. I keep a good distance from the car ahead. I'm probably safer than most other drivers. I never text or talk on the phone. Mo was there. That's his name, like he thinks he's one of the Three Stooges. Like he thinks he won't ever get caught if he uses a dumb name that's not real. Whatever. If Mo is who he wants to be, Mo is what I'll call him. I paid him and he gave me my stuff. I felt calmer just having it in my purse. I walked down the ramp from the loading dock, and because Ugg boots aren't the best for walking on slopes, I twisted my ankle slightly. I looked up and saw a girl standing in the field. She took my breath away. I just knew she was lost. Maybe one of those missing kids who escaped from her abductor. She was thin and beautiful. She had long blonde hair, paler and more beautiful than mine. As fast as those loose boots and my sore ankle would let me, I started walking toward her. When I got to the edge of the field, Mo yelled at me. I turned, and he waved both his arms like he was trying to tell me not to go out there. I ignored him. I turned to keep going, but the girl was gone. I started to cry. The minute I got home, after I gave myself a boost, I called the police, the non-emergency line. They get pissed when you call 911 too much. They'll actually hang up on you if you keep calling 911 and they find out your emergency is not that urgent, in their opinion. Of course, they treated me like shit like they do every single time I talk to them. Condescending, asking what I'd taken that day, being rude and arrogant and disinterested. I could almost hear the smothered laugh in the cop's voice. Before the connection ended, I did hear someone laugh in the background. 10. Brittany, before. Being homeschooled wasn't awful. Some of the kids I knew in my homeschool group where we lived before hated it. They said we were freaks. They didn't like that they had to spend all day with their parents, listen to their parents teach them about everything as if they were experts on the entire world. They said they needed to mix it up, and getting math lessons from one of the other moms or a trip to the aquarium with someone else's dad didn't count. The younger kids loved it, and my friends agreed they'd liked it when they were little. Now that all the other kids our age were starting high school, everything was different. We would never get to go to dances, or cut class, or hang out at the bleachers after school. Some of my friends who had the preternatural ability to imagine themselves all grown up knew they would be abnormal adults as well. When conversations turned toward memories of school days, we'd be shut out. Things that people learned from their peers when adults weren't around would be missing from our brains. I liked being homeschooled. It made me feel secure. For some reason I couldn't understand, I didn't like to go out of the house much, not without my parents. Maybe there was something defective about me. I was happy, though. I liked learning, and I liked that it was just Mom and me and sometimes Dad learning about the world. Sometimes they learned things right alongside me. I liked that I could ask all the questions I wanted without having to listen to other kids asking stupid questions. I liked how they explained things that some adults didn't even understand. My parents are smart. My mom studied English literature and got her master's degree. She worked for an online magazine for a while. My dad has a degree in economics and an MBA. He runs his own HR consulting firm. When I have questions, they help me research them on the internet. They don't let me use the computer alone, which is restrictive for someone my age, but I get it. I know there are a lot of bad things online, horrible things, deviant things. While I might go to school in my own classroom down the hall from my bedroom, I don't live in a cave. Once I wanted to know more about fish that live in the deepest parts of the ocean, fish that look like they were invented for a movie featuring aliens. My mom sat beside me for 2 hours, helping me find more information and photographs online. She was as excited to learn about those creatures as I was. My mom believes homeschooling is important because it's self-directed. I get to study topics that I'm interested in with more depth. This doesn't mean other areas are skimped on, but it makes me smarter and makes me understand the world with more depth than other people do. It makes me excited about learning instead of sitting in a classroom bored to death, memorizing things I don't care about. A lot of people would call my parents overprotective. I'm an only child, so all their attention is on me, but I feel protected and loved. I know they're crazy about me, and that makes me feel good. I think they're the best parents in the world. Even though I'm okay about being homeschooled, about being kept away from bad influences and bad people and kids who get into trouble, serious trouble that can have lifelong consequences, after a while, I did start to think it would be nice to get out more than I did. It wasn't completely my parents keeping me from going out on my own. I had bad dreams that sometimes scared me because they seemed so real. They seemed to be telling me the world was even scarier than my parents said. One dream, really. I dreamt that I was lying in bed. I opened my eyes and looked at my window. A face was pressed against the glass. Although it wasn't a particularly scary face, just knowing it was there scared me. Knowing those eyes stared at me while I slept gave me the creeps. The rest of the person's body, even their hair, was blended into the darkness. All I saw was the pale skin and those staring eyes, the pupils bleeding into the whites, watching me. At some point, I started wanting to meet people who weren't like me, people whose parents didn't look at the world exactly the same way as mine did. I wanted to know how other people lived and thought. My mom said there was plenty of time for that later. I was really close to my mom when I was a little kid. We did everything together. I don't remember having a lot of friends my age when I was 5 or 6, but I was happy. We did a lot of fun things together. We baked all kinds of treats, and I learned how to cook grilled cheese sandwiches and make tossed green salads. I got to chop vegetables and stir things in pots to help make dinner. I got to paint and sketch and do crafts with her. I was never lonely or bored. My dad taught me to ride a bike, and my mom taught me how to jump rope. She took me ice skating at an indoor rink. She taught me all kinds of card games. The homeschool group did lots of fun things. We had barbecues and trips to the beach and weekend camping trips. I never thought about not being happy. I don't even think the word happy came into my head. The weird thing about being homeschooled is you know a lot and you know nothing. I knew a lot about literature and math, about history and science, plants and animals. I could name a lot of trees and birds and flowers. I even learned about different religions, as much as a kid can learn about things like that. At the same time, you could say I was naive. I knew that word from spelling tests. I knew the definition of naive. But we never talked about what it meant in relationship to me and how I was growing up. And yes, now I know, I was naive about how the world works. I was naive about real life. I knew a lot about the natural world and what happened in the past and what happened in the novels and movies I was allowed. The rest of it, all the things you need to know to actually live day to day, I didn't know much of anything at all.
11. Luke. Friday night. The worst day of the week. I tried to escape the house on Friday nights at dinner time whenever I could, because my mom went into a pit of analyzing everything wrong with her life once the work week was over. She wanted a family dinner, and she wanted to cook something nice, and she wanted me to be there and converse and not be on my phone. Most of the time, when she ran into a dead end analyzing her own life, she turned on me. During the school year and summer school, she wanted every single detail about school. After that was, why hadn't I found a job? She wanted to know if there were any girls in the picture and what kind of girls I found appealing, and if there weren't any girls, why not? I thought it was obvious why there were no girls. I didn't have a job, and I lived with my mother. The knock came on my bedroom door at 5. Earlier than usual, especially for summer. I'd heard her car pull into the garage at 4. I hadn't even realized she'd gone to work that day after spending the night combing the open preserve with the rest of the neighbors, being ever so helpful to the police. "Dinner's ready, Luke." "Not hungry. I just ate lunch." "You shouldn't have slept so late. It throws your whole day off course." "Too late now." "You can come eat dinner with me. It's Friday evening." As if I didn't know the day of the week. I didn't get that wasted. "Mom, I honestly am not hungry." "I don't care. I made a nice dinner and I'd appreciate your company. We have a small family and I'm not letting what's left of it get totally annihilated." I rolled off my bed, buckling my belt one hole tighter than usual, so she didn't bug me about that, too. I looked in the mirror. While the hair on my head and face said I'd just woken up, I actually had taken a shower around noon. Then I fell asleep and my hair showed it. I hadn't shaved for 2 days. She wouldn't like it, but she was going to have something to say about how I was conducting my life, so it might as well be my appearance instead of my failure to find a job or a girlfriend. If she would just give it a rest, there was a girl I wanted. More than wanted. That sounds crude. Aisling was better than that. So far, though, it didn't seem like the right timing for me to make my move. The ceiling fan in the dining room was turned on, moving hot air in through the screen door and pushing it through to the kitchen at a snappy pace. "Can we turn this down?" "It's hot." "Yeah, but this is just blowing hot air." She laughed like I'd said something witty and turned it down from high to medium. Still too much. Dinner was a one-dish thing from the slow cooker, chicken and root vegetables. It didn't look impressive. It was dull and kind of pathetic, one vat of food sitting on a rack, 2 dinner plates, 2 forks, 2 knives, 1 wine glass, and 1 glass filled with Coke. If she wasn't going to let me drink alcohol, she at least had to allow Coke. I wasn't going to be a kid drinking milk like she'd tried to do until I put my foot down. Mom didn't like that phrase at all, put my foot down. It sounded like my father, apparently. She tapped her phone to bring up her favorite playlist, 80s tunes. I didn't mind it. The only thing that got on my nerves was hearing the same fucking songs every week. Before she picked up her fork, she was talking. "Any forward momentum on the job search?" "I don't know my class schedule for the fall quarter, so it's hard to commit to anything." She liked that word, commit. She nodded. "What have you been up to?" "The usual." Mom sighed. "It's frustrating, you know, working all week while you sleep in and play games." "It's summer vacation." "That's for kids, Luke. At your age, you don't really get summer vacation anymore." "People who go away to college get to come home and chill for the summer." "They're taking a full load." It was the same thing, the same words, every single week. I wondered if she realized that, or if it all sounded new to her. Maybe she was getting Alzheimer's or something. 50 seemed young for that, but it can happen. Still, I guess she wouldn't be a family law attorney if her brain was slipping loose. I should have been proud of my mom, and I was. When my dad left, the law firm where she was a paralegal got all on board with supporting her while she went to law school and studied for the bar. And that test is hard. She passed the first time. "We searched the open space for that missing girl last night." "Yeah, I know." "I wish you would have come." "Dad arranged breakfast weeks ago." "You can meet for breakfast any day." I needed to deflect her. It wasn't difficult. I just hadn't tried very hard. "Did they find anything?" She shook her head and stabbed her fork into a carrot. "Nothing. It's scary. To think someone could come right into your backyard and in through your bedroom window. It's so bold. Like he wasn't even worried about being caught." "How do you know it's a he?" She stared at me. I ate a few sweet potatoes and drank some Coke. "It's most likely a man," she said finally. "Don't you think?" I shrugged. "I think it's more likely she ran off with some guy she met online." My deflection had been a bad choice. I should have deflected further. I didn't want to think about her. I didn't want to talk about the missing kid at all. She had nothing to do with me. If anyone had helicopter parents, that kid did. She hardly even came out of the house. My mother looked like she might cry. "That would be awful." "Maybe she took off on her own then." She blinked. She seemed to like that idea better. "Where would she go?" "I don't know. A million places." "Give me an example." "Kids have resources." I'd seen that kid around. She was smart, in a weird, miniature adult way. She knew shit I didn't know. I did not want to be talking about her. There was something off about that family, and I preferred not to think about them. Who moves onto a street like this one and never fucking comes out of their house? Especially in the summer. I'd literally never seen the parents, only their cars, until that night the mother was running around in her jammies, ringing doorbells with Taylor, or Ms. Stanwyck as I'm supposed to call her to show respect. My dad thinks it's funny that I have to adhere to last century rules like that. He says my mom doesn't get that the world's changed. I don't think he gets it as much as he thinks he does. Just because he uses Twitter doesn't make him bleeding edge. Why do you think she ran away? I don't think anything. I'm just saying everyone is assuming she was snatched. Everyone is freaking out that some monster invaded the burbs. But don't most kids run away? Do they? Who knows? Maybe she needed some space. They shouldn't freak out. I knew that was a dumbass thing to say. Of course they were going to freak out. My mom freaked out when I was 1 hour later coming home than I said. And the kid was young. I just didn't like jumping to conclusions, thinking that there was some bad dude out there lurking in the shrubs, waiting to attack. My mom's voice was so low, she was almost whispering. That's a terrible thing to say. She ate without talking. When Mike and the mechanics ended their song, she turned off the music. Then she asked in a fake, super cheery voice if I wanted to go out for ice cream. What I really wanted to do was get high and think about Aisling. I wanted to sit by myself and imagine her beside me in the gazebo. We could watch the neighbors come home from their Friday night trips to restaurants where they mostly drank their dinners, judging by how well they maneuvered their cars into their garages, backing out several times because they'd misjudged the space. Despite the courtyards hiding so many things, there was a lot to notice in our neighborhood. Most people didn't pay any attention.
12. Taylor. That sweet little girl had been gone for 2 entire nights. I found myself calling her little, even though she wasn't little at all. I saw how tall she was the day they moved in, almost as tall as her mother. She was slender and graceful, clearly blossoming into her teenaged self. I wondered how she was coping with whatever torment she was experiencing. I feared she was already dead. Everyone feared that, but no one said it. I hadn't seen Moira since the previous morning after the search party. I hadn't seen the cops or any of our neighbors, except Nicole. The 2 good things were that every single neighbor had clicked to like the Find Brittany Facebook page, and they'd shared it to their own pages. It was amazing how fast the number of likes had grown. I'd become addicted to it. Every time I checked, there were 20 or 30 more. When I went into our room to get ready for bed, Duncan was already asleep. I wanted to tell him how well the page was doing. I wanted to look through the comments together, but he was clearly not interested. I remained upset at his belief that we should leave the Cushings alone, with no one to support them but official strangers. I grabbed a quilt and returned to my office, curled up on the couch and closed my eyes. Not that he noticed I wasn't beside him in bed. Overnight, the page blew up, as they say. There were 2,324 likes when I checked at 5 a.m. The page was overflowing with hundreds of comments. People posted that they were praying for Moira and Alan, and most of all for Brittany. There were all kinds of emojis, hearts, crying faces, hugs, flowers, and animals. Suddenly, I saw the charm in those things I'd looked at with derision. It warmed my entire body. My heart felt ridiculously full. Around 7, I texted Moira that she should look. I didn't hear back. I hoped that meant she was getting some sleep. As much as I wanted to dig into reading all the comments, I needed to get myself ready for work. Since I'd accomplished nothing for my clients on Friday, I planned to devote the morning to catching up on email. I let the Facebook page sit while I made coffee and showered. Duncan thanked me for the coffee, as well as the bowl of oatmeal I put together for him, adding the exact amount of 2% milk he preferred. He didn't say a word about not finding me beside him when he woke. He silently spooned oatmeal into his mouth and read the news on his tablet while I made a smoothie for myself. I wasn't sure whether I was angry with him or hurt. Usually we made love on Friday nights. It wasn't a scheduled thing, it just happened. It wasn't the only night of the week we made love, but it was a bit of a habit. A date, that was a better way to think of it. I'd missed it, missed his body, even in my irritation. It appeared he hadn't missed me at all. I kissed his forehead and wished him a good morning. He was heading over to the high school to meet with the other history teachers to plan enrichment activities for the coming year. I took a second cup of coffee and my smoothie into the office. To be sure I didn't get too far off track, the first thing I did was check email and respond to a few requests. My clients would be impressed I was giving attention to their projects on the weekend. Working from home made it easy for weekdays to blur into weekends. Sometimes I felt I was always working. An hour later, I opened the Facebook page and started reading. It amazed me how much I relished the comments despite the repetition. Some people offered helpful suggestions. Keep your page updated all the time so people keep seeing it at the top of their feed. Don't forget self-care. Make sure you manage the police. You need to keep your case at the front of their minds. It wasn't a slam on the police, just a reminder they were often short-staffed. There were suggestions about prayer and how much it helped and, of course, worked. It brought answers. It drew missing children back to the loving arms of their families. I hadn't had the impression Moira and Alan were religious, so I responded to those with a thumbs up and a simple thank you. People had posted pictures of their own kids, which seemed a little inappropriate, but I was trying to look at it all with an open mind. I wanted to be generous and kind. I wanted most of all to foster a good feeling of community. There were replies to some of the comments. It was a genuine discussion taking on a life of its own, although some of the comments veered off course, giving updates on other missing children. I commented where I could and clicked like and love and wow faces where I had nothing to say. Then, about 40 comments into the thread, I saw it. Cheryl Robinson Foster. I saw Brittany Cushing. That was all she'd posted. What did she mean? Why hadn't she given details? I put down my coffee and pushed the mug and my barely touched smoothie out of the way. Taylor Stanwyck. Where did you see her? When? The police will want details, not just the day. They'll want the time and the exact location. Was anyone with her? I sat back and waited. I wanted to call Officer Carter, but she would demand details. She'd said they would monitor the page, but I hadn't seen her name in the list of followers. I had to be patient. I had to trust that it wasn't too late. The message had been posted at 4:15 a.m. I wanted to text Moira. I wanted to cry with happiness and with fear that wherever this woman had seen Brittany, she was now long gone. It was 2 hours before Cheryl Robinson Foster responded. She wrote that she'd seen Brittany in Phoenix. She'd been standing in line at a Taco Bell with a man who looked about 35. The man was good-looking, but there was something not quite right about him. There was a lifeless look in his eyes. He had his arm around Brittany almost as if she were his girlfriend. My hands shook as I typed. I asked her to message me privately. I wanted to get her in touch with Officer Carter, but I didn't think I should talk any more about it in a public forum where anyone, even that man, would be able to read it. I called Officer Carter. While I waited for the call to connect, I took a sip of my smoothie. No more coffee until my hand stopped trembling. I texted Duncan with the good news. He replied as I should have predicted, and I regretted even telling him. Duncan, I thought you were working. I didn't respond. Duncan, you need to focus on your job, not some missing kid you can't do a damn thing about. The phone call connected. Officer Carter. I took another sip of smoothie. Hi, someone saw Brittany Cushing. Who am I speaking with? Taylor Stanwyck, Moira's... Yes, okay. So who saw her, and where? You were right about Facebook. It's incredible. There are thousands of people paying attention, and someone saw her last night, in Phoenix. I'm logging on now, Morgan said, but I need to caution you to calm down. I'm trying, but I'm so relieved. My voice broke. Are the Cushings following the page? I don't think so. Have you spoken to them about this? No. Good. Then I need to provide some context here. There will be sightings. There will be a lot of sightings. More than you can imagine. However, 99% of them will be fantasies or people trying to stir up drama. What do you mean? Exactly what I said. Then why did you tell me to get on social media? If you aren't going to believe anyone who says they saw her, what's the point? Although I could hear the note of hysteria in my voice, I couldn't get my vocal cords to relax. This was absurd. She'd almost pressured me into doing this. She was the expert here. She got my hopes up, and now she was acting like I was a moron for believing a specific, detailed report of someone seeing Brittany. Cheryl had a photograph of herself and her dog as her profile picture. She looked perfectly sane and normal. Because, Morgan said, we use every tool we can. A page is helpful in getting the word spread much more widely and ensuring outreach to the civilian population, not just among law enforcement. But the point is to... Yes, it would be wonderful if someone saw her and we located her that way, but you need to be aware of how many unreliable and, frankly, unstable people will make reports. That's all. So you don't believe this? We'll check it out. How will you do that? Contact the Phoenix police. They'll interview the clerks at the Taco Bell. She's probably in Texas by now. My breath caught in my throat. She might be in California. She could be in Canada or Mexico. She might be 3 blocks away. We don't know where she is, so we'll check it out. Try not to leap to conclusions or panic. I think panic is a perfectly legitimate reaction when a child is grabbed right out of her bed. Yes, everyone is frightened, but a calm approach is important. It helps everyone stay focused. She assured me again she would check it out. She said it was best not to tell Moira and Alan. If they saw it themselves, so be it, but no need to bring it to their attention. Like hell I was going to take that advice. Moira and Alan had a right to know. They needed to know. When Moira answered my call, her voice was thin and sounded far away. Have you been checking the Facebook page? I asked. No, it's too hard. I waited several seconds before she finished. I can't read what people might write, she said. I can't deal with all these strangers talking about Brittany as if they know her. I feel so exposed. She's out there, and all these people know she's gone. Moira let out a quiet sob. It's hard to explain. I know. I don't like social media, but this might be worth it. What does it say? A woman posted that she saw Brittany. Where? When was this? In Phoenix, last night at a Taco Bell. Her words were fast and eager. Did she? What happened? Did she talk to her? Did she? No, I don't think so. Why hasn't Officer Carter called us? I heard the unspoken question. Why isn't Brittany already on her way home to us? The police are checking into it. That doesn't sound hopeful, but it is. She's alive. What was she doing at Taco Bell? Her question sounded disconnected. She was in shock, disoriented. There was a man with her. I knew she didn't want to hear that, but of course there was a man, the creep who took her. Knowing he was walking around like nothing was wrong made it feel worse somehow. I know it's not what you want. I know you need her home. That's the only thing that matters, I said. But it's something. It's a step. I guess it's not something, or the police would have spoken to us by now. If this happened last night. They just found out this morning, when I called. So they're not even looking at the page? What good does that do? They are, I think. I don't know. It just got started. Maybe they haven't had time. We should focus on the good part. Someone saw her. We know where she is, and she isn't hurt. Not visibly. Just because she can walk into a Taco Bell doesn't mean she hasn't been damaged. I sighed. I know. It's so hard. I wish I could help more. When are they going to call us? They should be talking to us, not you. When they know something. This really is good news. Not great, but good. It is. But Phoenix? And that man? She began to cry. You have to stay positive. I know it's so hard, but you have to think good thoughts. When we'd finished talking, I drank my smoothie, but the mixture was separating and it wasn't enjoyable. I couldn't figure out if I was a foolish optimist or everyone else was looking at the darkest possible outcome. Still, everyone working together, even so-called strangers, would make a difference. Keeping a positive attitude mattered. It had to. 13. Moira. When the doorbell rang, I nearly vomited. Something wonderful or something that would destroy my life waited on the other side of the door. I walked slowly through the courtyard, the dribble of the water in the fountain like a sharp pinging inside my head. Alan walked several steps behind me. I felt his presence, heard his footsteps. I wished he would come closer and take my hand, but he held back. The chance that they'd managed to track down the man seen in the Phoenix Taco Bell was nearly impossible, but my heart raced all the same. I opened the door and directed my gaze into Officer Carter's eyes. She was alone. Did that mean anything? I smiled, far more hopefully than I should have, knowing before she spoke that she had nothing good to say. The sighting posted on the Facebook page hadn't yielded any results. The employees at the Taco Bell were interviewed and shown Brittany's picture. No one remembered seeing her or the man. Why would they? Hundreds, possibly thousands of girls Brittany's age go through any given Taco Bell every day. And maybe that woman hadn't seen Brittany at all. Maybe she'd seen a girl Brittany's age, with Brittany's hair color and style. Maybe she'd imagined it, or made it up. This was the internet. Nothing on the internet is what it seems. When she was finished delivering her bad news that I should have expected but that destroyed me for the 100th time in 2 days, Officer Carter took a step forward. I'd like to come in and ask a few more questions. Suddenly, Alan was close behind me.
Such as?
Inside would be better.
How many questions are there?
It's a conversation.
You should be looking for our daughter,
Alan said. His body brushed against mine, giving me no comfort. This is how an investigation is conducted. We need your cooperation. Both of us sighed as if a single organism were exhaling the contents of its soul. We sat in the living room. The tingle of déjà vu crept up my arms. I asked whether Officer May was out looking for Brittany, and Carter informed me they don't go out door to door beyond the immediate area, which had already been done. Physically searching thousands of homes was not feasible, and the odds of stumbling across a child in a search of that nature were astronomical. However, she said, he was conducting interviews with people of interest. I assumed that meant perverts and monsters. Officer Carter opened her notebook. First, I need another photograph or two of Brittany. Why? I asked. The one you provided doesn't show a clear enough image of her features. I think that contributed to the false sighting. You're saying it's my fault? Not at all, but I need another picture. The most recent you have. It doesn't matter what she's wearing, and it doesn't need to be a studio shot. In fact, preferably not. Anything really, as long as her face is clearly visible.
2 or 3 would be helpful, so people can see various aspects of her. We rarely look exactly like our photographs, and we've found a range can be helpful.
I don't want her pictures all over the web, where any creep can... Officer Carter nodded.
Yes, but you understand, this is necessary.
So our ensuring she didn't have an online presence was pointless. Tears filled my eyes. Even though the worst thing we were trying to protect Brittany from on the internet had already happened, I didn't want her picture out there. The search effort was exposing her name and face to the entire world. She'd be marked forever as an abducted child. Our family valued privacy. We'd worked hard to maintain it, and now everyone was looking at us. Everyone. They were talking about us on Facebook and behind their courtyard doors. They were pitying us and criticizing us. Even though they knew she was taken right out of her bedroom, the human reaction is to find someone to blame. No one wants to think it can happen to them, to their little girl. To protect from that fear, they look for flaws in you. I knew it was only a matter of time before they started posting nasty things about us on the Facebook page. Social media, the entire internet, is fueled by rage and bullying and shunning. Alan crossed the room and put his hand on the back of my neck, massaging it gently. He always knows when I need his support. The pressure and warmth of his fingers sank into muscles and tendons that were rigid with fear. The knots began to break apart, dissolving into pliable tissue, as they should. I felt him trying to draw my tension into himself, as if his body could stand in for mine.
I understand how difficult this is, Morgan said.
I don't think that's accurate,
Alan said. I have children. His hand tightened on my neck and his fingers stopped rubbing.
Have any of them gone missing?
No, but I can imagine the terror. Imagining and knowing are entirely different, I said. Of course. I don't want a whole section of photographs on the web, I said. The internet is forever. Once something is out there, you can never take it back. She put her hands in her pockets and looked past me. But of course, you want to do absolutely everything you can to help us find her. I closed my eyes. I was not going to respond to her cruel implication. Alan's hand began moving again, calming me. We don't have thousands of photographs. We're not that kind of family. We don't need to document every detail of our lives. Morgan moved closer. She folded her arms across her chest. I understand your reluctance. I understand your grief and your upset. But the photograph we have is inadequate. I told you when you first gave it to us that it would do for the time being. Now we need a clear, close-up image of her face. If you want to do everything you can to bring your daughter home safely, you'll give me more photographs. It sounded as if she were making a speech. I wondered if she'd made that speech before. If so, I wasn't alone in not wanting my innocent girl's features and her precious body made into an object of curiosity and lust. Every minute we stand here is another minute without your daughter, she said. She was treating me like all of this was my fault, acting as if another photograph was the difference between life and death. They already had a photograph. They'd failed to find any trace of that man in the open space preserve, and as far as I could tell, the only people they'd seriously talked to were those living right beside us. There were thousands of homes within a mile or two of ours. Any one of them might be harboring a monster who had evil desires for little girls. It was clear Officer Carter wasn't going to move on without another photograph. I went into the computer room. Alan followed. We looked through the pictures we'd taken since moving to California. I chose 2. One was taken when Brittany was baking a batch of peanut butter cookies. She was holding the jar of peanut butter to the side, posing as if she were advertising the product. A confident smile covered her face, and her eyes sparkled with the fun of play acting. The second was a picture of her helping Alan set up the badminton net in the backyard. I printed them out and took them into the living room. Officer Carter took the printed images and placed them on the coffee table. "Please email me the digital copies when we're finished." She clicked her pen open. "Now, I want to understand a little more about your family dynamic." Alan groaned and looked out at the backyard. Maybe he knew better than I what was coming. "Is your marriage a happy one?"
"Yes,"
Alan said. "What does that have to do with Brittany?" I said over his quiet assertion. "I know these questions will be painful, and they might seem unimportant, but we find missing people by understanding their environment and who they are." "You should be understanding who this monster is." Tears filled my eyes and spilled down my cheeks. There were no smears to wipe away because I'd stopped wearing makeup. Who wears makeup when her daughter is missing? I couldn't believe how often I cried. I made wild swings from feeling cold and numb to crying so much I felt the inside of my head was dissolving. "So far, we haven't had any leads in our checks with registered sex offenders in the area. While Officer May finishes off that avenue, we need to circle back and look at a possible connection to you or your family." "It might not be someone from the area. Maybe it was someone who followed us when we were driving across the country when we moved here. It could have been—"
"Moira, let's just answer the questions, okay?"
Alan cleared his throat.
"I don't want this to go on all day. Arguing only prolongs the process."
I clenched my jaw and waited for the next attack. "Is this your first marriage?" "Yes." We said this together. "Was Brittany happy being an only child?" I shrugged. "We didn't discuss it." "That's unusual." "So? We didn't discuss it. I don't care if it's unusual," I said.
"Moira."
Alan's voice sounded tired.
"Tell me a little more about the homeschooling."
"I don't know what—" I felt Alan glaring at me. "Brittany and I spend weekday mornings following the curriculum for her grade level. Beyond her grade level, actually. In English and literature, she's working at the level of a high school senior. She's also above grade level in math and history." I smiled. "The afternoon is for enrichment and social activities with other homeschooled children." "And you do all the teaching, Miss Cushing?" "Yes." Officer Carter turned to Alan. "What's your involvement?"
"I support Moira's efforts. When I can, I take time away from work to attend field trips."
"Do you ever act as one of the chaperones on these outings? Without your wife?"
"Once or twice. Not recently."
"Are other parents always in attendance?" "What does this—" I sighed. She was prying into our lives for no reason. It was a cover for their inability to do anything to find my baby. I didn't want to think about it, but I was exhausted, working so hard to push away the thought that they'd never find her. She'd evaporated like a cloud. She was being tortured and abused, and there was nothing I could do. She would end up mutilated and dead if she wasn't already. Tears ran down my cheeks, but I was quiet.
"Yes, the group we're associated with now has 15 kids,"
Alan said.
"That's too much for one adult."
"I see." I had no idea what she saw. "Are the other children ever in your home, alone with you?"
"No."
Alan coughed. "What kind of relationship do you have with your daughter?"
"We're close."
"Is there a lot of affection?" My skin grew cold. Now I understood. Most of her questions were a smoke screen. This was what she really wanted to know.
"Yes, we're affectionate."
His voice was stiff, and he'd turned his head so it was impossible to meet his gaze. "Has that changed as she's gotten older?"
"Some."
"How?"
"I didn't hurt my daughter,"
Alan said. "Tell me a bit about your extended family and your social life." I glared at her. "Like what?" Just give me an overview. I'm an only child. Alan has one sister. She lives in Canada with her husband, I said.
Do you see them often?
No.
Why is that?
Because we don't live in Canada.
Officer Carter sighed. Grandparents?
Deceased, Alan said, on both sides.
Family, friends?
We mostly socialize with the homeschool community, Alan said. We both have friends from college we see occasionally, but we haven't seen any of them since we moved here.
What about work events? Take your child to work functions, employee family picnics, and that sort of thing?
My company doesn't do anything like that.
Officer Carter wrote in her notebook. She'd been making short strokes with her pen each time we answered a question, but it hardly seemed enough to help her remember what we'd said. It furthered my impression that most of her questions were just a shield. What she was really after was Alan, and she didn't need to make notes about that.
Mrs. Cushing, you mentioned the possibility of someone following you on your drive to California. Did you observe anyone that you thought was out of place?
No.
Is there a reason you mentioned that possibility? Is there something that's bothering you that seemed not quite right to you? A person you noticed more than once, or who seemed to be paying too much attention to Brittany?
No.
So you were just speculating?
I'm trying to think of anything I can. I stood. I can't keep doing this. I want her back. A wail rose out of my chest, so sharp it hurt my ears, but I couldn't stop. Why is this happening? I can't. I began gasping. Alan stood and rushed to my side. He wrapped his arms around me, holding me up. He put his hand on the back of my head, pressing gently so my head rested on his chest.
Shh. We'll find her. We'll do whatever it takes.
I have a few more questions,
Officer Carter said. Alan kept me wrapped in his arms while we waited for what was coming next.
Do you have any reason to believe Brittany struck up a relationship online?
No, I told you we supervise her internet use, I said.
Girls her age can be very resourceful.
I pulled away from Alan. I know that. Other kids sneak. Brittany doesn't. We have a great deal of mutual trust, and she wasn't doing anything online. She tells me everything. She doesn't have any relationships with adults who aren't normal and healthy.
Officer Carter made another note in her book. It looked like she drew an X. Was she reluctant to move to California?
No, she was excited.
So you have no reason to believe she might have tried to go back to her old friends, your previous home?
No, absolutely not, I said.
Officer Carter stood. She looked at Alan, hard, as if she was staring him down, waiting for him to admit to one of the dark things she had circling through her mind. Did you ever use physical punishment on your daughter, Mr. Cushing?
No.
She turned to me. And you?
I closed my eyes.
Did you ever touch your daughter inappropriately, Mr. Cushing?
No,
Alan said, his voice a monotone. Ms. Cushing?
My lips trembled. I felt Alan's body move, but neither of us said anything.
Is there anything else you think I should know? Officer Carter asked, more gently.
I shook my head. I opened my eyes but didn't look up at Alan.
I'm sorry to ask difficult questions. It's important for me to understand as much as I can about the environment Brittany lives in.
We understand,
Alan said. While he showed her to the door, I sank down on the sofa. I lay on my side and let the tears flow. I loved my husband, and now I loved him more than ever. In the face of Morgan Carter's ugly thoughts and accusations, he acted like a gentleman. He always has. No matter how I've disappointed him over the years, he's loved me and behaved like the gentleman he is.
14. Taylor. The Facebook page blew up again overnight. This time it was worthwhile,
not just a bunch of prayer wishes. 29 people posted that they'd seen Brittany. 29! I was stunned. My heart racing, I recounted the comments that provided detailed information. It seemed too good to be true.
I carefully went through each one, those that followed a logical trail from California to Phoenix and then to Texas. Turning slightly north in Louisiana, I copied into a document. Brittany had been seen wearing fashionably torn jeans and a top that showed her midriff at a quick stop near the border of Arizona and New Mexico. She was barefoot and appeared to be limping. She was seen again in Santa Fe, also wearing jeans and barefoot, although the person reporting didn't recall if the jeans were shredded and hadn't noticed a limp, but she'd been standing beside a luxury SUV, not moving around much. I sent a private message to each person asking the questions I thought Officer Carter might pose. The reports that had the appearance of scattershot, the unhinged, or the attention seekers were collected in the second half of the document with a note at the top characterizing them as less reliable. It was reassuring because the scattershot sightings in Alaska, London, and South Dakota were light on details, giving weight to the others. The more solid information followed a route that could easily be traced on a map, a route for which the times of the sightings more or less fit the length of time required to travel from the last identified spot. After highlighting the times and the exact locations in bright yellow, I called Officer Carter. The cop who answered the phone announced that Officer Carter was off duty. So was Officer May. I asked if they would get a message to her, telling her to call me right away, and was told I could talk to a cop who was on duty. When I insisted that I needed to talk to either Carter or May, preferably Carter, I was told it wasn't possible. Sleep took a long time coming. I kept seeing that list of reported sightings slide across the backs of my eyelids, the yellow highlighter flashing bright, the letters sure and confident with specific information. I felt a whisper of relief that Brittany might be home soon. I was gratified to see how I'd helped. At 5 the next morning, I got up and put in 2 solid hours of work, waiting for the start of Morgan's shift. By 7, Duncan would have left for the gym, so I didn't have to be concerned about him overhearing and giving his opinion on my over-involvement. I was excited to talk to Morgan, eager to find out how long it would take them to follow up on the leads. Even if she decreed some of the good leads to be dead ends, at least one of them had to be accurate. There was no way all these people were playing games with something so serious, and no way they could all be unbalanced or confused or making up stories out of a desire for attention and association with a crime. She picked up on the first ring. "Morgan Carter, this is Taylor Stanwyck." "Hi, Taylor. What can I do for you?" "Have you seen the Facebook page?" "I'm just looking at it now." "There are 29 reports from people who have seen Brittany." "That's quite a lot. Please don't forget what I said about attention seekers and the like." 29 can't all be attention seekers. They sound quite sure. Quite a few of them provided solid details. I've followed up with messages, and I'll send you the information when they respond. You need to leave the follow-up to us. Well, you didn't see the page last night, and that's when they came in. Okay, thank you. I put them into a document so it's easier to sort them out. Again, thank you. It wasn't necessary, but we appreciate your work. How long will it take to check into them? It depends. Probably a day or so. But she's on the move. She's long passed some of these places already. Some are from Arizona and New Mexico, and the latest is Louisiana. Okay, settle down. It's taking so long. Moira is falling apart, and... How is Alan? He's as well as can be expected. You made a point of saying Moira is falling apart. Does he seem to be lacking emotion? Men keep things inside. A lot of men. I mention Moira because I talk to her more. Okay. Well, email the list to me and we'll start verifying. I didn't have a good feeling when I hung up. She seemed so calm about it. A child was being taken across the United States. Shouldn't she be calling the FBI?
Shouldn't she have every available person, even the clerks at the police station, making phone calls to verify the sightings and get more information? It seemed as if they were so far behind. Brittany was alive, which was good, but she was still in a lot of danger. And who knew how long she would remain alive? Why was Morgan so plodding about everything she did? I didn't think I was naive to believe the sightings. Even though the first one hadn't come to anything, it didn't mean Cheryl hadn't seen her. It was just that the cashiers at Taco Bell hadn't recognized Brittany or noticed anything off. Besides, how did the police know those clerks were telling the truth? Maybe they didn't want to get involved. So many people don't, attention seekers aside. I managed to keep myself busy with work. Shortly before lunch, I called Morgan. The call went to voicemail. She'd said it might take a day or so, but I'd honestly hoped she would call back within a few hours. It didn't seem like it should take that long to follow up with 12 serious reports. Duncan returned from the gym, showered, and went out to run errands, undeterred by the heat. I curled up on the living room couch and opened Facebook. There were 4 more reports of sightings. Officer Carter had posted, "Thank you for your help," on each one. 2 were from Hawaii. I sighed. I picked up my glass of sparkling water. As I placed the phone beside me, a private message popped up. Brittany Cushing is not that girl's name. Her name is Brittany Green. She's my daughter. 15. Crystal. It had been a bad day. I had to work out an issue with my disability check, which meant driving to the employment center and waiting for someone to help me, and then explaining the details. I couldn't be medicated for that because I needed to make sure I got my check that day. If they picked up on me being high, there would probably be more issues. I was climbing the walls the whole time. The woman helping me seemed to pride herself on her patience, tapping each computer key with one long sky-blue nail as if she didn't possess any other fingers. She kept stopping her slow typing to smile at me, saying, "We'll get it figured out, hun." I didn't like anyone calling me hun, certainly not her, and I hate it when people who have a piece of your life in their hands keep talking about we as if you're part of some fucking team. There was no we. The nurses did it. Government people did it. All people who have the power to screw you over anytime they choose can do it. You might not think nurses can screw you over, and most of them probably don't. They're nice people. They go into nursing because they care about people, and they stay in nursing because they can put up with people's shit. But trust me, some are not so nice. Regular sadists, telling the doctor you look like you've been taking more than the prescribed dose of your oxy. Like they can fucking tell by looking at you, and like it's any of their business. They don't prescribe, the doctor does. They should shut their traps. It turned out my check hadn't been delivered because of some bullshit at the post office. It was after 1:30 when I finally got home. I was starving, but my hands were a wreck, my legs were shaking, and sweat was dripping off me with wanting my Apache. For some reason, it didn't help like it usually does. I felt weak and tired and nervous. I lay on the couch with a blanket over me, even though it was muggy and 90 degrees. My feet were like ice cubes, and my knees felt cold, which was really weird and made me worry something was seriously wrong. My scalp was on fire, though, so I kept refilling my glass with Coke and ice. So much ice, there was only room for half a can of Coke. But it was cold and sweet and so good. That Coke was the only thing keeping me sane. I opened Facebook and started scrolling through missing kid pages. It wasn't as satisfying as usual. One of the kids I'd been following had been found dead. When I saw that, the phone fell out of my hand and knocked over my glass of Coke. Sticky soda all over the fucking rug. For the next 2 hours, I just cried. For the mess on the rug, for that poor dead girl, for her mother, and for how shitty I felt. It was dark when I managed to pull myself together. I was feeling a little better. I folded the blanket and put a towel on the carpet to soak up the Coke and melted ice.
I made a cheese quesadilla and opened a fresh can of Coke. Instead of looking at the other missing kids I'd been following, I did a search for new kids who had gone missing. I couldn't take any more updates like that last one. I checked each page, reading the comments and the reports of sightings. It took me about an hour. By then, I was ready for a bit more Apache. This hit took like a dream, and I was in a super good mood. My back didn't hurt at all, and I felt like my life was turning around. If my back kept feeling this good, maybe I could start looking for another job. I would start looking. I would get my act together. Maybe I could find a new doctor who would give me something to get me off this other shit that took away the pain but kind of kept me half out of it a lot of the time. I clicked on a page for a girl named Brittany Cushing. Her name pinched at my heart. I loved that name. It was such a... I stared at the pictures. There were 3. I enlarged the photos, staring, feeling my lips part. I knew that girl. I knew her like she was my own flesh and blood. She was my own flesh and blood. She might be older, a lot older, but there was not an ounce of doubt she was my sweet little baby girl. I started crying so hard I couldn't breathe. All this time, all the searching and looking at all these pages, hundreds of pages, thousands of pages and comments, hunting for one face. It had been so long, and with the foggy, fuzzy world of Oxy and Apache, a lot of times I'd forgotten that's who I was looking for. My nightmares had merged with my real life, and all I knew was that I was always looking. I couldn't stop myself, and now I knew why. My little girl was 4 when she disappeared right out from under my nose. It was 6 or 7 months after the accident. Maybe more, maybe less. That was such a bad time. I really couldn't remember. All I knew was that my sweet baby was playing in the front yard, and when I woke up from my nap and went out there, she was gone. I hadn't meant to fall asleep, and I didn't realize it had gotten so late. It was maybe 8 o'clock at night when I woke. I think I fell asleep right after I brought her home from preschool. She was a smart girl. I always reminded her of that, old enough to play outside without her mommy. She was proud of herself for that, even though she was scared a lot of the time. I told her not to be scared, that she was tough, and she believed me. I think she believed me. The police sort of believed me, but they were so cruel. They were worse than the doctors, worse than that nurse. They called me negligent, and this one cop acted all upset, as if she were more heartbroken than I was. She just kept saying it was so sad that my sweetie was neglected. She kept telling me I should have gotten help for my addiction. I should have had one of my relatives help care for my daughter. I wanted to slap her face, but that would have caused a lot more trouble. She would not shut up about what a sad situation it was, how maybe I didn't deserve to have a kid, like it was her call. My little girl was all I had after that accident, wrecking my back and Barry dying. Brittany slept with me at night, and her warm little body and her soft hair were all that kept me from completely losing my mind. After she'd been gone for a month, maybe less or more, I've forgotten, the cops basically quit looking for her. It's their fucking job to keep people safe, to investigate crimes, and they just flat out gave up. If I quit doing my job like that, if any normal person did, they'd be fired. But no, the cops get to say, sorry, no more leads. Sorry, it's so unfortunate. Sorry, so many cases like this. If we get a lead, we'll let you know. Please stop calling us. Please get some help for your hallucinations so you don't think every kid belongs to you. I honestly wanted to get a gun and shoot that one cop the next time she showed up at my door to ask more questions about how many boyfriends I had and who they were and if they had access to my daughter. The whole thing was disgusting, acting as if the victim was the criminal. And then when I went down to the station because I thought I'd seen Brittany on one of those pages for missing children, they were downright rude. When I walked into the police station, they gave me condescending smiles and told me I was making nuisance reports. They told me to stop coming in, that I could make a phone call if it was necessary. After a while, they would put me on hold for half an hour before they'd talk to me. 10 years is a long time. 10 years since she disappeared, and now this older girl is smiling out at me from her very own Facebook page. She was absolutely my daughter. There was no doubt in my mind. I'd recognize her anywhere. I knew her eyes and that little hitch at the corner of her mouth when she smiled. You don't grow out of those sorts of features and expressions. They stay forever, like the way one of my ears is kind of pressed flatter against my head. That doesn't change. It wouldn't have mattered if my girl was 2 when she disappeared, and this girl was 20. I would still know her. A mother knows her own daughter. Everything about your baby is tattooed on your soul. You recognize her anywhere. You recognize her smell and the sound of her voice. Most of all, you recognize the essence of her. It's right there in every photograph. I was staring at my daughter, 10 years into the future. I would give up my Apache. I'd find a way to deal with the back pain to get my baby home again with me. Half the pain, all that pain inside my heart, would be gone for good. I typed a message to the page owner and tapped send. Brittany Cushing is not that girl's name. Her name is Brittany Green. She's my daughter. There was no answer. It's funny to call yourself Mrs. Green on Facebook, but it always made me feel better. It reminded me that I had a family once, that people loved me, that I had a husband. I had a daughter. There was no response. Mrs. Green, you have to talk to me. That girl is my daughter. She went missing 10 years ago. Mrs. Green, you need to answer me. I can see you're online right now. Mrs. Green, I'm waiting. I've already been patient. I can't believe I found her after all these years. I'm so happy I'm sitting here crying right now. The bubbles moved to show the page owner was typing. Then they popped and died. Mrs. Green, you need to answer me. I'll post this on the public page if you don't answer soon. Don't make me wait. After all these years, I can't wait another second. Mrs. Green, I could call the police, but I'd rather talk to you first. Nothing. That part was a lie. The police wouldn't listen to me. I knew that for sure. Mrs. Green, I know you're there. You can't hide on Facebook. It shows your fucking face. That's why it's called Facebook. It was 20 minutes before the bubbles began to float at the bottom of the screen. A message appeared. Taylor Stanwyck. I'm so sorry for your loss. Unfortunately, you've made a mistake. I know Brittany's parents quite well. Mrs. Green, I bet you didn't know them before their daughter was 4. Taylor Stanwyck. Brittany's mother is heartbroken. She sleeps in her daughter's bed. She won't wash the sheets. It's so sad. Mrs. Green. Did you know Brittany when she was a baby? I know you didn't, so don't lie. I don't even need you to answer that. You did not know them when their daughter was a baby, or 1 or 2 or 3 years old. She's my baby girl. Those people stole her. Taylor Stanwyck. Do you live in Silicon Valley? Mrs. Green. What the fuck is that? Taylor Stanwyck. Near San Francisco, in California. Mrs. Green. No. Taylor Stanwyck. Do you live in California? Mrs. Green. You don't need to know where I live. Someone snatched my baby and now they're getting payback because she was snatched again. But if I found her after all these years, I can find her again. Taylor Stanwyck. Let me think about what you're saying. I'll get back to you. Mrs. Green. No, talk to those people. I can tell you don't believe me. You check into them and then we'll talk. But it better be soon. My mind cycled back through all my encounters with the police, imagining what they'd say now that I'd found her for real. I heard their voices. I remembered being on hold and voicemail and waiting for a callback that took ages to come, or never came. 16.
Brittany. Before. The internet has a lot of bad stuff on it. I knew that. Not just from my parents. My friends talked about it a lot. About bullying, porn, people pretending to be someone they aren't, pedophiles luring teenagers to meet them. But I wasn't a little kid anymore, and I didn't think I should have to go online with my mom sitting right beside me every second. Some of the pages she didn't want me to look at didn't appear that terrible to me. I wanted to look at music videos and funny animal clips, or watch some of the kids who had their own YouTube channels. I wanted to check out social media. I wasn't going to go crazy. I was curious, and I didn't like being treated like I was 8 years old when I was 14. But it was not up for discussion. My parents said they knew what was best for me, and they were just trying to keep me safe. They said they were the adults, and it was their job to watch out for me. They cared about me more than I'd ever know, and parents who didn't restrict their children and guide their development didn't truly love them. To me, it was like they didn't trust me. Even though my mom claimed to know a lot about what was wrong with the internet, it was kind of funny that she didn't think things through as much as she should have. Probably because she underestimated me. She thought I was the same little girl who believed every word she said, the same little girl who did whatever she told me to, the same little girl who wanted to sleep in a pink and white princess bed. Most days during school hours, we did some kind of internet research for either history or science. She would sit in the chair in front of the computer, enter the password, and search for the information. Then we switched places, and I would read what she'd found. Every so often, she let me do the searches, but she always had to enter the screen lock password first. When you sit beside someone every day and watch her type, it doesn't take that long to figure out what keys her strong, slender fingers are hitting, no matter how fast she taps the keys. The password was baby girl. Easy. And lame. The other thing about my parents was that they loved their sleep. My dad went into such a deep sleep he snored like a mountain lion. I would wake at 11:30 or 12, and he would be so sound asleep he didn't even move his head or shift his legs if I walked into their room. Around 12:30 in the morning, he started snoring, and then I knew he was in really deep. My mom, for reasons that I didn't really understand for a long time, took a pill to help her sleep every night. Nothing woke her once that pill got its grip. It's not that I was being sneaky. I was curious. Even so, I tested their sleep first. One night I went into their room at 1:15. I stood near the foot of the bed for a few minutes and watched them. The only sound was that rumble and snort coming from my dad. My mom slept like she was dead, her body completely motionless as her breath drifted in and out. I went to the kitchen and filled a glass with water. I drank it. I put the glass in the dishwasher. I returned to their room. They hadn't moved. I'd watched a lot of movies and TV shows with my mom. I knew how to be cautious when you didn't want others to know what you were up to. I went into the small study and turned on the desk lamp. I sat at the computer desk. I tapped the keys for a few seconds. After returning to their room to check they hadn't moved, I went back to the computer and entered the password. I used my dad's headphones to listen to a few YouTube videos. I kept myself angled in the chair so I could see the doorway, although if they caught me, it would be too late. I visited Twitter and Facebook and read some stuff there. I didn't know anyone on Twitter, so I got tired of that quickly. Since I didn't have a Facebook account, I couldn't see much, but I looked up my friends, and they had their settings so I could see their profile pictures and a few pictures of their pets and scenery from vacations. By 2:30, I was starting to yawn. I searched how to make sure my parents couldn't find out what sites I'd visited, and then followed the instructions to erase the history. I opened a few folders on the desktop, but I got bored. I was yawning like mad, and all I found were copies of their wills and some scanned letters from my mom's mother. I yawned again. I didn't want to go to bed, even though my eyelids felt thick and heavy. I opened the photo app. I'd never looked at our photographs on the computer. My mom always printed out the best photographs and put them in albums. I liked going through the albums, remembering the fun stuff we did as a family, and looking at pictures from the camping trips we'd taken with the other homeschool families. Soon I was totally falling asleep, but I couldn't stop looking at the pictures. I hadn't seen a lot of those pictures. There were thousands of them. Something kind of bothered me about all those photographs. Too many photographs almost, but I couldn't figure out what it was. Finally, I decided I was just grumpy and tired. My mom always said that not getting enough sleep can make your mind play tricks. Being too tired makes you confused and short-tempered and creates all kinds of havoc in your body. I closed the app, locked the screensaver, turned out the light, and went to bed. The next time, I'd look up how to set up a Facebook account. All my friends had them. Their parents supervised what they did on Facebook, but they weren't shut out completely.
17. Taylor. The temperature hit 103 degrees Sunday afternoon. For some reason, and I sort of wanted to take credit for this, all of our neighbors had decided the coolest spot available was the island of greenery in the middle of our cul-de-sac. I took credit because before I set up the Facebook page, before I provided nourishment after we all pulled together searching for Brittany, people rarely came out of their houses in the evening. As far as I could recall, we'd never congregated in the Center Island Park. I'd broken the ice with the things I'd done to support the Cushings. This evening, everyone drifted outside after dinner. Even our backyards were too confining to allow much of a breeze to pass through. That island garden seemed to be the only space where air was moving. We were standing around drinking bottled water and iced tea, talking about the heat. They were unaware of it, but I desperately needed their supportive presence. All the sightings reported on the Find Brittany page were dead ends. Now I had yet another lunatic to face, this one claiming she was Brittany's mother. Talking to other people helped me get out of my head, helped me stop thinking about what I was going to do. After we'd run the subject of the weather into the ground, everyone wanted to know how the Facebook page was working out. They wanted to know if there were any leads. What they really wondered but didn't say was, is there any hope? I told them about my disappointment over the sightings, some bogus and some impossible to verify. But I think it gives us a lot of hope, I said. People are paying attention. I agree, Sophia said. I just know that girl is out there counting on us to find her. Carlos put his hand on her shoulder and massaged it lightly. Sophia glanced at the Cushing's house. They were the only ones who hadn't come out for some relief from the stifling air. I understood. I'd considered texting Moira or knocking on their door, but Duncan said I should leave them alone. He'd insisted they would feel conspicuous, and it wouldn't be relaxing for them or us. My phone pinged. I didn't have to look to know who it was. Mrs. Green. It sounded like a fake name to me. One of the 99% crazy that Officer Carter insisted were out there. There was no way Brittany could be this woman's daughter. I'd scrutinized her profile picture. It showed a blonde woman, but she was wearing sunglasses, so I hadn't been able to tell anything. She'd been messaging me nonstop. Pretty soon she was going to make good on her threat to post a public message. I couldn't hold her off with platitudes much longer. I gulped water and tried not to feel the constant vibration against my hip bone. We talked about the search of the open space, the police officers, and the apparent hopelessness of finding a lead. Freya pushed her sunglasses up on the top of her head. A few strands of dark brown hair slipped through and dangled over the bridge of her nose. How can a girl just vanish? I know it happens every day, but I've never experienced it before. And I just feel so helpless. I can't imagine how it is for them. She glanced at their closed courtyard door. The rest of us had left our doors standing open, and seeing theirs shut tight made us unable to look away. Keith and Kelly were sitting on the park bench. They weren't saying much, just staring at that door. It was as if it was shut tight in order to hold unbearable grief inside that house. We couldn't stop ourselves from staring at it, just as we couldn't stop thinking of Brittany.
"Maybe even more people will report seeing her,"
Freya said. "That's what we're hoping," I said. She pulled her glasses back over her eyes, even though the sun was below the tree line.
"I wish we could do more."
I nodded. I do too. Duncan moved away from me. He took a seat on the bench and began talking to Keith. I had the sense they weren't even discussing Brittany or the investigation. Officer Carter called it an investigation, but what were they investigating, really? They'd talked to no one outside our neighborhood, unless they were already known to the police, and I wasn't sure how much they'd really dug into each household on our street. They sure hadn't asked us many questions. While I didn't want to think that way, it popped up in my mind every few hours. They had no suspects, no idea what to do next.
"It's so frustrating," Josh said. "Maybe we should do something ourselves."
Freya leaned her head on his shoulder.
"Like what?"
He moved away, wiping his hand across his forehead to remove the sweat. I turned away from Moira and Alan's house. Nicole was looking at me. They were all looking at me. I suppose part of what comes with taking the lead in drawing a community closer to each other is that now they were all looking to me as if I had answers, suggestions. I was more frustrated than any of them. "We need to share the Facebook page more," I said. "It's the only thing we have." They all nodded and said they had. "We should ask our friends to share it too," I said. "Good idea," Freya said. I glanced at Duncan. He and Keith were still talking. Duncan's arm was stretched along the back of the bench. Kelly was on the opposite side of Keith. She'd leaned her head in, and they spoke in low voices. My phone buzzed again. Thinking about what Mrs. Green might be saying in her messages made me want to cry. I raised my voice slightly, hoping to draw their attention back to what mattered, and asked Nicole, "Where's Luke?" "In the house. Why?" "He should be out here. He's close to Brittany's age, closer than we are. He knows things about kids her age that we don't. He should be helping. He should be sharing the Facebook page with everyone he knows and helping us search. Why didn't he help with the search?" He had plans. Nicole's voice was tight. "I think this is a situation that overrides plans to hang out or whatever." Nicole put her left hand in her pocket. She took a sip from her water bottle, then walked toward the bench. No one said anything more. Shortly after that, Kelly and Keith stood. They said goodbye and began walking back to their house. Freya and Josh did the same. They closed their doors as they entered the courtyards, leaving nothing but more silence. As Nicole started across the street, I hurried after her. "Why don't you come over for a glass of wine?" She continued walking. "No, thanks." "We need to put our heads together." "No, we don't." "Are you upset with me?" She stopped. "I don't appreciate you accusing Luke of whatever it is you were trying to say." "I didn't accuse him of anything. Remember? You said you were worried he needs more direction, purpose. I thought getting involved with this effort would be good for him." "It's not your job to decide what's good for him." She moved away and walked quickly to her house. A moment later, Duncan and I stood alone in the middle of the street. "I'll take that glass of wine," he said. "I'll pass on conjuring up ways to help." He laughed. "This isn't a joke. Just trying to lighten things up." He put his arm around my waist. "I'm worried about you. I hate seeing you so upset, so frustrated. There's really not a lot we can do." We went inside and closed and locked the courtyard door. The house was more stifling than when we'd left. The heat burned into my skin. Our house was designed perfectly for warm weather, but not heat like this. The ceiling fans were doing nothing to stop me feeling like I was in a furnace. Although it really was too hot for wine, I wanted something. I considered a vodka tonic,
Duncan picked up an apple from the bowl on the counter and took a bite. "We could get naked to cool down and make up for the other night." I laughed. "It's way too hot for that." "I miss you." I gave him a light kiss on the knuckles of his hand holding the apple. "I think it was good that everyone supported each other just now, don't you?" "Did we?" "We've never hung out like that." "Tragedy stirs people's juices." "It's more than that." He took another bite of the apple, avoiding my gaze. "I wish you weren't so disinterested, or whatever it is you are. I don't get it." "I'm not disinterested." He bit the apple and chewed slowly before he spoke. "I have a life to live. I'm not a police officer, and I'm not a close friend of the Cushings. I'm not a friend at all. If they need a neighborly hand for something, I'm here. But I'm not capable of finding their child, and I'm not going to shove myself down their throats."
"That's not what I'm doing."
"I don't want to see you so upset. All this so-called community bonding is just the natural anxiety over the realization we're not as safe as we believed. That's all." I went to the cabinet and got the vodka. Duncan declined my offer to make him a refreshing drink, waving the apple at me. He went out to the back patio and sat on the lounge chair, munching his apple. I made a drink and went into my office to check my work email and see what Mrs. Green had to say to me through the Find Brittany page. I wasn't sure what to do. No one else could see the messages. It was easy enough to delete them, but they were creeping me out. I tried to think what I could say to make her go away. It was almost like she was threatening me. I stared at the string of new messages. No one could recognize a child they hadn't seen for 10 years. Kids change too much in that amount of time. They're entirely different people. This was just a woman whose mind had slipped off center after years of grieving for her lost daughter. She probably thought every blonde girl she saw on a missing child page was her daughter. My eyes filled with tears. I put my fingers on the keys, but I had no idea what to say. It should be something sympathetic, realizing she'd been frantic to find her child for so long. I moved my hands away from the keyboard. Another message appeared. I recoiled each time I saw her anger in blunt type. She might be dangerous. She might be completely unbalanced. She might not have lost her child at all. Or she might be so sick with unabated loss it had permanently damaged her mind. I couldn't sit there thinking and doing nothing. I'd receive more angry messages. I needed to calm her down, but I had no idea how. I logged out of Facebook. I wanted to cry. I wanted to tell someone, but there was no one I could talk to. Not a single person on the entire planet. Nicole apparently no longer wanted to be my friend. My work friends were only casually interested whenever I mentioned Brittany and her parents. Duncan was out. It was just me, wanting to do the right thing, to help people when their lives were falling apart. 18. Moira. I woke up Monday morning, if you could call it waking up, since my sleep was a disturbing half-dream, half-terrified state where I felt I was always awake. When I actually did become conscious, I realized I'd been asleep after all, though it hadn't felt that way. The doxepine wasn't helping. I'd considered taking 2 capsules, but as much as I hated not sleeping, I was terrified of missing a call from the police. Even more important, it wasn't impossible that Brittany might manage to get her hands on the creep's phone and call me. So maybe the surreal dreams and the jittering of my eyeballs was worth it. Without Brittany, I felt as if someone had carved a hole in my body, not unlike gutting a fish. I couldn't read, I couldn't watch TV. Alan and I had nothing to say to each other. When I tried to complain about the offensive questions the police officer had asked, he said she was just doing her job, and that since he didn't take it personally, neither should I. The logic of that advice escaped me. I took it very personally.
It was fine for the police to believe they were obligated to ask those ugly questions when they suspected a family had issues, but that was not our family. Anyone could tell by looking at me, looking at Alan, looking at how I kept our home, most of all, looking at our well-adjusted daughter, what kind of people we were. Pawing through Brittany's things should have shown them clearly what an exceptional child she was, and how beautifully we were raising her. After a cup of coffee and a slice of buttered toast that I couldn't finish, I found myself looking at my phone, hoping Taylor might text me. At least she wanted to talk about Brittany. At least she felt worried about her, even if she was doing all the wrong things to show her concern. By 10:30, I was so wound up I felt like ants were creeping down my spine and the backs of my legs. I scratched and brushed at my skin, but the persistent, delicate sensation of tiny feet continued. It got so bad I went into the bathroom and lifted up my shirt, twisting to get a view of my back in the mirror. All I saw was smooth, pale skin. There were no black insects running about, looking for food, contemplating feasting on my flesh. I sent a text message to Taylor and asked if she wanted to come over for a cup of tea. I certainly didn't need coffee. Herbal tea, chamomile, although I'd never experienced the calming it was purported to offer. Still, the process of making and sipping it would soothe me without sending a jolt of caffeine to my amped-up nervous system. Taylor and I sat on the back patio, the heat already creeping across the yard. "Over 100 again today," Taylor said. "That's the forecast." I nodded. "How are you doing?" she asked. "Really?" "Terrible?" The police came back with more questions. "That's a good thing, isn't it?" "No, it's not. She basically accused Alan of hurting Brittany. I'm not even sure what she meant. If she thought he molested her or beat her?" I started to cry. She acted as if he couldn't be trusted with her. "That's awful." Taylor reached for my arm, but I'd placed the chairs so she wouldn't be able to keep touching and patting me. I put my mug on the table and rubbed my arms, feeling that creeping sensation again. I would not look at my skin. There were no ants, and I was not going to indulge my anxiety by checking. "It's cruel. She's way out of line. Alan adores Brittany." "I know. He wanted a child almost more than I did." "How sweet." On our second or third date, he talked about how much he loved kids. "How did you two meet?" "It's a little embarrassing." "I doubt that." "You don't know." I laughed. It was a strange sound, something I hadn't heard in days. It was a sound that seemed out of place. Instead of days, I wondered if I hadn't heard the sound of my own laugh for years, decades. Maybe I hadn't. I wasn't sure. I closed my eyes for a moment. "We met in high school." "Why is that embarrassing?" "Because he sort of stalked me." Taylor looked at me as if trying to figure out whether I was telling a joke. I regretted using that word. Why had I opened up like that? We were kids. It was funny now. She seemed to be taking it the wrong way. "I shouldn't have said that. We laugh about it. All he did was admire me from a distance for a few years." "Sounds like normal high school stuff." It was. I guess I intimidated him, although I have no idea why. She nodded and took a sip of tea. "He's an amazing father. You have no idea what he's done for Brittany, and for me. He would do anything for his family." "You're lucky." "In most ways. Until now. But with Alan, yes, I'm beyond lucky. It's so hard to watch him get treated like this. He doesn't deserve it." "They just want to find Brittany, and I suppose they have their procedure to follow." "Well, they aren't going to find her by following a list that's forced into situations where it doesn't apply."
She nodded. We talked more about Alan and Brittany. Taylor said she'd never wanted kids because she couldn't imagine bringing a child into the world the way things were. She felt communities were decaying, and she'd rather spend her energy trying to improve what was around her. She sounded a little angry that her job as an event planner had taken her off that course. Sure, corporate events technically brought people together, but not in any meaningful way. She assured me that didn't mean she questioned others' choices to have children. She said people are horribly disconnected. They are, but I wondered if there was more to it. Slowly, it came out that she'd been pregnant twice and miscarried both times. She'd taken that as a sign. I took it as the reason she didn't want a child. She couldn't take the inherent pain. Some women can't. After a moment, I agreed that not everyone should have children. I told her about how it had been for me growing up. My 2 sisters were teenagers when I was born. From the moment I was a small child, I knew my mother had been furious when she became pregnant with me. Her daughters were in high school, her family complete, and her career starting to develop after years at home with small children. I felt her anger as she passed me off to my sisters for mothering. Of course, they resented having to care for an infant, then chase after a toddler. It was on their shoulders to supervise homework, walk me to and from school, listen to my stories. They fought constantly about who would be stuck with me. I retreated into a fantasy world of books and old movies about neglected children who were rescued. Little Orphan Annie, a little princess. The fantasy life I developed, and I suppose because I lived with cultural references from the 1950s rather than my own generation, alienated me from other children. I think that's why, when I fell for Alan, he became the center of my world. I had just turned 20 when we got married. I wanted to do it right. I felt I could make up for the lack of mothering somehow, or redo it in some distorted way. But it took us years to conceive. I know people think we dote too much on Brittany, that she's overprotected, but I wanted to be the mother I never had. Taylor didn't say much. I wasn't sure if I'd insulted her, suggesting she might not have been a good mother, but I didn't care. That's how it was for me. We all have to work out our own experiences. I made tuna sandwiches for lunch, and I actually ate half a sandwich, which was good. Immediately after, I hated myself for eating while Brittany was out there suffering. Except for her trip to Taco Bell. Had she eaten at all? Taylor finished the entire sandwich and ate all the sliced carrot sticks I'd arranged on the plates. I'm sorry none of the sightings turned into anything. There's still hope. I know she's out there. I shrugged. My eyes teared, and I looked at the fence surrounding our yard, the pale colors of the shrubs and ground cover in the hilly open space preserve beyond. The heat and all that light was making my head ache. Officer Carter told me the page would bring out the crazies, she said. There will be more crazies than anything. Were they all crazy? Who knows? I guess some people like to insert themselves into police investigations. It makes them feel part of something. She laughed and ran her finger along the edge of her plate. There's one nutcase who started messaging me. She thinks Brittany's her daughter. She laughed again. It's very unnerving. I didn't need this. I did not need this. I folded my hands together, squeezing them tightly. Why were the police using Facebook at all? It was lazy. They were supposed to be out looking for her, not plastering Brittany all over the internet, hoping for the best. I thought the police told you not to pay attention to nutcases. People should be out there trying to find her. I know, but she won't stop messaging me. I don't know what to do about it. It's easy. Ignore her. I really do not need this. Staring out into the sun-bleached space around me made me feel lightheaded. I unclasped my hands and wrapped my fingers around the arms of the chair, squeezing as hard as I could. My mind spun, trying to find a solid place to land. "Are you okay?" "Yes, I'm just upset. Why would you even talk to someone like that? Why would someone want to torture me like this? It's cruel, when I'm already hurting so badly. What's her name?" Taylor laughed. "It sounds fake. She calls herself Mrs. Green." I laughed, my voice echoing hers. "That's definitely fake. I don't think the Facebook page is going to help at all. There are too many unbalanced people playing games." Both of us turned our attention to the open preserve, as if looking for a mirage to take shape, longing to see Brittany emerging from that vast wild space. I put my hand to my face. My cheeks were wet, covered with sweat as viscous as blood. 19. Taylor. Moira held her cheeks, pressing her fingers into the skin, staring blankly out at the untamed landscape beyond the manicured plants, shrubs, and well-placed trees of their backyard. It was like an oasis with a lush, well-manicured lawn and carefully tended flowering plants. She appeared upset that I'd mentioned this woman claiming she was Brittany's mother. It made me realize how ridiculous it was, hearing those words come out of my mouth. Of course Mrs. Green was a nutcase. The username suggested someone with a self-conscious view of herself. She'd told me her name was Crystal, so why use a name designed to partially hide who she was? While it isn't sensitive to use that kind of language, crazy and nutcase, about people who are ill, it's hard not to sometimes. When someone talks as if they live in an alternate reality, it's difficult to see their mind as having any kind of relationship to your own thought processes. Moira was right. Why would anyone try to do something so vicious to a hurting mother? Was Crystal mentally ill? She claimed her child had been abducted. My original thought must have been correct. Grieving twisted people's minds in strange configurations. After so many years, Crystal probably did think every girl who fit the age her daughter would be now was her missing child. "I'm sorry I brought it up," I said. "Just don't talk about it anymore." That's why I decided it was better not to look at the Facebook page. People are terrible. They love to tear apart someone who's already wounded. It's the animal instinct, I suppose. I've never understood it. We're supposed to be intelligent, evolved. I don't think she wants to hurt you. She turned in her chair, studying my face. Of course that's what she wants. Why else? I think she really believes it. If she does, then you should definitely not talk to her. She might be dangerous, psychotic or something. I thought about the messages, the strings of memories of her child, the complaints about how her life had gone differently than she'd expected. She talked about the death of her husband and her back pain from the car accident that killed him. Nothing sounded particularly crazy, but when you listen to serial killers talking, they don't always sound crazy at first. Then they let you see behind the mask, and it's quite terrifying. At first, they seem like nice, normal people. I stood and picked up the plates. Most of Moira's sandwich remained on hers. "Do you want any more of this? You really need to eat." "I can't. It's important to take care of yourself, for Brittany. Maybe later." I went into the house and put the plates on the counter. I found the plastic wrap and covered Moira's sandwich. Thinking about the heat and the fish and mayo and how long it had been sitting out, I dropped it into the trash container under the sink. I opened the refrigerator. It was filled with casserole containers. She had plenty to eat. Everyone on our street had brought something. I went to the patio door. "I need to use your bathroom." She moved her head slightly, staring at something inside her own mind. I had the sense her eyes were closed because her head was tipped forward slightly.
I walked through the living room and into the back hallway. I turned right and saw the open door to Brittany's room. I was overcome with a longing to see the empty space, to know more about this girl whom I'd only seen glimpses of. I took a few steps toward her room. Inside was the bed I'd seen unloaded from the truck the day they moved in, glossy white with pink, frothy bedding, including a sheer canopy that hung over the boards set between the four corner posts. There were white and pink satin pillows and a pile of stuffed animals. While the stuffed critters could have belonged to any teenage girl, the bed was made for a girl of 7 or 8. Maybe Brittany enjoyed it for sentimental reasons. There was nothing in the room that suggested a teenager. No movie or music posters, no piles of clothes, makeup, or jewelry on her dresser. Of course, Moira might have cleaned up, but the bed was partially unmade, so that suggested nothing had been touched since the night she disappeared. I realized I'd taken several steps into the room. I backed up toward the doorway. Even looking was an invasion. On the far wall, beside the window, was a column of framed photographs. They were all of Brittany. A few contained her parents, and in some she was shown arm in arm with other kids her age. Vacation shots with backdrops ranging from snow-covered trees to a shot with a group of 3 girls kneeling in front of breaking waves, building a sandcastle. Backing out farther, I turned to go, although pulling myself away was difficult. I wondered what the police had found in that room. I wondered if Brittany had any secrets. While Moira sounded certain she did not, all girls do. All human beings have secrets. It's our nature. I stepped into the bathroom, turned on the faucet for a moment, and looked into the mirror. Why couldn't I pull myself away from the hidden parts of their house? What was I looking for? I wasn't even sure what I was feeling. I hurried back to the living room. Moira was seated on the patio. When I opened the door, she immediately stood. "I should get some rest," she said. "Okay. Please have something to eat when you wake up, even a slice of cheese. Promise me?" She nodded. I gave her a hug and went out to the courtyard. I felt unsettled, although I wasn't sure why. At home, I managed to keep myself busy with work. I had 2 ribeye steaks in the fridge that I planned to throw on the grill for a dinner that wouldn't turn the kitchen into an oven. I'd cooked pasta that morning and only needed to add some chopped veggies. All through dinner, I considered talking to Duncan about Mrs. Green and her unceasing flow of messages, getting his take on Brittany's unsuitable bedroom furniture. He talked about the upcoming school year. He asked about my work, and I tried to refocus my mind on that part of my life. It all seemed like something that had nothing to do with me anymore. Brittany consumed me. As I cleared the patio table, I picked up our wine glasses. "Do you want a refill?" "Sure." Duncan settled back in his chair and eased his flip-flops off his feet, letting them slap softly onto the flagstone. My hip vibrated with a new message. My glass, slick with moisture from the chilled wine, slid from my fingers and shattered on the ground. "Oh, Duncan stood. "No worries. I'll get it. Why don't you sit down?" "How did I manage that?" "Sweaty fingers, wet glass." He kissed my cheek. "I love these glasses." Tears filled my eyes. I felt foolish, crying as if I'd broken a family heirloom. "We can replace it." He kissed my neck. "I know you're frustrated. Just sit and relax, and I'll clean it up and get us more wine." He took the remaining wine glass and went into the house. When it finally began to cool, we went inside and watched some TV. Duncan went to bed with his novel, and I opened Facebook. There were more comments and tips, but I couldn't focus. I skimmed Crystal's messages, littered with more and more exclamation points and emojis. I deleted them all. 20. Brittany, before. The second time I woke myself near midnight to check out stuff online, I spent the entire night watching YouTube. I'd planned to set up a Facebook page, but I needed an email account to do that. I wasn't 100% sure my parents wouldn't somehow find out if I set up my own account. I wasn't sure how they would, but it wasn't impossible. As far as I could figure out, they would have to set up their own free account to see mine, but not being 100% sure, I decided it wasn't worth it. I didn't want to lose my chance at exploring the world. Besides, who would I be friends with on Facebook? I hardly knew the kids I'd met in our new homeschool group, and the kids I knew from before we moved to California were gone forever. It had only been 2 months since we moved, but not communicating made it feel like forever. When we first moved, I wanted to email them, but my mom said it was better not to act like there was a chance we could stay friends. The reality was, I would never see them again. She said it was almost impossible to keep a friendship going for years when you didn't see each other, especially for kids my age, whatever that meant. Eventually, the friendship would disintegrate and die. A clean break was better. I had no experience in that area, so I couldn't disagree with her. It was hard to disagree with her anyway. My dad, too, but especially her. She's very firm in her beliefs, and in most cases, she's right. She was right about homeschooling because, lately, every other month, kids were shot at school. She'd been right that I was way ahead of other kids my age because from what I'd seen on Twitter and Facebook, I was smarter and more interesting. I might not even have much to talk about with kids my age. That made me sad. The kids in the homeschool group were okay, but we all knew we were smarter than other kids our age, and knowing something like that makes people a little arrogant. Not all of them, not all the time, but sometimes. Enough of the time that they were hard to take for more than a few hours at a time. I had fun with them when we went bowling or did outdoor stuff, but just sitting around talking, not so much. Maybe I was arrogant too. It was hard to know. After watching tons of videos, I started to get an idea. What I really needed was to hang out with some older kids. I would fit in better. During the first few days after we moved into our new house, I'd only seen one of the neighbors. She stood in our front yard, watching us move in, but my mom didn't speak to her, so neither did I. Every time we returned home, I was excited when my mom turned the corner into our cul-de-sac. Each time, I was sure I'd see someone outside, find out if there were other kids living on our street, or maybe I should say on our circle, because that's what it was, a circle of a street with a circle in the center. It seemed like a close, friendly way to live, but no one was ever outside, so the friendliness was an idea, not a reality. All the houses had front gardens, surrounded by fences as tall as the backyard fences, so you couldn't see anyone's windows or patios. I sometimes heard people in their backyards when we were in ours, but that was about it. It started to feel a little bit like a prison. I don't know if the architect designed them to keep people away from each other on purpose, but that's how it ended up, a circle of tiny prisons. About a month after we moved in, when we were coming home from eating dinner at a seafood restaurant, I saw a guy who looked like he wasn't too much older. He was tall and thin, with hair the color of walnuts. He got out of a white car parked at the curb and walked up to the gazebo near their courtyard. He was carrying a Safeway bag, so I guessed it had snacks, since it was long past dinner time. Just before our garage door closed, I looked out the back window and saw a cigarette lighter shoot a flame into the darkness across the street. He looked nice. I can't say how I knew that. It might have been instinct. Most of the time, human beings can tell without talking to someone if they're a threat or not, friend or foe. It's an evolutionary thing. Of course, some people are good at hiding who they are, but this guy didn't know I was looking at him, so he had no reason to hide his true self. I knew better than to ask my mom whether she knew his name. She would say he was too old, that I needed to associate with people whose parents were in our homeschool group, so we knew what kind of people they were, and we didn't get mixed up with people who could hurt us.
It was a terrible view of the human race that she was so focused on people who could hurt us. But she'd always kept me safe and was so good to me. So much fun to do things with. I tended to think she was right about most things, until she was proven wrong. Looking things up online made me feel like a detective. I'd read a few novels about kid detectives, and it seemed like a fun thing to do, although those stories were written before the internet existed, so this was different. I tried looking up the addresses on our street to see if I could find the names of the people who lived there, but I found nothing. For a few nights, I lay awake in my bed, no longer as interested in the computer. I wanted to meet that guy. It took several nights of thinking it over before I got up my nerve to do what I needed to do in order to meet him. I had the idea right away, but not the nerve. During all those nights, I sat tapping away and exploring the world from our desk. My parents had never once noticed I was getting up in the middle of the night. I was confident they would not notice if I climbed out my bedroom window. Although I wasn't sure this would allow me to meet that guy, it was the first step. The next night, I decided to go for it. I hadn't had the dream of someone looking in my window for almost a week. Not having the dream to torment me made me feel braver, I think. It made me realize I was growing up, and I didn't have to be scared of something that came out of my imagination when I was asleep. And it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if I got in trouble. What would my parents even do to me? My life already felt like I was grounded all the time, which is the usual punishment for teenagers. My mom was always careful to secure the lock that allowed my bedroom window to slide open about 3 inches, but no farther. I undid the lock, pushed the screen out of the frame, and climbed out. I thought about reattaching the screen, but just like the computer, if I was caught, covering things up wouldn't really matter. It would be too late. There was a shrub just under my window, so I had to be really careful not to scrape my skin. My mother would notice that in an instant. I found some loose bricks in the shed and stacked them behind the shrub under my window to help me climb back in when I returned. I left the window open wide enough for my body and the screen leaning against the side of the house. I went around the side yard and into the courtyard, slipped out the door, and walked down our front path. The street was deserted. I walked around the circle, then sat on the bench in the little park at the center. It felt good to be outside, where no one was watching me. I loved my parents, and I appreciated that they took such good care of me, but sometimes I just wanted to do something on my own. In movies, TV shows, and novels, even stories that were written 20 or 30 or 60 years ago, which was my mother's preference, kids my age went exploring on their own. They experienced the world. They had adventures. They did stuff with other kids, without their parents anywhere in sight. The second time I climbed out my window was my lucky night. The guy across the street was sitting in the little gazebo with another guy and 3 girls. They were smoking, and even though I'd never smelled it before, I knew it was weed because they were passing the skinny, floppy little cigarette around the group. I stood and watched them for almost half an hour. Then I crossed the cul-de-sac, taking long strides so they would feel my energy and see me coming. The girls were Aisling, Riley, and Becca. The guy who lived there was Luke, and the other guy was John. They said hi, didn't ask any questions about why I was outside at night or comment on my age. Riley held the joint toward me. I shook my head. She handed it to Aisling. I settled against the back of the bench and smiled. 21. Taylor. Although it wasn't professional of me, I told my clients I had an all-day event and wouldn't be reachable by email or phone. I spent the day snacking on pistachio nuts and reading the comments on Brittany's Facebook page. It was a complete waste of time and accomplished absolutely nothing, but it lulled me into feeling I was doing something proactive. It made me feel connected to the others who were worried about her, working so hard not to think about the worst possible outcome,
drawing strength from other people writing reassuring comments. I was concerned about the lethargy that had overtaken Moira. Alan kept himself busy with work, but she had nothing. Her whole life was built around Brittany. She was not only raising a child, she was functioning as a full-time school teacher, covering every subject required for a high school student. I imagined that at Brittany's level, and as she got older, Moira had to do a fair amount of studying to refresh her own memory of algebra, grammar, and history in order to teach those subjects effectively. I admired her for that. I couldn't comprehend dredging up my recollections of algebra in any way even close to being able to explain the concepts to someone else. Telling Moira about the messages from Crystal Green felt like the right thing to do. She needed to know the truth about everything, yet I felt bad for hurting her. Every few minutes, the Find Brittany page received more likes, more shares, and more comments. I couldn't stop reading it. Seeing all that affirmation rising in front of my face made me understand why people become addicted to social media. It filled my head so that the hours flew past, as if I had a group of people working with me to find Brittany. Of course, we weren't actually doing anything. All we did was get the word out. I suppose that's something. Thousands of people were now carrying her photographs in their pockets and purses, easily accessible, going to restaurants and shopping malls, parks and movie theaters. Anyone could see her at any time. The power of its reach was mind-boggling. Duncan came home at 4. It was his night to cook dinner, so I sat at the kitchen table, checking my phone and sipping a glass of Pinot Noir. His glass was still full as he kept his hands busy chopping vegetables, mixing the sauce, and slicing strips of chicken for a stir-fry. When my glass was nearly empty, I held it out for him to refill. He walked around the island and splashed a bit into my glass. "What are you so busy with? Is there an event coming up soon?" "No, nothing until mid-September." "Then what's got you so engrossed?" "The Find Brittany page." "What's so interesting?" "You'd be amazed at all the comments." "A bunch of gawkers with too much time on their hands." "You don't know that." "Social media should be used for connecting over common interests, enjoying life, not stalking a missing child." He dropped garlic into the hot oil, and it sizzled. A moment later, the tantalizing aroma of browning garlic filled the room. "Smells good," I said. He took a sip of wine. "I think you need to extract yourself from this situation." "Why?" "Because it's not healthy. The police will find her, if she's to be found." "Don't say that." "Since she went missing, it feels like you've gone missing." "I'm trying to help. Moira and Alan need our support." "And how have you helped?" "I set up the Facebook page." He rolled his eyes, turned his back to me, and began dropping meat into the wok. The sizzle of cooking chicken filled the space, so neither of us felt obligated to say any more. I carried my wine and my phone into the living room and sprawled on the couch, scrolling through the updates, liking and commenting. After dinner, I cleaned up the kitchen. Duncan went out to the back patio with his lesson plans. When I joined him, we spoke politely to each other. We didn't discuss Brittany or what I was doing. I could tell he was still annoyed, perpetually annoyed, and I'm sure he noticed the same about me. He didn't grasp the importance of community. You'd think a high school teacher, watching how kids behave, their natural desire to form groups, would understand that the desire for community is innate. And a history teacher at that. Didn't he realize how society had formed and evolved over the years, and how critical community connection was to the survival of the human race? He didn't see it that way at all. He thought all the talk about the breakdown of community was alarmist and lacking in historical context. He believed people evolved, and governments evolved, and society evolved, and it was all good. There was nothing to be unduly concerned about. He didn't think we needed to fix anything. I thought he was far too dismissive. When his plans were completed, he took his novel, a bowl of salted cashews, and a glass of water to bed. I told him I was going to do a bit of work. It was a lie, but I didn't want to continue or aggravate a fight that so far was delicate and easy to turn away from. I also didn't want to get into bed and cuddle up and pretend everything was fine. Maybe I wasn't doing anything tangible to help with Brittany, but I was doing the best I could. It was 10:40, just before I was planning to finally go lie beside my sleeping husband, when a new message flashed in front of me. It wasn't from Crystal Green. The name of the person posting it was weird, which first set off my alarm before I even read the words. All the other people posting on the page used their real names. It was a Facebook requirement. A false name only worked until the system flagged you. The profile picture was a crocodile. The name beside it was Crocodile Tears. The message read, "Shut down this page or Brittany's life will be in danger, and maybe yours." I gasped. My hand shook, making it difficult to focus on the screen, the words blurring like waves across the surface of my eyes. At the same time, the words were quite clear in my mind. I picked up my wine glass, the other hand also trembling, as I brought the glass to my lips. I took a sip of wine. Should I call Officer Carter immediately? Simply delete the message? Because I'd set up the site, I had the ability to delete or hide things that weren't appropriate or wanted. The private messages, like this one, and those from Crystal, came only to me. Should I tell Duncan? He would take it as the final piece of evidence that I needed to uninvolve myself. Why would someone threaten me? No one would want the page deleted. It had to be her abductor. Something had scared him. The reports of seeing Brittany, the description of a man, however vague. Had something else buried in the hundreds of comments and thousands of replies and nested conversations frightened him? He'd read my comments replying to Cheryl Robinson Foster and a few others. If he was going to threaten anyone, why wouldn't it be one of them? They were the ones who had seen him, who had let people know where he was, who had attempted to describe him. It scared me, even though I felt perfectly safe in my house. This person couldn't know where I lived. Or did he? If he'd watched Brittany before taking her, it was possible he'd seen me. It was likely he'd seen all of us at one point or another. My name wasn't a common one. It wouldn't be that difficult to find my exact address online. I finished the glass of wine. I hit refresh, but nothing new came up. Had we come close to him, or did he simply see the risk? The awareness of thousands of people looking for Brittany, her face fresh in their minds through a constant feed of comments appearing at the tops of their screens every hour? I didn't wash my face or brush my teeth. My hands didn't seem capable of those simple tasks. I took off my clothes and slipped under the sheets, cold and shaking despite the warm night air. In the morning, I would call Officer Carter. I sat up again. I grabbed my phone off the nightstand and searched for security cameras, reading reviews of the best ones, the various price options. My fingers stopped shaking. I was doing something useful. I was taking the smart course of action. Duncan and I had talked about getting a security camera. There was hardly any crime in our area until Brittany's abduction, but there were so many stories in the news. He'd felt it would be worthwhile because of the design of our home, our inability to see who was at our front door before opening it. I wouldn't tell him about the threat, but I'd go ahead and order the camera. As soon as he left the following morning, I did both. Officer Carter reminded me of what she'd already said. Social media is helpful, but there will be a certain percentage of unbalanced people, a significant percentage. I needed to use my filter and make sure my online presence didn't provoke or reveal too much. She said there was nothing they could really do. There was no actual physical threat. It was unlikely the police would be able to locate the sender. If he or she was an experienced online troll, they'd be concealing their location and usage with Tor. She advised me to delete the comment and block Crocodile Tears.
22. Alan. Every morning since Brittany was abducted, I woke believing I hadn't slept. My eyes were filled with something that felt like the grit that blows off the loose, powdery dirt at the side of the road. My chest and head felt as if I'd been kicked repeatedly all night long. I was sleeping fine in terms of not consciously lying awake, but it wasn't restful. I was exhausted. My dreams were murky and frightening, but not worse than my thoughts during waking hours. The exhaustion was fed by terror like nothing I'd ever experienced, as well as the incredible effort required to stay positive. Almost as much as my fears for Brittany, it was the ongoing endeavor to keep Moira from falling apart. Clearly, I couldn't prevent that from happening. No human being can prevent another from falling apart. We can't prevent anything at all. Yet for our entire marriage, since the earliest days of our relationship, I'd tried. I'd done everything I could to make her happy, to fix whatever was in my power to fix. Some would label my love for Moira obsessive. But is love ever obsessive? Because I'm preoccupied with her? Why is that dysfunctional? Love is the most sublime state a human being can achieve. I loved Moira from the moment I first saw her when I was a 15-year-old kid. I adored her silently for 2 years before I had the courage to speak to her. I watched her closely, trying to understand who she was. I was a methodical, analytical kid. I took notes on conversations I overheard among her and her friends. I followed her home from school at a careful distance and watched her house, waiting to see when she came outside, what she wore, whether she climbed on her bike or got into the car with one of her sisters. For our first date, I arranged a romantic nighttime picnic on the beach. I bought cold chicken and potato salad from a deli, and I swiped a bottle of white wine from my parents. I was inexperienced with alcohol myself, and I didn't realize it would affect her small, slight body much differently than a few glasses affected me. Nearly drunk, Moira danced into the warm San Diego ocean, teasing me, laughing, calling out for me to rescue her. A moment later, she was knocked over by a large wave. She disappeared under the water, pulled deeper by the strong undertow. I blamed myself for waiting too long, for not realizing she was in danger, thinking she was playing with me. The effort of swimming through those crashing waves tore at my shoulders while panic tore at my heart. It seemed like hours that I was diving, trying to see her under the dark sky in the even darker water. In reality, it was less than 2 or 3 minutes, but it felt like an eternity. When I carried her to the shore, my shoulders were heaving as I cried, hoping she didn't notice how scared I was. She clung to me, and I knew I would never let her go. Yes, I'm obsessively, madly, desperately in love with her. I feel I've known her all my life, and if such a thing exists, that we were together in another life, another universe. I've loved that beautiful, fragile, complicated, passionate woman forever. I've done more than most men would do to keep their wife happy and sane. Well, that sounds egotistical, it's the truth, and I don't resent or regret it. I love her. It's both extremely complex and extremely simple. When the doorbell rang, my stomach nodded, as it always did, as if the button and resulting tone were wired to my intestines. Both police officers stood outside the doorway. Officer May carried a large paper sack. Without a preamble, Officer Carter said, "We've found something we believe belongs to your daughter." They entered silently, avoiding meeting our eyes. They appeared perfectly comfortable with the silence. My mind raced to think what they might have found, something innocuous, something gut-wrenching. We settled in the living room, and Officer May opened the paper sack. He removed a plastic bag that was sealed and labeled. Inside was a pink wool jacket. He placed it on the coffee table. I knew immediately it was Brittany's. He had another small bag in his hand that I hadn't seen at first. He placed it beside the jacket. The small bag contained a necklace Brittany had made out of buttons strung together. An oval piece of plastic was the centerpiece, and on that was written the name Brittany. She'd made that necklace after she and Moira had gone to a fabric store, and Brittany had fallen in love with all the unique, colorful buttons available for homemade garments. She wasn't interested much in sewing, but she wanted some of those buttons, as many as her mother would allow her to buy. Moira had spent hours in Brittany's room since she'd disappeared, but hadn't noticed the necklace was missing. If she hadn't mentioned it to me. What else was gone that had escaped our attention? Moira started to cry. I coughed hard, a single cough turning into a series that then became a racking, uncontrolled sound. "So this belongs to your daughter?" Officer May asked. I nodded. "Did you realize it was missing?" "No," Moira said. "The jacket?" "Not the jacket or the necklace. I haven't been able to think clearly, and I didn't think of it when you asked." "Thank you," Officer Carter said. Officer May inserted the plastic-wrapped jacket back into the sack and dropped the necklace in with it. "That's it?" I asked. Moira cried harder, her shoulders convulsing with sobs. "Where did you find it?" "In the outdoor eating area of a burger place, the Burger House on Fremont Avenue." "When?" "If you mean when was it left there, we're not sure. One of the clerks found it while he was wiping tables. It was kept in Lost and Found for a while. Finally, someone went through the pockets and found the necklace. They recognized the name and called us." "So it could have been there for days?" "Possibly. They recall it was only a day or two." "What does it mean?" "Nothing, really. It means we'll interview everyone who works there." "It means she wasn't dead 2 days ago," I said. Officer Carter looked at me, about to say something, but after a moment she turned her head. "That's great news," I said. "Knowing she's alive." The room was quiet as we all silently added, 2 days ago. "Yes, it's good to remain positive," Officer May said. Officer Carter inched forward to the edge of the chair, which was not a good sign. I could sense her eagerness to make her point and then get out of there before she had to deal with any more of our emotions. "I want to make this very clear," she said. I knew we wouldn't like whatever was coming. "We've made the determination that Brittany is a runaway. We don't believe she was abducted." "No," Moira said. Officer Carter nodded. "Let me finish." "No," Moira said. "You can't make a determination. She did not run away. She was snatched right out of her bed." "Looking at the jacket, the lack of evidence, we believe she left on her own." "That's not possible." "Please let me finish, Ms. Cushing. This is actually good news." Moira raised her voice. "How can it be good news? My baby is missing, and you're not even going to try to find the monster who took her." "We aren't stopping the search for her. We're just treating things differently. We'll still utilize the Facebook page, try to extend its reach, especially among teenagers. We'll follow up on reported sightings. She's out there, and someone knows where she is. And it's also good news because—" "It's not good news! Stop saying that!" Moira was crying. Again. "It is good news because it's more likely she's still alive. It's good news because we don't have to waste resources interviewing sex offenders." "Then what exactly will you be doing when you're not wasting resources?" Moira spit the words out, spittle erupting from her lips, speckling her chin. "We'll be looking at places where runaways are known to hang out. We'll keep a closer eye and talk to kids around the junior high and high schools where she might have made friends, where others might have information about her." "She did not run away, and she doesn't know any kids at local schools. She's a happy child because our home is loving and nurturing," Moira said. Officer Carter gave us a tiny smile. It was difficult to decide whether the smile was condescending or patient or pitying. I thought it was more of the latter, but pity and condescension are closely related. I was certain she thought we were deluded about how good our parenting was, about how tightly knit our small family was. After a moment, she continued, as if Moira hadn't spoken. "With that theory, I have some additional questions." "So you admit it's a theory, because you don't have any suspects, and it's the wrong theory, so you're going to waste more time chasing in the wrong direction." Officer Carter cleared her throat. That was a poor choice of words. Taking this approach, I need to know more about Brittany's friends. "We gave you that information in the beginning," Moira said. "All of her friends are from our homeschooling group." "She never associated with any other kids? Any of your neighbors?" I shook my head. "Are you sure?" "Yes, I'm sure." Moira narrowed her eyes, freezing her gaze on Officer Carter. "People we've spoken to suggested she didn't have a lot of freedom. She was isolated from kids her age, that she was chafing a bit." "She wasn't chafing. 1.5 million children are homeschooled in this country. It's perfectly normal." She pushed her hands through her hair, yanking it away from her face, exposing the bones of her forehead and temples. "What people are saying these things?" "I can't go into specifics." Officer Carter looked at her notebook. "From what we've learned, her homeschool classmates didn't know her well." Moira folded her arms. "As we already told you, we just moved here. Brittany only met with the larger group a few times. Why aren't you looking for the man who took her?" "Moira." I waited until she looked at me. "We need to follow their lead, do everything we can." "But this is the wrong thing!" "We don't—" "Brittany did not run away. She was happy with us. I won't answer any questions about running away." She got up and walked out of the room, headed toward the bedrooms. I knew I'd find her later, lying on Brittany's bed, the plush comforter pulled around her, no matter how high the temperature was set to climb that afternoon. "Just to circle back," Officer Carter said, "there were no recent fights between you or your wife and your daughter?" "No." "What was the nature of your disagreements with her?" "We didn't argue." "Can you be more specific?" "She's a happy child. Moira wasn't exaggerating about that." "She's a teenager. Invariably there are disagreements, even if you don't categorize them as fights. There are arguments about bedtime rules, music, online activity. None of those were issues." "It won't help us find your daughter if you're not forthright with us." "I'm telling the truth. We didn't argue, and Brittany didn't push boundaries." "That's very unusual." "I'm sure it is." She stared at me. I returned her gaze, holding steady, knowing I would outlast her. I have strong nerves. It takes a lot to break me. She could keep pushing all day, theorizing about arguments and preteen angst and unhappiness. Moira had worked hard to eradicate that kind of nonsense, and if I occasionally squirmed at her methods, I admired how well she'd done. I agreed wholeheartedly with my wife. Brittany was a well-adjusted, extraordinarily happy girl. It wasn't possible that she would climb out her bedroom window and disappear into the night. She would not leave the security of the home we'd made for her, the stability of two parents who doted on her without indulging her. "We're doing everything we can to find Brittany," Officer Carter said. "I don't doubt that. Knowing about the mindset of the missing persons is a critical piece in locating her. Unless you want to rely upon chance. You've seen how well that works out so far." "We're not relying on chance. We're relying on the police investigation. We're relying on you and on people good enough to keep their eyes open and to look for anything unusual or upsetting." She closed the cover on her small notebook. "I really hope, for your sakes, that you're telling me everything you know." After she was gone, I went into the hallway. Moira was indeed curled up in Brittany's bed. I entered the room and sat on the corner of the bed. I wanted to place my hand on her leg, but I wasn't sure how she'd react. "They're gone." She didn't respond. "We'll find her." Moira let out a ragged sob. "I think that kid across the street convinced them she ran away." "Why do you think that?" "Who else would tell them Brittany was chafing except a kid who was obviously looking for trouble? I saw him watching her." "Did you?" "He's always out there, getting high." "Yes, but—" "Who else?" "It could be anyone." "He doesn't even know us. He has no right. Unless he saw something, unless he's trying to save his own skin." "I don't think that's likely." "Who knows what's likely?" Her voice was shrill. He said stuff about our family, about Brittany, and he's never even met us. They aren't looking for the monster who took her because of him. Let's not rush to conclusions. We don't really know. I know. Moira turned on her side and yanked the blankets over her head. I felt a strange desire to creep under the covers with her, but that wouldn't help anything. No matter how difficult, how close to breaking I was, I needed to remain strong. For all of us.
23. Moira. My body had grown steadily weaker, and my will was even weaker still. Alan said I looked like a skeleton, and I didn't disagree. He was constantly pushing food on me, slices of turkey, candy bars, chips, fruit, but I was sick with terror, despair. Sick, period. I'd asked Alan to buy me a pack of cigarettes. Smoke and the accompanying ritual would calm me. It would keep my hands busy, steadying my focus, but he said it wouldn't help anything. I could have gone to the store myself. I wasn't incapacitated, yet the thought of walking around out there, knowing people were looking at me, that they might recognize me from Facebook, the articles online, in the newspaper, and on the local television station, kept me huddled behind what I thought were protective walls. I couldn't predict how I might react if I saw a girl Brittany's age, or a younger child, flooding my mind with memories of all those precious years that had slipped away. Since the night Brittany disappeared, Taylor had brought over one supply of groceries, and the rest of the time Alan had done the shopping. The neighbors brought dishes of food that sat almost intact under the foil wrappings in the fridge. I'd become a recluse, if I hadn't been one already. While all I wanted to do was sleep, I couldn't close my eyes. When they did close, I saw blood and death. I knew I shouldn't allow my mind to wallow in those gruesome conjured images, but they wouldn't leave me alone. The longer Brittany was gone, the more vivid they became. It was difficult to even answer the door, especially since it technically required going out of the house, walking the short distance from the entryway to the courtyard door. I no longer took pleasure in the lush greenery and the soft sound of water from the fountain set among the plants in our courtyard. I took no pleasure in the house at all, or in life. I was a carcass, wandering from room to room, sitting or lying down for a while, nibbling at food like a mouse, and sipping water when my body grew too frail to move. Inside, I was dead. I wondered at what moment in time I'd ceased living. After talking to Officer Carter, my mood changed. Anger at their irrational belief that Brittany had run away stirred life inside me. I needed to see people. I needed to find out what the others living around us knew about that boy. A man, really, living across the cul-de-sac from us. Finally, something good in my life. When I opened the courtyard door, all the neighbor women were sitting on the benches in the center park area. Taylor, Sophia, Kelly, and Freya. All but that boy's mother. Her absence said something. I took a deep breath and stepped out into the hot sun that beat against the front of the house. No wonder they were all sitting out there. I expected the spot drew them when the stifling heat took over the insides of their homes, as it usually did in the late afternoon, although I'd never noticed them out there before. As I approached, Taylor stood and walked toward me. "I'm so glad you came out." I looked at her, trying to sort out her words. They sounded out of place. "I texted everyone, but I didn't want to bother you. Come, have some sparkling water. I brought a cooler. Do you like lime, plain, raspberry?" "Plain is fine." "I don't suppose Officer Carter has any updates," Taylor said. I shrugged. I couldn't bring myself to tell them what the police had decided. I could hardly think about it. "It's so awful," Taylor said. "I don't understand why they haven't found anything." We moved closer to the other women. I opened the bottle of water Taylor handed to me and took a long swallow. They waited, as if they expected something from me. At first, I was sure someone had been watching Brittany from the open space preserve, I said. It's terrifying, all that emptiness out there, the darkness at night, the ravines. It seemed obvious. They nodded. Except for Taylor, they all looked slightly frightened. I suppose I'd altered the conversation. I wondered what they'd said about me when I wasn't there, the truth of what they really believed about our chances of bringing Brittany home safely. I shook my head to get rid of the thought. Then, for a while, I wondered if someone had seen us somewhere else, stalked her without us realizing it.
What did the police say about that? Freya asked. She lifted her glasses off her face and scooped silky brown hair off the sides of her face. Since I couldn't describe a specific person I'd seen or point to a type of vehicle I'd noticed repeatedly, they couldn't do much. I guess they need at least 1 or 2 concrete details to go on, Kelly said. Freya lowered her glasses with an authoritative gesture. It's maddening that no one saw anything. I took a deep breath. I sipped some of the sparkling water. Now I wonder about someone closer. They talk to all the registered sex offenders in the area, Sophia said. Yes, but what if he isn't a sex offender? Then what? Taylor said. Not everyone is registered, not until they're caught. They nodded as if they'd just considered this for the first time. Good point, Freya said. What if it was someone nearby who saw her? A pervert no one knows about. A guy who gets off on whatever and decided he wanted to. Someone who never did that before, who got in over his head. How would they find him? I shrugged. They need something specific to start with, Taylor said. Someone who saw something. I stared at her, longing to see her eyes through her dark glasses, wondering how she'd react. What about that guy across the street? What guy? Taylor asked. Right there, at 1640. Luke? Yes. No, he's a good kid, Taylor said. He smokes pot, Freya said. So, lots of kids do. Lots of adults smoke pot. Taylor giggled, stopping herself abruptly. I don't really like him, Freya said. He hangs out in that gazebo and stares at people, watching them. He's just getting high. Really, he's a good kid. I've known him for years. We all have, Taylor said. I saw him looking at Brittany, I said. Taylor frowned. Luke? I can't imagine him. Maybe because you've known him for years, it blinds you. He said stuff about us to the police. He doesn't even know us, and he made comments about homeschooling, about Brittany, about Alan and me. Taylor screwed the cap onto her bottle. She twisted it off again. He's a good kid. You didn't see how he was looking at her. Maybe you were reading into it. I shook my head. The more I thought about it, the more right it sounded. There was no way Brittany had just evaporated and no one had seen anything at all. It wasn't possible for a person to disappear like that, right out of her bed. People all across the country claimed to have seen her, wrongly, it turned out, yet in her own neighborhood no one saw a thing. Even though Brittany's bedroom window faced the open space preserve, it would be awfully bold for someone to enter our yard and then her bedroom window. It was much more likely it had been someone who knew the area, who knew how the yards were laid out, how the courtyards all wrapped around one side of the house and opened into the back. Someone who knew that the houses backing up to the open space had gates out into that wilderness area. I didn't read into it, I said. He just sits there watching everyone. You've never noticed? We've all noticed, Freya said. Taylor took a step away from us. She looked upset, worried. I've noticed him kind of looking around, but it's not what you think.
If you could have seen his face. I closed my eyes. I tried to picture that kid, tried to remember the few times I'd seen him in daylight. Boys that age spend half their time watching porn. They think constantly about sex. They're always looking at girls. Just because you don't catch them doing it doesn't mean they aren't. They're sneaky. Even if he did look at her, Taylor said, I'm sure it was just a normal boy-girl thing. Brittany's a little girl. He's almost an adult. He is an adult, technically. Well, she's not really a little girl. She's a teenager. She's a child, innocent. She doesn't think about boys at all, I said. I doubt that, Sophia said. You didn't even know her. Taylor patted my arm. It's okay. I didn't mean to upset you. But I think you're on the wrong track with Luke. He might be a bit lazy, misdirected, but he's not a creep. You can't tell someone's a creep just by looking at them, I said. I know him. How well, really? I sipped my water, enjoying the bite of carbonation at the back of my throat. It felt good, made me feel alive. So did talking about the person who might have taken Brittany. We'd been too passive, waiting for the police, waiting for strangers to catch sight of her. If we were going to get our daughter back, we couldn't just sit around hoping for the best. I know his mother well. That doesn't mean anything. Taylor finished the contents of her water bottle. I really wish you wouldn't think like that. Luke is a decent kid, just trying to find his way. If they can ask Alan questions as if he's done something to his own child, then I think they should be more suspicious of everyone, don't you? They questioned all of us, Sophia said. How much? I know this is awful. It's the worst thing imaginable. But what you're saying is terrible. Are you thinking he has Brittany hidden inside his house? That's crazy, Sophia said. She moved closer to me and touched my shoulder. I get what you're saying, though. A mother's instinct. I nodded. I don't know what he did. I do know he was looking at her in a way that no man should look at a little girl. No one spoke. Giving an eerie sense that she somehow knew we were talking about her, just then Nicole's Audi pulled into the cul-de-sac and her garage door began to open. The car stopped a few yards from the driveway. She looked at us, her face hidden behind dark glasses. Even through the car window, I could see the hard set of her jaw. Freya folded her arms across her chest, rubbing her skin as if she'd had a chill. I can't even imagine. If my kids, well, all I'm saying is someone knows something. They must. She didn't vanish into thin air. I nodded. A few minutes later, they began to drift across the street, returning to their homes to start dinner. All but Taylor. These people were strangers. Officer Carter and Officer May had spoken to them, asked questions about Brittany, but they didn't feel it was their obligation to share any of those answers with Alan and me. Wasn't it logical that one of them might be suspect? Most children who are abducted are taken by someone they've seen around and often seem familiar. A man who chats them up on the way home from school, a guy who works as support staff at a school, or someone even closer, a coach, a teacher, a friend's parent, a neighbor. All of them seemed nice enough on the surface, but most people seem nice on the surface. Even serial killers, when they're shown on TV, have some charm and an average demeanor. No one looks like a monster. And those who do usually aren't. It's the ancient story of Beauty and the Beast. I considered Carlos and Sophia. He came across as tightly wound. Sophia was quiet and self-contained. She was devoted to her husband, although not in a subservient way. She didn't appear to be the type who would say something if he had any disturbing habits. She was sweet, and they looked like they were still in love after raising their own children. Freya's husband, Josh, was the one who found the used condom during that frantic search of the preserve. He'd been a little too wound up about the condition of the condom. He'd waved it in the air, and I had the impression that if it hadn't been a serious and critically important search effort, he would have made a joke about it. I could see the words twitching across his lips while he waited for the police to come and chastise him for picking it up, even though he'd used a stick to do it. Officer May had had to warn him twice about not touching anything. Josh had laughed. He hadn't been bothered that he might have compromised evidence. The other couple, Keith and Kelly, who lived on the corner across from Carlos and Sophia, had wandered far away from the others during the search. They'd covered the most territory. I had no solid impression of them. Maybe I was judging them as much as they were judging me. To them, I was the bad mother who didn't keep her daughter safe. We were the bad parents who let her slip out of our grasp. We were new, the strangers, the unfriendly ones who hadn't made an effort to integrate into the neighborhood. In their eyes, that meant there was something wrong with us. We were the outsiders. I studied my own house, getting a fresh perspective on it, seeing it in a way I never had before. Taylor picked up the small insulated bag where she'd stored the bottled water. I wanted to tell you, I deleted all the messages from that crazy woman. Which one? I laughed. The one who said she thought Brittany was her daughter. Oh, good. She's not bothering you anymore? Taylor shrugged. I wanted to ask more, but she turned away. Take care, Moira. I still believe she's out there and she's okay. We have to believe that. Someone did know something. They had to. I looked around the street again, turning slowly to consider each house. The sun had moved lower, and all the houses had a shadow cast over them now. 24. Taylor. In the 3 days since Moira and the others had gathered in the center garden, the wonderful sense of community and support I'd sensed blossoming around me was dying once again. Nicole didn't respond to my text messages. Moira said she wasn't up to visitors. The others had gone back to their daily routines. Once again, we were locked inside our houses, and what little communication we had took place on our phones. I tried to focus on work. I needed to focus. I'd missed several meetings, making excuses, but now I had to make myself visible to my clients and respond to the pile of emails asking for status updates. Some of them had a distinctly worried tone, trying to be casual while asking, "Are you sure we're on track? Can you confirm that the lighting vendor gave final confirmation? When was the order placed?" After several lengthy emails and a few phone calls, they were reassured, confident in my abilities. At 5 o'clock, I left my desk to turn over the chicken in the marinade. Duncan would barbecue, and I was making a green salad. Discussing the dinner menu was the only exchange of words we'd had that morning. I opened a bottle of Chardonnay and poured myself a small glass. Sipping the wine, I went out to the courtyard to get the mail from the bin where it fell when it came through the slot beside the door. Mail had been sitting there for 2 days. I often forgot to get it. There was no motivation because 90% of it went straight to the recycling bin. No matter how I tried to remove our names from mailing lists, companies persisted in killing trees and printing glossy catalogs with products designed to make me long for something I'd never considered wanting. There were the occasional holiday and birthday cards, tax bills, and, of course, all the promotional material around elections. Today, there was something different. In the pile of advertising leaflets and a few solicitations from charitable organizations was a mustard-colored 5x7 envelope with a metal clasp. It was addressed only to me, and there was no return address. It was postmarked San Francisco. I placed the envelope on the counter, undid the clasp, and tore the flap loose. Inside was a single sheet of paper, a photograph of me and Duncan. It had been taken in the open space preserve the morning after we searched for evidence of Brittany and her captor.
The front fender of one of the police cars was visible behind us. Neither of us was smiling. It hadn't been posed, obviously. I wasn't aware anyone had taken photos that day. A smear of something that looked very much like blood had been wiped across my throat. An eraser had been used to remove the color from my eyes, leaving stark white spots that gave my eyes the appearance of empty sockets. I looked dead. I let out a tiny cry and flung the envelope and photograph away from me, knocking over the vase of wildflowers in the center of the table. The glass cracked, and water spilled across the table, pouring onto the floor. I picked up the photograph and turned it over. In black ink, it read, "Don't scratch that itch too hard. It might bleed." The words sounded familiar, as if I'd heard that exact phrase before, but I couldn't think where. Was it from a song? I stuffed the photograph back in the envelope, mopped up the water, and stuffed the flowers into the garbage. I put the vase in the recycling bin and the envelope in the cabinet where I stored baking supplies. Already I was planning how to hide it from Duncan. Although I had to tell the police, I did not have to tell him. After dinner, I excused myself to catch up on work. Duncan didn't question me and added that he should probably do the same. We retreated to our separate corners, Duncan to the patio table and me to my office, where I closed the door. It wasn't completely clear to me why I was hiding more and more things from him. I should have craved his support and comfort, and I suppose that was the reason. His support had been sporadic. If he saw the threat implied by that photograph, he would insist I transfer the Facebook page to someone else and stop talking to the police unless they had specific questions for me. I didn't want to stop. I couldn't stop. I had to help find Brittany. Without me, our neighbors wouldn't be involved either. It was so important, like the future of our neighborhood depended on it. Moira and Alan were so alone. It upset me to think of them in that house every day and all night long, helpless and waiting and trying to avoid the torment brought on by their imaginations and the lack of progress. Duncan refused to see the importance. He was so wrong about me. He thought I was using Moira and Alan and their tragedy to bring the people on our street into closer, genuine contact. It wasn't that at all. I saw this as something we needed to do, an imperative. If a group of people living side by side couldn't come together for this, it meant the humanity had been drained out of us. Maybe it already had in all those years of isolation before the Cushings moved in, yet I felt I now had a chance to show everyone it didn't have to be like this, that our previous way of life was hollow. I called Officer Carter and got her voicemail. I left a message that I hoped struck the right note between urgency and caution. I explained that I'd received something disturbing, and she needed to see it first thing the following day. I hoped she wouldn't pick up her messages and be so concerned she would show up at our house without calling first. At 9:30, Duncan knocked on the office door, then entered, which was our habit. I didn't turn around. He came up behind me and placed his hands on my shoulders. After a moment, he leaned down and kissed my neck. He stroked the space behind my left ear, then bent over me, slid his hand down the front of my shirt and felt around for my breast. I shifted in my chair, though not into his searching hand. I turned to the side, making his quest more difficult. He pulled his hand out. "Are you coming to bed?" "I have a lot to do." "Okay." He didn't move. "I'm kind of busy." "Too busy for me?" "Right now, yes." I reached back and patted his hand. "Is that Facebook open in the background?" "Yes." "Are you working or chatting about missing children?" "Working, mostly." "I don't understand you." "I don't understand you." "This isn't healthy." "Not getting involved isn't healthy." "Quite a change. going from the woman who thinks social media is the end of civilization to an addict who has to read every post and bask in every thumbs up.
It's not like that. I still think it's destructive, but that's where people are.
He moved away from the desk. I miss you.
I nodded.
Good night,
he said. Night, I said. By the time I finished working and catching up with Facebook, deleting more messages from Crystal Green, the bedroom light was off. I tiptoed to the doorway of the room. I could see the outline of Duncan's form, lying on his side, breathing deeply. I went into the kitchen and removed the envelope from the cabinet. I took it into the office and put it in my 2-drawer file cabinet, dropping it into a folder labeled Miscellaneous. I considered taking the photograph out of the envelope and looking at it. Maybe it hadn't been as awful, as threatening as it had become in my memory. The image of my vacant eye sockets rose in the back of my mind. Those strange words floated through my head, but they still wouldn't come close enough for me to figure out why they were so familiar. Don't scratch that itch too hard. It might bleed. Where had I heard that? I closed the drawer, turned out the light, and went to bed. Without really waking, Duncan rolled toward me, an instinct stirring in his unconscious brain to tell him I was there. I turned my back to him and curled up. I felt him against me, but he wasn't thinking about me, about us. He just wanted sex, not a real connection. What I needed was a genuine connection of minds and souls. While I thought we'd always had that, now it seemed so far away, I questioned my perception. In the morning, Officer Carter returned my call. After I told her about the image and the threatening words, she said she would come by to pick up the envelope and photograph. She asked me not to touch it anymore. When she saw it, she didn't say anything about the image. She reminded me of the online crazies. This person has seen me. He knows where I live. Or she. I suppose it could be a she. We'll do some testing to see if we can get anything off the envelope or the image. But unless the sender has fingerprints on file, it won't be that useful. What should I do? Keep your doors and windows locked. Be alert to your surroundings. Usually, someone who does this sort of thing is more likely getting a kick from scaring you. But they saw me. They were right there at the search. It's probably someone I know. She nodded. It's disturbing, and I'm sorry you're dealing with this. We'll do what we can. I'm scared. You could ask one of your neighbors to take over managing the Facebook page. I don't want this guy to win, to think it's so easy to upset me. I don't think it's a bona fide death threat. Do you want me to ask someone to take ownership of the page? No, people are used to me as the moderator. I don't want to lose momentum. Okay, your call. I guess this means I touched a nerve. I just wish I knew what caused it. Just be careful. Keep your radar up. And thank you for doing this. That's all? I mean, I'm not going to let it scare me away, but... She glanced around the doorway and looked up at the eaves of the garage. Do you have a surveillance camera? We just got one. We're installing it this weekend. It's a good idea for anyone. They're inexpensive enough. I nodded. Why don't you shut down the page for a few days and think about what you want to do? She suggested. But what if... None of the reports have been valid. If you're more comfortable, a few days won't hurt anything. I don't want you feeling like you're putting yourself at risk. While I said I'd think about it, it seemed like going in the wrong direction. Officer Carter left with the photograph. Nothing she'd said lessened my fear. Although I was far more scared than I had been with the first threat, I couldn't give up. The Cushings needed me. This might mean the person who had taken Brittany was nervous. Maybe they were getting ready to make a mistake that would expose their identity. The thought filled me with a thrill that eased my fear slightly. I deactivated the Find Brittany page. I needed time to think. I hated that whoever was threatening me would consider me weak. It was a victory for them and a defeat for doing everything possible, no matter how unfruitful, to find Brittany. If nothing else, it would give me relief from Crystal's constant flood of messages. I sat on the back patio with a glass of sparkling water, letting the cold liquid make its way through my overheated body. The words on the back of the photograph echoed in my mind, a shout inside my head. Don't scratch that itch too hard. It might bleed. Then, as if the cold water had cleared sweat out of my brain, I remembered. It was Luke. The night Brittany went missing. When Moira and I were in the gazebo and he was wildly unconcerned about Brittany, he'd spoken that odd-sounding phrase. I'd pressed him about whether he'd seen any strange cars or people lurking, and he'd smirked and told us not to scratch too hard. At the time, I thought he was high. I assumed they were words from some song I'd never heard of. Maybe they were. It must mean he'd sent that photograph, threatening me, making my eyes look as if I were dead. It was disgusting, and knowing it was him made it more disgusting. Was Moira right? Did he know something? Was he involved somehow? I couldn't believe it was possible. Yet when I thought about how Nicole had pushed me away, how she overreacted to my suggestion that Luke should have helped with the search effort, it sent a chill through my body. I picked up my phone. I should tell Officer Carter. But what if... I put the phone down. I couldn't believe it was him, and I couldn't do it.
25. Luke. I remember that day like it happened last week. When I was younger, what I mostly remembered from that day was my dad in the center of the entryway with a suitcase standing up beside each foot, the handles extended, ready to roll. To me, those suitcases looked like little kids he was taking with him. Maybe because I was crying and everything was a blur. I was 14, and I felt like a fucking loser for crying, but I couldn't stop. He looked at me like I was a loser. He looked like he felt sick to his stomach, and I wasn't sure if he was embarrassed that I was such a loser, or he just wanted to be out of there and not have to deal with my runny nose and eyes, not to mention the drama of my mom standing a few feet behind me, yelling and crying at the same time. Those suitcases looked like the kids he wanted instead of me. It was stupid. Stirring up drama. I don't even know why I thought that. There weren't any other kids in our family. He didn't have a kid with his girlfriend, so kids had nothing to do with it. I sure wasn't a little kid, so it makes no sense, even now, why I had that impression. Those were the things I remembered the first few years. The last year or so, what I remembered about that day was Aisling. I'm not sure if that's because remembering her makes me feel good, and remembering my dad makes me feel like shit, even after all this time. It could be I've picked the memory I prefer, or maybe because one memory of that day makes me feel like the same runny-nosed loser, and the other makes me feel like I found my soulmate, and it was a no-brainer, not the search of a decade. That day hadn't improved when I arrived at school. I was pissed that my mom made me go to school after what happened at our house that morning. I barely had time to blow my nose and scrub my face with a cold washcloth. All that accomplished was turning my skin redder. Tears were pressing against the inside of my skull all the way to school. I couldn't say goodbye to my mom when I got out of the car, or the tears and more snot would ooze out. I could barely get my backpack on my shoulders, thinking everything might start running down my face. The only way I survived the morning was reminding myself how pissed I was at my mom for making me go to school. Being pissed moved the tears deeper so they didn't shove against the backs of my eyes. At lunch, I was sitting at a table in the back corner of the cafeteria. I faced the wall, the rest of the room behind me so they couldn't see my misery while I tried to choke down whatever they were serving that day. Fish sticks, I think, and fries. I definitely remembered the fries. Some kid I hardly even knew came up and sat across from me with two other guys. I was more pissed that they were sitting there when there were plenty of other places. And then without warning, tears started filling my eyes. A few dribbled out no matter how fast I shoved food into my mouth. The kid laughed and poured his milk onto my plate. Suddenly, Aisling was standing there. A minute later, the assholes were gone, and she was sitting in their place. I'd known her before that. We'd been in school together since she moved to California in 3rd grade. We were in some elementary school classes together. She gave me a casual smile like it was no big deal I was crying. She had light brown bangs that were too long. They covered her eyebrows and brushed against her eyelashes. She kept pursing her lips and blowing air up so they flew away from her eyes. It was distracting and impossible to look away from. I wanted to lift them over to the side of her forehead. It didn't seem to bother her. It was just a routine she followed to make it easier to see. "Bad day, huh?" I nodded. "Brad's a jerk." "Who knew?" She laughed. Immediately I felt better, and the tears disappeared. She handed me a couple of fries from her plate, since mine were soaked with milk. Then she pushed her tray to the middle of the table so she could share her fries. There were a ton of them, like she'd gotten a double serving. She dipped them in ketchup and ate them with tiny bites. "Are you okay?" I shrugged. "What happened?" "My dad took off." "Oh." She stabbed a fry into the tiny plastic cup, scooped up a glob of ketchup, and stuffed the whole fry in her mouth. Ketchup smeared across her lip, and some got stuck in the corner between her upper and lower lip. When she smiled, her teeth were red in the spaces, and there was some chewed-up potato between 2 of them. It looked like blood. Everyone always thinks ketchup looks like blood, a horror movie staple. There's a reason they think that. It's because it does. I turned my attention back to her bangs, which were now fluttering when she blinked because they touched her eyelashes, and she couldn't blow air at them while she was chewing. "I know how that is," she said. I was concentrating so hard on the bloody look of her lips and her bangs, wondering why she didn't cut them, I couldn't immediately figure out what she was talking about. "My dad flew the coop when I was 8, she said. I laughed. I stopped quickly. "I'm not laughing at him taking off, just flew the coop. That's what my mom calls it." We talked for the rest of the lunch period. She seemed to get that I didn't want to talk about my dad, but that I did want to hear everything I could about other dads leaving. She told me all the details. She didn't cry or even look that upset. I guess it was old news. You get used to it. She told me about all the bad parts, as well as the benefits. Well, one benefit, really. That both parents want you to be happy, so they'll let you do more stuff and give you more of what you want. "Guilt," she said. "And bribery." She laughed. I laughed with her and thought about that sick-to-his-stomach look on my dad's face. I could see she was probably right. It didn't make me feel a lot better, but she did make me feel like it might be possible for me to feel better later, in a few months, or a year, or someday. We ate lunch together every day that year. We talked about what it was like having divorced parents. It wasn't as if we were the only kids in school with divorced parents. Far from it. But she was there the day it happened, and I think she felt good knowing she helped me stop crying. And I think she liked that I was the kind of guy who had enough feelings that he would cry if things were bad enough. She didn't tell me that right away, but a few months later, or maybe a year later. We started doing our homework together. At some point, after missing my dad turned to being used to having him gone, I started thinking of her as someone I wanted as a girlfriend, not just a friend. But by then, it seemed too hard to make that jump. The more we were together, the more I wanted it, and the scarier it felt. She'd been almost my best friend for more than a year, and I never wanted to wreck that. I couldn't live without her. Over the summer of freshman year, we saw each other a lot because of summer school, which we both took because our moms wanted us to get ahead of the curve in math. The next year, we ate lunch together a lot, though not every day. And then, I'm not sure why, we weren't doing homework together anymore. The summer after sophomore year, we drifted away from each other because she wasn't in summer school. After that, I saw her at parties. We walked to classes together sometimes. We still talked about the hassle of going to the other parents' house on the weekends, parents playing games, and lots of other stuff, but it wasn't like that first year. Still, I couldn't get the nerve to kiss her when I saw her at a party, or even ask her to dance. Maybe I was still the same loser my dad saw crying in the entryway. When we graduated from high school, Ashling's dad bought her a condo so she could move out of her mom's house. We laughed about that. She knew it was more of the same, him wanting to win. Once she turned 18, he figured he could get on a more even footing if she didn't live with her mom. A lot of kids hung out at her condo, obviously. No one else had their own place. She didn't have huge parties, only small groups over to drink beer, smoke a little weed, listen to music. I went to her condo once when she moved in, but after that, I felt like I didn't really fit in with her other friends. We texted each other from time to time. A couple of times, she and some of her friends came by my mom's house to smoke with me. I wanted to make a move. I couldn't go on feeling the way I did and never doing anything about it. Then after the night Brittany showed up in the gazebo, I knew I was ready to do something. It just clicked that night for whatever reason. Maybe because I saw that despite Ashling's aura of cool, she was still the really nice person I'd known since I was a kid. Carpe diem. While I thought about Aishling and fiddled with my phone, bringing up a text window, I watched the houses around me. The courtyard door of the house to our left opened, and Freya Bryant came out. Usually people came out in their cars, backing out while the garage doors opened and closed automatically. She was headed somewhere, and a moment later I saw she was coming my way. I thought about dropping my cigarette into the can of Red Bull, then decided the smoke might keep her from hanging around too long. She didn't look happy. Before she even reached the opening to the gazebo, she was talking. "I should have called the police on you a long time ago. You're underage." I held up the Red Bull and the cigarette. "All legal." "This time." "What do you want, Ms. Bryant?" "I want to know what you know about that poor missing girl." "Not much." "That's a rather cavalier attitude." "It's the truth." "I hope you didn't get into some trouble with her, some accident you're trying to hide." "Fuck off." "Nice. That's exactly the kind of person you are." "You're on my property." "It's not your property, Luke." "Whatever." I took a deep drag on my cigarette and blew out the smoke. She didn't back away from it. "So what do you want?" She pointed at me, leaning forward. "I want you to know that we're all watching you." "Thanks for the update." I took another drag. She walked away. I pulled out my phone and looked at it, wishing it was the way things used to be with Aishling, and I could text her without having a big mental debate about it.
26. Taylor. Duncan was almost giddy that I'd shut down the Find Brittany page. To escape the house and possibly the neighborhood, we went out to eat at our favorite Chinese restaurant, where we gorged on pot stickers and tangy, sweet, crunchy chicken salad. That chicken salad was the reason it was our favorite. We drank ice-cold Chinese beer and talked about nothing important. We laughed. We smiled at each other for no reason. At home, Duncan lit 2 fat white candles on our dresser, spread a large fluffy towel on the bed, and gave me a massage, complete with almond-scented oil. While he worked the knots out of the muscles in my shoulders, my mind remained twisted and gnarled. My eyes were closed, my breathing easy and soft, but behind my eyelids, the image of that vacant spot where the Facebook app used to live on my phone haunted me. I imagined reports flooding in from people who had actually seen Brittany. They would disappear into the ether. I imagined an increased outpouring of affection and support for the Cushings falling into empty spaces. I fabricated stories of lost children reunited with their families, posted alongside photographs of parents hugging their daughters and sons. People following the page loved to share their own stories. It was as if losing a child built a community of its own, and they had an instinctive drive to tell what they'd lived through, longing to give other parents reassurance and hope. Duncan's mind was somewhere else, completely unaware of where my thoughts had gone. I felt as if a magnet drew me back to Brittany every time I tried to turn away. Despite the threat to my life, to Brittany's life, I wanted the Facebook page back. I felt like I'd let down Moira and Alan, and like I'd yielded to threats from someone who was socially inept and emotionally damaged, hovering in front of a computer screen, an internet cable their only connection to the world. In their own way, the trolls and monsters were seeking a community of their own design. When I pictured this damaged individual, I knew it couldn't possibly be Luke. No matter how often that curious phrase replayed itself in my head, it had to be a bizarre coincidence that both Luke and the abductor had used it. Luke was a kind, thoughtful kid. He was not a pervert, and he was not the kind of person to make anonymous threats. As Duncan and I made love, my mind was with Brittany and the people doing all they could to remain hopeful on behalf of the Cushings. I felt like I'd betrayed all of them. At the same time, I was betraying Duncan, not allowing my mind to come along with him, pretending my attention was on him. He fell asleep quickly, and I got out of bed. I wrapped my thin cotton robe around me and went into the living room where my phone sat on the charging pad. I reloaded the Facebook app and retrieved the page. It was easy. I suppose permanently eliminating an entire social group was not so simple. They'd all remained in a limbo state, waiting for me. The page immediately flooded with comments. Right behind the comments came a rush of personal messages from Crystal Green. The moment they began to appear, I knew that was part of what had drawn me back. There was something compelling about the story of her abducted child, about her persistence. Mrs. Green, where the hell are you? The message had been sent 7 hours earlier, so I didn't answer right away. I waited, wondering if she was constantly logged in, immediately aware that the page was live again and my face showed I was active. I went into the kitchen and poured a small glass of red wine. I curled up on the couch, tucking my feet under my hips. It was 15 minutes before she sent another message. Mrs. Green, why did you shut down the page? I guess you're afraid of me. Her comment was jarring. Was it possible she was the one sending threats? There was no reason for her to do that, unless her entire story was a complex lie and she'd abducted Brittany. Maybe she was a nutcase after all, and more than that, a seriously disturbed individual. Maybe she got off on playing some kind of weird game. I pressed my thumb and finger to the bridge of my nose, trying to make myself think logically, instead of wandering all over every single possibility that presented itself. It couldn't have been her. Whoever sent the threats had photographed me. But how did I know she didn't live nearby, that she'd been watching us all this time? Everything could be a fabrication. For all I knew, the person communicating with me was a man, or a teenage boy, a girl. It could be anyone. I sighed and took a sip of wine. I put down my glass and typed my message. Taylor Stanwyck, I'm not afraid. Mrs. Green, what's the progress on finding my daughter? Taylor Stanwyck, maybe progress isn't really the right way to think of it. She's either missing or found. There is no in-between, no concept of progress. Mrs. Green, stop babbling philosophy. Are you saying the police have no clues, leads, whatever? Taylor Stanwyck, unfortunately, no. Mrs. Green, did you tell that bitch and her husband what you know? Taylor Stanwyck, she's not a bitch. She loves Brittany very much. They both do. Mrs. Green, well, they have no right. She's my child. Taylor Stanwyck, that's really hard to believe. Mrs. Green, did you see my message about her birthmark? She has a birthmark. You need to look at their photographs. Find a picture of her in a swimsuit. She has a birthmark that looks like a little bunny rabbit on her left shoulder." I smiled at that. I didn't want to, but the image of a birthmark shaped like a bunny, and the fact that Crystal seemed to find charming what most would consider a flaw, something to hide, made me warm to her. Taylor Stanwyck. "I don't know what to say." Mrs. Green. "There's nothing to say. Find a picture. Then we'll chat." I spent another hour reading what had been posted since I'd shut down the page. There were no more threats, and the claims of people having seen Brittany were clearly bogus, filled with awkward sentences and laced with convoluted conspiracy-like embellishments. As I read, my mind churned over what Crystal had said. When I was finished, I knew I had to find a photograph of Brittany wearing a swimsuit. It was the only way to settle my mind. 27. Moira. My phone buzzed with a message from Taylor. I'd stayed away from her for a few days. My constant weariness wasn't helped by her enthusiasm and her almost frantic need to help me. I ran hot and cold on this. Sometimes I craved her desire to talk about Brittany, to listen to my memories, to complain about the police, to speculate on who might have taken her. At other times, I just wanted to let myself go numb. I didn't want to smile or respond to another person. I didn't have it in me to try to follow the threads of even the simplest conversation. I couldn't bear the energy and opinions and needs and sheer physical presence of another human being. I guessed I was running hot right now. Alan was on a conference call. I heard the hum of his voice and the blare of others through the speakerphone. I was appalled that he could concentrate on work. I shouldn't have been. I should have been grateful. He couldn't let his company fall to pieces, right alongside me. He couldn't jeopardize our financial security for Brittany's sake. He had to work, and maybe that responsibility, that love, was what enabled him to do it. Taylor's message asked if I was up for scones and fancy coffees. I replied with a smiling emoji. When she arrived with her paper bag and cups, we sat at the bar in the kitchen and sipped the steaming hot lattes. "Is there anything new from the police?" she asked. I sighed. "I know I keep asking you that," she said. "I'm sorry. It just comes out. I know if there was something new you'd tell me." "Actually, there is, but I didn't say anything. When I saw you the other day, with Freya and the others, there was something new, if you want to call it that." She put her hands in her lap and folded them together. She looked down at them, staring at the intertwined fingers. She was quiet for a long time, looking at her hands when she spoke. "Why didn't you tell us?" Taylor asked. "I hate thinking about it. I'm angry and scared." "What happened?" "The police are assuming Brittany ran away." She looked up. "Then why were you talking about Luke? You made it sound as if the police think she ran away. I don't believe that at all. And part of why they think that is because Luke said things about her. Lies." She nodded, unclasped her hands, and picked up her coffee cup. She took a sip and then spent a moment picking apart her scone, putting a piece into her mouth. "I don't think that means they aren't going to keep looking for her. So maybe it doesn't matter." "It matters a lot. It matters to me and to Alan. They're making it sound like she wasn't happy." I started to cry. I'd told myself I wouldn't, but the tears were always ready, whether I wanted them or not. Taylor put her hand on my shoulder and squeezed it gently. "I'm sorry." "I know. I feel like you're the only one who understands what we're going through." She took her hand away. She didn't look at me. She hadn't made eye contact since I'd told her what the police said, and I wondered if she agreed with them, despite touching me and telling me she was sorry. Maybe they all believed that. They'd known Luke forever, so of course they wouldn't believe he was a creep. He'd probably told all of them the same things he'd said to Officer Carter. Everyone knew what he was saying, except us. We drank our coffee without talking. It wasn't an uncomfortable silence, although I felt like she was no longer as understanding as I'd thought. A darkness began to spread through my body again. It felt as if no one was working that hard to find Brittany. They refused to put pressure on Luke, and they refused to go door to door. They might never find her. She might already be dead. They probably all thought she'd either run away or that she was dead. No one wanted to say that to us. I wanted the thought to leave me alone. Taylor slipped off the bar chair. "I need to use your bathroom." I barely nodded. I honestly wanted her to leave. I wanted to go to sleep. When I was awake, I thought sleep would be better. When I was dreaming, I fought to wake myself up. I went to the sink and poured the rest of my coffee down the drain and dropped the rest of my scone and the cup into the trash. I wrapped up the other 2 scones and her half-eaten one and shoved them back in the bag. The house was silent. Carrying the bag of scones and Taylor's coffee, I walked through the living room. As I stepped into the hallway, I saw the bathroom door standing open. The room was dark. I placed the coffee and scones on the shelf across from the bathroom and walked quietly down the hallway. I stopped. Taylor was just inside Brittany's doorway. She moved toward the photographs hanging on the wall to the right of Brittany's bed. I stepped into the room and grabbed her upper arm. "What are you doing in here?" She looked at me, her eyes wide with feigned innocence. "I just wanted to. You don't belong in here." I yanked her toward the doorway. She stumbled as I pulled her out of the room. I let go of her arm. "You said you needed to use the bathroom." She raised her hand to her head and tugged on her earring. "Her bedroom is so sweet. It looks like it belongs to a little girl." "It does. I guess teenagers like to remember being little kids, so she doesn't mind the furniture." My skin grew hot. I wanted to slap her face. "Are you trying to hurt me, Taylor? I thought you were my friend." "Of course not." "Don't ever go in there again." "I'm sorry." "You need to leave." I picked up the coffee and scones off the shelf. "I'm so sorry," she said. "I know I shouldn't have. I didn't think you'd mind. I didn't think you'd—" "You didn't think." I handed the half-finished latte to her and held out the bag of scones. "You can take the rest of these. I won't eat them." Clutching the bag and her coffee, she gave me a weak, pleading smile. "I'm really so sorry." I walked into the living room, headed toward the entryway. She followed. We stopped near the sliding glass door onto the courtyard. "I was thinking," she said, giving me a hopeful smile, "why don't we have a barbecue tomorrow? The other neighbors would be— I don't feel much like eating." "Please, it would be good for you to get out of the house." "Will you invite Luke?" I hadn't thought about it. I don't think he'd come. I slid my hands into the back pockets of my jeans and tipped my head up, looking at the ceiling, thinking about that guy, wondering why he thought he knew anything at all about Brittany. I lowered my chin. Maybe seeing him would be useful. She looked unhappy with what I'd said. "I don't want to put him on the spot." I opened the door and ushered her out. "See you tomorrow? No need to bring anything." "I'll do my part. I'll bring a green salad." She backed away from the door, and I pulled it closed. I didn't want to go to a barbecue, but Alan would. Maybe if they saw us, people would have to face up again to what had happened. Maybe they'd do something. Maybe they'd stop protecting that creep. 28. Taylor. Nicole didn't answer when I rang her bell, so I invited her to the barbecue via text message. I didn't mention Luke. She didn't respond, which gave me a sense of relief. I had enough to think about. Crystal would not leave me alone. I received new messages from her every few hours. As our neighbors arrived carrying bottles of wine and salads, my phone continued to buzz. She wanted to know when Moira and Alan had moved in next door, and more about the circumstances of how Brittany went missing. She wanted information about me, and she wanted to know what the police were up to. She wanted to know the results of every single sighting posted on the page, not caring if they were clearly absurd. While I felt guilty answering her questions as if I was continuing to betray Moira and Alan with every tap of my finger, I didn't know how to ignore her. If I didn't respond and she posted a public message, it would cause trouble. I couldn't formulate in my mind what kind of trouble I imagined, but I knew it would hurt Moira. It would get the police off on the wrong track, digging into Crystal's life instead of looking for Brittany. They might think she was so certain Brittany was her child that she was the one who had abducted her. They might turn to all the speculations that had passed through my mind, wondering whether Crystal herself was a complete fabrication. The pressure of knowing she was sending more messages while I was trying to socialize with my neighbors had created a sharp pain in my left ear. I went into the house. I grabbed an ibuprofen from the bathroom cabinet. I swallowed the capsule with a sip of wine, which was not a good thing to do, but I wanted to be quick. I wanted that pain gone. I sat in the armchair in the corner of our bedroom, sipping my wine. Before I returned to our guests, I needed to rest, to let the painkiller ease the ache that was making it hard to think, hard to smile and carry on a conversation. I closed my eyes. Moira had been so upset with me for going into Brittany's room, so I'd been a little surprised when they actually showed up at our front door carrying a large glass bowl filled with greens, plum tomatoes, and slivers of white mushrooms. There was a small part of me feeling guilty, another part wondering what the big deal was about. I would have thought she'd be happy I was interested, that I cared about Brittany's life. Maybe she sensed I had an ulterior motive. If I could have gotten closer to those framed vacation photographs on Brittany's wall, I might have seen her bare shoulders, confirmed there was no birthmark, and assured myself once and for all that Crystal, or whoever she or he was, could be eliminated from my thoughts. I could delete the messages and report her to the police. I took another sip of wine. I really needed to see those photographs. The pain began to ease its way out of my head. I was startled that it was dissipating so quickly. I opened my eyes and stood. It would feel so much better to trust Moira and Alan. Looking at those pictures would be a good thing. It would make me more supportive of Moira, less distracted with questions that undermined what she was going through. If she caught me, that would be the end of things, but I had to know. I wandered into the guest bedroom where the women had left their purses. On the floor by the bed was Moira's dark green leather bag. I'd seen it enough times, sitting in her entryway on the kitchen table, the living room floor. It seemed to follow her from room to room, as if keeping an eye on what she was doing. Normally the phone stuck out of the side pocket, always ready to receive a call from the police. The pocket was empty now, the phone in her hand as she accepted our neighbor's sympathy with tear-filled eyes, sipping from a wine glass in her opposite hand. The main part of the bag was unzipped, and her keys, attached to a plastic holder with a photograph of her and Brittany, sat on top of the other contents. I swallowed the rest of my wine while my mind stayed locked on those keys. Before I could think about much more than the insistent press of messages from Crystal thrumming through my bones, I took the keys. I stuffed the plastic case with the photo into my front pocket and arranged my top to spill over the bulge.
I placed my glass on a shelf in the hallway and walked quickly out of the house. Before I started up the Cushing's walkway, I glanced across the street. The gazebo in Nicole's front yard was empty. While it usually was in the early evening, I needed to be careful. Of course, if I was seen and Nicole asked, it was easy enough to say I'd run next door to grab something for Moira. That would work unless the two of them talked to each other. At this point, it was unlikely. There were only 2 keys and a car fob on the ring. I inserted the largest key into the lock and turned. The door opened. I took a deep breath. This was my last chance to stop, to ask Moira about the birthmark. But if she said Brittany had one, I wasn't sure what I would do next. I wasn't sure what she would do, and the possibilities made me anxious. I stepped into the courtyard and closed the door. Inside, I went directly to Brittany's bedroom. I slipped into the room as if someone were watching, feeling I needed to be stealthy, even though I was alone in the house and unlikely to be discovered. Everyone was next door, going out of their way to keep Alan and Moira engaged in conversation, feeling welcomed and cared for. The wall in the corner held 6 5x7 framed images arranged in a column. The pictures included family shots, as well as Brittany and her friends. I turned my attention to the pictures in front of leaning palm trees and hopelessly blue stretches of water. The ocean was so blue, it was certainly not the California coast. I tried to think whether Moira had ever mentioned where they'd lived before moving in next door. If she had, the information had eased its way out of my mind. I stepped closer, looking to see if the camera had caught the top of Brittany's left shoulder. Most of them were several years old. Brittany looked to be about 10 or 11. The last photograph was of Brittany and 2 friends. They were kneeling on the beach, leaning over an elaborately sculpted sandcastle. The camera angle caught her left shoulder. I moved closer, trying to get a better look in the dim light of the bedroom. There was something barely visible, but I couldn't quite make it out. I placed my fingers on the sides of the frame to lift it off the hook.
"Why are you in my house? I told you to stay out of Brittany's room."
I turned, my fingers snagging on the corner of the frame, knocking it at an angle.
"I was looking at her photographs."
Moira walked into the room and stopped a few inches from me. The heat of her anger was like the strong odor of sweat coming off her body. That elaborate bed blocked me into the corner where the photographs hung, making it impossible to move away from her.
"You didn't steal my keys and sneak into my house to look at a few photos."
"I did."
"Stop. Just stop lying and making excuses and tell me what you're doing, or I'm going to start thinking you aren't who you pretend to be. And if that's the case, I'm going to start thinking you and Duncan know something about where Brittany is."
I sucked in air, choking as my body reacted to the influx of oxygen.
"No, absolutely not. Then tell me what you're doing. And trust me, I'll know if you're lying. Maybe you're too concerned about my daughter. Maybe you know more than you're saying."
While I wasn't sure how she'd know, it was possible my body was already giving me away. She was reading my discomfort with the same instinctive, physical clarity that I smelled the heat of her rage.
"Crystal, the woman claiming to be Brittany's mother." "Claiming? She's deranged, whoever she is."
"She said her daughter has a birthmark." Moira smirked.
"So what?"
"I just wanted to see if—"
"So you don't believe me? Instead, you believe this lunatic who came crawling out of the cesspool of the internet?"
The intensity of her presence made me anxious. I wasn't sure why. It wasn't as if I feared she would hurt me. I didn't think I'd been afraid a moment earlier. Now I wasn't sure. I didn't know what she wanted, and it made me uncomfortable, scared. I wanted her to move. I wanted her to calm down. Even though I'd betrayed her trust, she was overreacting. If Crystal was unbalanced or lying, why would Moira be so upset?
She's very insistent, I said. Most deranged people are insistent, if you want to call it that. We stood there for several minutes. Finally, I reached out to adjust the picture I'd knocked out of whack. It fell forward and hit the side of my arm, tearing the skin. It tumbled to the floor, and the frame cracked. Moira and I reached for it at the same time, our heads bumping, which set loose the pain in my left ear. I picked up the photograph and looked at it. There was a mark on Brittany's left shoulder. It looked exactly like a rabbit. I was surprised at how accurately Crystal had described it. For a moment I couldn't breathe. I handed the picture to Moira. Finally, I inhaled. When I spoke, my voice wavered. Sorry it broke. I held her gaze. She clutched the frame to her chest. Crystal told me her daughter has a birthmark, shaped like a rabbit, and Brittany has... Moira stared at me, her eyes vacant. Tell me what's going on, I said. I'm here for you. Don't you know that by now? Her eyes filled with tears, which quickly evaporated, and her face took on a new expression like nothing I'd seen before. It might have been anger, but there was something else as well, a touch of desperation or madness. Fear swelled inside me. She was smaller than I was, but that stare, the pinprick of her pupils, suggested she could overpower me on the strength of whatever burned inside her. Without changing her expression, her voice came out in a whisper that sounded as if it belonged to someone else. Crystal was Brittany's mother, but you... 29. Brittany, before. I don't remember when I first started dreaming about someone looking into my bedroom window. Sometimes I wondered if that dream had formed in my subconscious mind every single night of my life. Of course it hadn't. It's just that once you start having the same dream over and over, it feels like it's gone on forever. You can't remember when it first appeared or how many times you've had it since, so it seems like you have it every night. The memory of that dream and its constant presence at the back of my mind was sliding around inside my head like raw egg spilled on the counter that moves to a new spot when you try to wipe it up. It wasn't the only dream that made repeated visits. I also had a dream about getting lost. I was walking on a street I didn't recognize, although one house looked like a house I'd lived in. I walked up and down that street, but I could never find my way to that one familiar house, so I always felt lost. Not only lost, but terribly confused over how a single house could look like home among houses I'd never seen before. The third dream was about not being able to find something to eat. My stomach rumbled and ached while I climbed on counters, looking in every cabinet for a box of crackers or a can of soup. Sometimes I opened a bag of flour and ate it, choking on the fine powder, breathing it in so I sneezed and coughed at the same time. When I opened the refrigerator, it smelled funny, like something rotten. The smell made me feel like I wanted to throw up, but my stomach growled. There was nothing inside but a few cans of Coke and half a dried-out stick of butter that was a funny color. I couldn't get my finger under the tab to open the can. I was so hungry I felt like I might eat that butter, wanting something to make the rumbling stop. At the end of the dream, I was crying and pushing my hands against my stomach, trying to collapse it so it wouldn't feel so empty. When I woke from that dream, I was never hungry. That was the weird thing about it, and the thing that made it the most confusing dream of all, because in the dream, I thought I might faint from the emptiness filling the entire inside of me. Where did that feeling come from? I told my mother about my dreams, and she assured me that dreams are nothing but our fears turning into images and stories we can manage. When I told her I thought I remembered it really happening, she said that was possible, but not in this case. She said it didn't mean anything, and I shouldn't dwell on it. She said the mind was a mysterious place, and no one had it all figured out. Dreams were simply a mechanism for working out problems. They were not symbolic, they were not predictive, and they certainly were not giving me messages. She asked me a lot of questions about my friends, wondering whether they talked about dreams as if they had some sort of mystical meaning. I said they had. One girl had a book about dreams that told you what different dream images meant. My mother said I shouldn't listen to that kind of nonsense, that I was too intelligent to believe superstitions like that. Talking to other kids about my dreams made me anxious. My friends didn't have the same dreams over and over like I did. Their dreams were sometimes scary, and sometimes simply a mixture of things that didn't make sense, or memories from that day all jumbled together into a new story. I only had those 3 dreams. Because they kept coming over and over again, it was as if they really did want to tell me something. The dreams started before the shots. For some reason, although after a while I realized I didn't remember her saying this, I thought the shots were to help get rid of the dreams. They didn't. Once every 2 months, my mother would sit me down on a chair she'd dragged into the bathroom. She unwrapped a syringe, wiped my arm with a cotton ball soaked in rubbing alcohol, and stuck the needle into my arm. It hurt, but she said it was worth it. She never talked while she was giving me the injection, and I never asked any questions. I knew it was to help get rid of the dreams. She didn't like how they upset me, and she said she wished she could find a way to stop them. The dreams made her cry, which I thought was a strange thing to say since I was the one dreaming them, not her. Why would my dreams make her cry? It made me mad that my dreams made her cry. She acted as if they were about her, like I didn't matter as much. Even after 3 years, my dreams hadn't changed at all. I had them just as often, and they were exactly the same. When I asked my mother why the shots weren't making the dreams stop, she didn't say anything. Once, right before we moved to California, my father came into the bathroom while she was getting the syringe ready. They talked about the shot as if I weren't there. The things they said sounded like they were talking in a secret code. My father leaned against the doorframe.
Still?
Yes.
How much longer?
I can't think about that, my mother said.
You need to.
Not yet.
Moira, you can't.
My mother stabbed the needle into my arm and I winced. My father walked away, and for some reason I couldn't explain, I didn't think this was about my dreams at all. It seemed like it was about my mother. 30. Moira. Taylor hadn't said much, and I couldn't get a read on what she might be thinking. My hands shook until I shoved them against my legs, digging my knuckles into my flesh. Alan would be furious with me, but there was no choice. She'd seen the birthmark. How had Crystal remembered it after all this time, and all the fog of dope? I suppose a mother never forgets. I should have known that. It's a truth of the human race, and really the entire animal kingdom. The mother's fierce connection to her offspring. Even if a child is torn from her arms and she never holds her again, she remembers every cell of that precious being who was formed inside her and emerged from her body. "You can't tell anyone," I said. "Please." I guessed Taylor was thinking what awful human beings we were. Once I told her the truth, she wouldn't be able to argue that Brittany had been condemned to a terrible life with Crystal, most likely ending up a junkie herself, growing up hungry and neglected, living on the rough fringe of society, exposed to disease and abuse from a parade of gutter-dwelling men. I could see a glimmer of kindness in Taylor's eyes, but I could also see that she felt something was very wrong, and she was the type that wanted to fix things that were wrong. "Please," I said. She looked away from me. "Brittany has been loved so much, more than you can imagine. We've given her an extremely good life. She's happy, very, very happy." I imagined Alan's face when I told him what had happened, but he had to see that Taylor had been moments from telling Crystal we had her daughter. She already knew something wasn't adding up, or she wouldn't have stolen my keys and snuck into my house. In her gut, she'd already suspected the truth. She believed Crystal, and there was nothing I could do about that. I took another step closer. "You have to understand how it was. We didn't start out planning to make her our own. She was so lonely, so scared, so hungry. Have you ever seen a hungry child? Not a child who woke up cranky and wants her breakfast, but a child who's gone all day without eating anything but a handful of fish crackers? It's heartbreaking, truly heartbreaking." Taylor walked to the bed. She picked up the picture I'd placed face down where it sank into the soft bedding. She turned it over and looked at the image, touched the glass. She picked it up and went to the wall, settling the cracked frame back on its hook. She stepped away and looked carefully at each photograph, her head moving slowly as she studied the details. Finally, she faced me again. "I don't know what to say. Say you understand. We did what was best for her. She came to us. All we did was love her. After a while, she didn't want to go back to that crack house next door." "Why didn't you call Child Protective Services? That's what people do." "They didn't do anything. They came out once and then disappeared." "How hard did you try?" "We literally saved Brittany's life. Do you get that? She wanted to be with us." "It changes things." "How?" "Maybe she did run away." "No, I don't believe that." "Does she remember her mother?" "I don't think so. But you don't know for sure." "She was only 4. Kids forget quite a lot at that age as the years pass." "She loves us. She was never unhappy. She never asked about Crystal." "How do you know she hasn't been secretly missing her mother? How do you know she didn't look for her online? She might have found enough information to go looking for her." "She isn't allowed to use the computer by herself, and she doesn't have the password. She never said a word about missing Crystal. Even in the early days, she clung to us. You have no idea how damaged that little girl was." Taylor slid her hands into her pockets, pulled out my keys, and handed them to me. "I suppose I can see that. A little. Maybe. It doesn't make it right." "It was right. You have to believe me. Maybe I haven't explained how awful Crystal was. She put Brittany's life in danger." "She's her mother, and you took her." "Not against her will. It might not be legally right, but morally it was the right thing." "Didn't anyone try to find her when she disappeared?" "We kept her inside. Our home had an attic. I decorated it with all the things she loved, horses and lots of pink and purple. She loved being alone with me. Just being held was something she hadn't experienced much of. It was so precious the way she would crawl onto my lap and sit for hours with her head on my chest while I read stories. We played board games, watched old movies, and she clung to me, literally. I'm not sure what to do. Keep looking for Brittany. When we find her, you can ask her yourself." I regretted saying that, but I had to say something to get her on my side, and it was all I could think of. When we found Brittany, Taylor would forget all about the woman who had given her birth, and then shoved her aside like a piece of trash.
Alan and I would make plans to move somewhere else, quickly. Alan's job, running his own company, was perfect for the moves we'd had to make. Leaving Florida for upstate New York once the search for the missing child next door faded, and then to California for warmer weather. Alan's team was located in several cities across the United States, and one office in London. He could work from anywhere, traveling when he needed to have face-to-face meetings. I knew he wouldn't object to another move. A fresh start for Brittany would be healthy after the trauma she'd faced with her abductor. Getting out of here was the only way to be rid of Crystal, and to keep Taylor from interfering once Brittany was home. Finding Brittany was what mattered. It was the only thing that mattered, and the only thing I needed Taylor's help with. "I should get back to our guests," Taylor said. I moved away from the bed. "Are you coming?" "Of course." She looked surprised and pleased. After all this, she looked pleased. We left the bedroom and walked toward the front of the house. "I need your help," I said, "more than ever. The police aren't doing anything. I can't believe she's been gone so long and they haven't made any progress. They're just sitting around, or they've moved on to other things because they're frustrated. I don't know. You could be such a help if you pressed them to try harder." "You kept calling Brittany your baby, your daughter, but she's not. Why did you say those things?" "Because she is. She truly is. I've raised her. I've cared for her. I've loved her every single moment. We both have." We stepped into the courtyard. Taylor paused and stroked the petal of a pink hibiscus bloom growing near the outer door. "I don't know what to do. I feel like Officer Carter should know about this. About Crystal." "No." I moved between Taylor and the door, blocking her way as she reached for the handle. "Please, you have to understand what that means. We'd be arrested. Brittany wouldn't have anyone. You have to realize her mother is non-functional. She's an addict. Do you know what that's like? How people like that behave?" "It's been 10 years. Maybe she got cleaned up." "I doubt it. Why would she? She was like that for years when we lived next door. Brittany doesn't even know her now. You can't just rip her out of our arms. That's what they do." Taylor looked at me, her eyes confused and uncertain. "Brittany would have died if she'd stayed with Crystal. You understand that, right?" "Possibly. Just let's focus on finding her. That's the most important thing right now. We can't lose sight of what really matters." She nodded, hesitating slightly, then continued to move her head in agreement. "Just think about what she's suffering right this minute while we stand here talking." I began to cry. They weren't false tears manufactured to win her over. Speaking those words had made me think about the abuse Brittany was surely suffering. Heartbreaking images of her flooded my mind, of her tied and gagged, chained to a post, sitting naked on a concrete floor. How long could she survive? With all their technology, why couldn't they find her? Taylor put her arms around me. She put her mouth close to my ear and whispered, "Yes, finding Brittany is the most important thing. For now." I had to accept it as good enough. For now. 31. Crystal. It was pissing me off that this Taylor person didn't believe me. She was so casual about even trying to look into what those people had done. Maybe because she had money too. They obviously lived in an expensive neighborhood. All of California was super expensive. At least that's what I'd heard. Because of all the tech companies, everyone was rolling in it. People like that always stuck together. Taylor Stanwyck probably thought I didn't deserve to raise my own child. She wanted to protect a criminal because they were the same kind of women, rich, self-absorbed, and entitled.
Still, I would not call the police unless I got desperate. Beyond desperate. It crossed my mind that the California police might not be as rude as the Florida police. They didn't know me, and they might listen to me. But overall, that seemed like a much too optimistic view of cops. I also didn't want them sidetracked into paying attention to what those people did, investigating why they stole my daughter instead of looking for her now. There was plenty of time to turn them in once Brittany was okay. I'd decided I wanted to be in California. I wanted to be helping, handing out flyers and talking to kids who had known her, finding out about the people in her neighborhood. I didn't want to live through a fucking Facebook page. I needed to be there. Brittany needed me to be there. Obviously, the police, as usual, were not doing their jobs. All my interest in keeping up with other pages about missing children had worn off now that I'd found Brittany. I totally realized that's what I'd really been doing all those years, even when I hadn't known it. I thought I was addicted to other people's tragedy, but it was my own feelings, my own grief that was looking for others who felt like me. Most of all, I was looking for my daughter. I was searching all those pages hoping to find one about her. Taylor Stanwyck had logged back onto Facebook. I held my phone, touching the screen every few seconds to make sure it didn't lock. I wanted to find out if she'd finally gotten off her ass and tried to find out what was going on. I wanted to see what she said the minute she posted about Brittany's birthmark. I wanted to hear that she believed me now. A message popped up on my screen. Instead of telling me I was right, it was pompous and know-it-all. Taylor Stanwyck. There is no birthmark. I'm sorry. Good luck finding your daughter. Good luck? Good luck? Who the fuck did she think she was? She made it sound like I was looking for a lost cell phone. There was no luck about it. I didn't lose my daughter. She was ripped out of my life. Mrs. Green. You saw a clear picture of her shoulder? Taylor Stanwyck. Yes. Mrs. Green. I don't believe you. It was 10 minutes before she condescended to answer me. Taylor Stanwyck. That's your choice, but I think it's healthier if you don't torment yourself with false hope. She had the gall to put a smiley face at the end of her sentence. She had some heavy-duty attitude, this Taylor Stanwyck. Mrs. Green. I don't imagine there are that many photographs that get a good look at her shoulder, now that I think about it. No one takes pictures like that. This time she waited 15 minutes before she answered. Taylor Stanwyck. I have to sign off now. Like I said, good luck with your search. Please don't post anything on the public page because we don't want it to distract from the effort to find Brittany. I hope you'll honor that, even though you're searching for your own missing child. Mrs. Green. No need to search anymore. I found her. I was tempted to add a smiling face to mine, but that would cheapen things. This was serious, and Miss Taylor needed to take me more seriously. I was sick of her bullshit. True to her word, her face disappeared from the top of the app. She'd signed off. Off to drink a glass of California wine, probably. It would never cross her upscale mind that she was sort of like a junkie herself, a wine junkie. They think they're better than us, rich people drowning in alcohol, but they're not, and it's all the same thing, a way to dull the pain. I locked my phone and looked at the time displayed on the screen. It was 4 hours past when I usually needed another fix, and I'd managed to push myself this far. I felt proud of my strength. It was 2 a.m, 11 at night in California. I was pretty sure Taylor wasn't coming back to Facebook. I turned down the volume on the TV and tried to think about what I could do. Her message was definitely trying to get rid of me, to shut me up. Good luck was the same as goodbye. Plus, she was lying. My money was on her not actually seeing Brittany's shoulder. She hadn't even tried to find out. She lied because she didn't want to know the truth. Whatever her connection was to that woman who used to live next door to me and acted all nice and then did the worst thing a human being can do, Taylor wanted me to shut up and not make trouble. That's not the kind of person I am. In fact, I was probably in this situation because I didn't make enough trouble. I let those cops intimidate me. It's true. If I hadn't been high, I would have kept a better eye on my baby girl. It's not that it was my fault she was kidnapped. Absolutely not. But it would have been different. It's not my fault at all. I coped with the pain of my back and my husband dying the best I could. Better than a lot of people, I think. Those snobs next door should have tried to help me, not ripped off my kid. Who does that? I knew it was the people who used to live next door because there was a picture of them with Brittany in the online version of their local newspaper. They were all smiley and happy and acting like my daughter belonged to them. It had taken a minute for me to figure out who they were. They looked a little older, and the woman was thinner than when they lived next to me. But that fake smile of his and that pointy nose of hers came rushing back to me after I stared at the picture for a while. When I saw that sharp bone of her nose, I remembered one night when I was tucking Brittany into bed. I looked up at the window and saw that nose, that face, peering into her room. I'd recognize it anywhere. At the time, I thought I imagined it, that the drugs were making me hallucinate or something. But now I knew they'd been watching her. They were finding out when she went to sleep and planning how they could take her. Why hadn't I figured it out a long time ago? They were always talking to Brittany, giving her snacks and ringing my doorbell to ask why she was playing outside. It was so dark when it was only dusk. They were always asking how I was, saying, "Are you okay?" and "Was Brittany okay?" They lived 20 feet away from us. Their kitchen window looked right into mine. I remembered how Brittany used to disappear for hours in the afternoon. I thought she was playing with the other kids on the street, but when I thought back now, she never talked about those kids. And once, one of them threw a rock at her, so I was pretty sure they weren't besties. Brittany was so close, yet so far away. I'd found her, and now she was missing again. I needed to figure out a way to help find her. There's nothing like a child's blood mother to go above and beyond. She was still missing because they weren't trying hard enough. No one on the entire planet loved that girl as much as I did. No one could feel her presence, feel her life like I could, even if she was far away and I had no idea where she was. I was not going to sit around one more minute waiting for the people who stole her. It was up to me to find her.
32. Moira. Alan ordered a pizza delivered, and we ate while watching the national news. Brittany's abduction was gone from the local news. 2 reports and done, because there were no new teasers, clues, stories to shock. I couldn't bear to watch it and see her ignored. After one slice of cheese and vegetables, my stomach roiled and pinched in upon itself. I did manage a full glass of wine before my stomach rebelled, and was now sipping a second in a failed attempt to calm what was happening in my digestive system. I leaned my head on the back of the couch, my glass on the table in front of me. Alan's legs were stretched out, his feet propped on the table, a magazine beneath his heels to keep his skin off the satiny wood. He uncrossed his ankles, turned off the TV, and stood.
We should go for a walk.
Why?
We need to get out of this house more. Going to that barbecue got me out of my head. Honestly, it was a relief.
I'm not sure I feel up to it. I picked up my glass and took a sip. The white wine was too warm. I set the glass back on the table.
It will make us feel better.
Nothing makes me feel better. He reached for my hand.
Come on, it's good to move. If you don't feel better, why not at least give your body what it needs?
I closed my eyes.
Come on, Moira. This isn't helping.
I was interested in the news.
You weren't. Except when you were taking a bite of pizza, you had your eyes closed."
I opened them now, as if doing so would prove him wrong in some childish, idiotic way. I still hadn't told him about Crystal finding us, about her messages to Taylor. I hadn't told him that Taylor snuck into our house. I needed to do that before Taylor said something, I didn't know. I just needed to tell him. He needed to know so we could figure out how to handle it. But he'd be wildly upset that I hadn't mentioned it until now, and I didn't feel like I could manage his upset alongside the noise going on inside my own head, my own heart. I stood and carried our wine glasses to the kitchen. I poured the contents of mine down the drain. He closed up the pizza box and put it in the fridge, adding it to the packages of half-eaten food that filled every shelf, overflowing the space with casseroles that probably needed to be tossed. I couldn't bring myself to do that either. Contemplating throwing away spoiled food was another stab in my heart, piercing me with the knowledge that Brittany had been gone so long the food was going bad. He suggested we walk along one of the trails in the open preserve. I didn't want to be out there, thinking that Brittany might have been dragged or carried across that unfriendly terrain. Then I realized we might find something. It wasn't as if the search had been exhaustive. It was impossible to search every square inch. Maybe the dog had missed a small part. While it was a foolishly optimistic hope, thinking this filled me with adrenaline. I changed into jeans and athletic shoes, and we went out through the back gate into the preserve. We walked for over an hour. It was clear that Alan had had the same thought, because both of us spent most of the time not speaking, staring at the ground, kicking at shrubs and clumps of grass that had turned brown and grown brittle after months without rain. We found nothing, and I think we were both fighting tears as the darkness moved over us and we started back toward the house. In our effort to get home before the light from the sun had faded completely, we walked quickly. This was the time to tell him. I couldn't avoid it any longer. "Alan, slow down."
"It's almost dark."
"I know, but I need to tell you something." He slowed his pace. I took his hand. He squeezed mine in return, pleased, I think, that I was touching him without it being a search for comfort in the midst of tears, as most of our touching had been since that horrible night. "Crystal sent a message to Taylor through the Facebook page." He stopped and let go of my hand.
"What did she say?"
Allow the music to...
I didn't read it. Taylor did.
"Well, what did she say?"
"She's been sending a lot of messages."
"Okay."
"She recognized Brittany."
"How is that even possible?"
"I guess mothers don't forget." He looked at me then, his eyes bright even in the spreading darkness.
"I guess not,"
he whispered. We continued walking, slowly now, our arms brushing against each other, neither of us reaching for the other's hand. When our house was in sight, he spoke.
"What does she want?"
"Isn't that obvious?" He sighed. "There's more."
"What's that?"
"She told Taylor to check our photographs, to look for the birthmark. Taylor took my keys during the barbecue."
"What the hell?"
"Yeah, I found her in Brittany's bedroom, and she saw."
"She had no right."
"I think she already knew. She wouldn't have looked if she didn't already believe Crystal."
"Shit."
He kicked the root of a tree at the side of the path. "I'm scared." He put his arm around me, slowing our progress further, but it felt good, so I didn't mind. We could make our way home in the dark. "I told her."
"Told her what?"
Alan's arm dropped off my shoulders. He stopped and grabbed my upper arms, turning me toward him. "That we took her."
"Why? Why would you do that?"
"I had to. I explained how Crystal was, how Brittany bonded with us, how she wanted to be with us. I told her we didn't really take her, that she wanted to live with us.
What did she say?
Not much. I think she understands, though.
No, I guarantee she does not understand. No one would understand.
I think she does. I don't think she's going to say anything.
You don't know that. You can't be sure. Why did you tell her?
I had to. It was better than letting her guess and not understand the reasons, not get a full picture of what Crystal is like, her behavior, the neglect. He sighed.
Okay, maybe I see your point. But still, what?
I don't think she'll say anything. I told her that once Brittany's safe, she can ask her if she remembers Crystal, but we won't let that happen.
Absolutely not.
We'll need to move, I said, soon.
We'll see how it goes. You need to keep close to her. Find out who she talks to. Do you think she told Duncan? Shit.
We didn't discuss it.
Why not?
I didn't think of it. I mean, I told her not to tell anyone. Hopefully she got that.
Hopefully? What are you thinking? After all this, you can't operate on hope.
She gets it. I'm sure of it. She hugged me.
Oh, she hugged you. Well, that's proof she'll keep a crime hidden for the rest of her life.
She didn't refer to it as a crime. She was crying a little when I described what Brittany's life was like, how it would have been if we hadn't saved her. He let go of my arms. I rubbed them gently. They ached from the pressure of his fingers digging into my bones.
Then maybe my insurance policy is a good thing,
he said. What are you talking about?
I pressured Taylor to shut down the Facebook page.
Well, she didn't do it.
For a while she did. A day or so.
What did you say?
I sent a few mild threats, but I can send something stronger.
I'm not sure that was a good idea. Besides, what if the page turns out to be helpful in finding Brittany?
It was all I could think of. We have to do something. You put us at risk for prison. Do you realize that?
I don't think she'll...
We don't even know her,
Alan said, his voice rising.
We have no idea what she'll do, especially when she has time to think about it.
Well, don't send any more threats. What if you get caught?
What if Taylor tells Duncan, or the police, or anyone at all?
I don't even want to talk about this. I want her home. He put his arms around me and pulled me close.
Someone knows where she is. She's out there, alive. Someone will see her. I can feel it.
I feel the same way. Sometimes. I sighed and let myself collapse against him. His footing remained solid. He was always my rock. The ever-present tears flooded my eyes. I closed them. I don't trust that kid across the street. He was always staring at Brittany. And he's hiding something. It's so obvious. He pulled back.
I agree. I made one of the threats sound as if it came from him. I used that bizarre comment you told me from the night she was taken.
What comment?
Don't scratch that itch too hard.
Does that even make sense?
It did at the time.
I talked to Taylor about not trusting that kid. He's not even a kid. He's an adult. I thought she'd mention it to Officer Carter, but I don't think she has.
You should call Carter. Tell them they jumped to conclusions. You should tell them to take another look at him. Why would he be saying things about Brittany and our family that aren't true? He's got an agenda.
I nodded, even though he couldn't see me, walking a few steps ahead of me, leading the way along the uneven terrain. That's a good idea. And I'm not doing it to punish him. Maybe he really knows something. They haven't tried hard enough.
She could be closer than we realize,
Alan said. We walked quickly along the trail, once again staring at the ground, trying to make out gopher holes and other obstacles in the path. After a few minutes, Alan pulled out his phone and turned on the flashlight to guide us back to our gate. 33. Brittany,
before. I couldn't tell whether Luke and the other kids wanted me hanging out with them, but they hadn't told me to leave, so I stayed. I'm sure they thought I was a little kid compared to them. One girl, Aisling, was extra nice to me. She showed me how to smoke the joint, and she didn't laugh when I coughed and choked and started crying. She handed her water bottle to me and then asked if I wanted to try it again. After a while, I had a routine. I browsed around on the computer until a little before 1 in the morning. Then I climbed out my window and crossed the cul-de-sac. I didn't talk much. I mostly listened. I didn't understand a lot of the things they talked about, but I was learning. I'd remember the names of bands and movies they talked about, and I'd look them up the next time before I went out. Obviously, I couldn't watch the movies, but I read what Rotten Tomatoes had to say, and that gave me enough information so I didn't sound like a complete moron. My mother would hate that I thought I was a moron. She would say I was much smarter, that there was no comparison between me and those kids. Maybe I did know a lot of things they didn't, but so what? They knew about the world, and I was like a wild animal raised in captivity. It was one thing my parents never seemed to think about. What would happen when I was grown up, tossed into the world like an elephant from the zoo let loose in the Serengeti with no idea how to take care of itself? Sleeping only a few hours a night was hard. I slept from 9 until 11:30 and then managed an hour or two before my mother woke me at 6. I was tired during the day, though. I couldn't focus on my schoolwork. Even though it was summer, we did 3 hours of work in the mornings. My parents felt that was one of so many things wrong with the educational system. Months of time off in the summer allowed kids to develop bad habits. They forgot half of what they'd learned, which meant the first month back at school was spent recapping the year before. It was one reason history and science were weak areas for most kids, not to mention math. My dad could really get going on what was wrong with math instruction in every single school in the entire country. Despite being tired, I was liking my life and hanging out, laughing, and having a good time with my new friends. I liked that Luke and his friends put up with me, and I liked listening to their jokes and finding out what other kids were like outside the world my parents had constructed for me. One night, our internet connection was having hiccups. Maybe the internet provider was working on the line, I don't know, but the YouTube videos kept buffering. After a while, I gave up. It was only 12:15. I didn't want to show up too early. I think they tolerated me because they were already high by the time I got out there. To kill some time, I opened the photo app. Seeing those thousands of pictures glide past my eyes again was too much. I didn't see why they needed so many pictures of me, of all of us. I guess when it's so easy to take them, and you want to remember every fun moment, you keep taking them. I knew they were always snapping pictures, but I'd never thought about how days and days of pictures added up to something so enormous. It was almost as if they were obsessed with me. Of course, parents are always kind of obsessed with their kids, but this was crazy. I never thought much about all the photographs and videos they'd taken. We usually watched the videos right after we shot them. Sometimes we'd watch them again after a vacation, but that was about it. It was the same with the photographs. My mom framed quite a lot of pictures and hung them in the hallway and in our bedrooms. There were a few framed photographs on a narrow table in the living room. She also made me little books with photos, captioned with things I'd said or describing activities with my friends shown in the pictures. They were uploaded to a website where she designed the book, and a week later it would arrive in the mail. I kept them on the shelf with my other books, though after looking at them once, I didn't usually go back through. I had a book from a camping trip, one from when we went to the snow, and books from trips to Yellowstone Park and Williamsburg. As I browsed more slowly through the photographs on the computer, something started to feel not quite right. I scrolled up and down, my and my parents' faces flying past me.
Finally, I realized there were no pictures of me when I was a baby. I scrolled through the app more slowly. There were pictures from our last house, the attic room where my mom read to me all the time and we did puzzles and played make-believe games. There were pictures of me and my mom in matching dresses she bought for Mother's Day when I was 6. But there were no birthday parties, no vacations, no baby pictures at all before I was 4 or 5 years old. Nothing. I started opening up files all over the computer. I did a search for files with the JPEG extension and combed through a few folders before I finally got bored, clicking and opening each one. I closed the computer and locked the screen. I returned to my bedroom and climbed out through the window as always. It was a lot of effort. I felt like I didn't have any energy left. For a moment, I wasn't sure I'd be able to hoist myself back up to climb through the window when I returned. Although I was confused and exhausted, I couldn't not go out there. I needed to see my friends, so I'd have to manage the energy somehow. I didn't want to lose the only friends I'd ever picked out for myself. I couldn't stop thinking about all those pictures. It didn't make sense. My head ached, and at the same time it felt like someone had pumped carbonated water into my skull, and my brain was sort of floating on those tiny bubbles. I couldn't really hold on to a thought for more than a few seconds. The few times I'd sucked in smoke from the joint Aisling offered to me, I'd felt relaxed and kind of giggly, and like my brain was floating. The disconnected feeling I had now was nothing like that. My brain strained and twisted, trying to remember things from when I was little. It was all a blur. I remembered going to school once or twice. My mother said I had started school, but the kids were so badly behaved she couldn't bear having me around those little monsters. That's what she called them. I do remember them being mean. They wouldn't play with me, and they said bad things to me. Once a kid threw a rock at me, but that might not have been at school. It was near my house. I tried to picture that house. There had been a few photographs of it, but I didn't remember living there for long. As I crossed the street, I felt like I was going to start crying. I could not do that in front of my new friends. If I did, they'd know I was too young to hang out with them. I couldn't think. I wanted to find my baby self, but if it was on the computer, it was hidden. I wanted to remember what it was like to be little. I couldn't remember anything except blurry pictures that seemed like they were pieces that had broken off from a dream.
34. Luke. My mom was pissed that the cops wanted to talk to me again. At the police station this time, which was clearly a major escalation. We were told they decided Brittany was a runaway. It was weird how they said that. A runaway. Like they wanted to distance themselves from the actual person and make her a type. We wondered what had made them decide to talk to me. If they thought she ran away, what did that have to do with me? Something must have happened. My mom insisted she would sit there with me. The cops weren't thrilled that she was so aggressive about it, but she was not backing down. I'd never seen her stand her ground like that before. It was kind of impressive. We all sat at a cliché of an industrial table on the most uncomfortable chairs designed by the human race. I could have sworn they were like the restaurant chairs you hear about where the front legs are shaved a fraction of an inch so you're pitched forward, but you don't realize it. You just get antsy and all you can think about is busting out of that chair because it's torturing you and you think there's something wrong with the inside of you, not the furniture. My mom, warrior woman that she was now, stood behind my chair. I wondered if she'd bop me on the head if I said something she thought was better left unsaid. The cops sat across from me, side by side, but with 2 feet of airspace between their chairs. They did not look at all uncomfortable. I checked the back of my chair to see if it was marked to show them which chair should be given to the person under interrogation. You said in an earlier interview that you've never spoken to Brittany Cushing. Did I say that? They both stared at me. So maybe I hadn't said it. They were trying to mess with my head. I honestly couldn't remember what I told them. I hadn't thought it was a big deal, so who knows what I said? The truth? A lie? A half-truth? Whatever sounded like the right thing in the moment. Did you ever talk to her? Yeah, a few times. What did you talk about? I shrugged. Regular stuff. Such as? School, music. Were you watching her? Observing her coming and going? Paying special attention to her? I didn't like this at all. It sounded like they were working off some kind of specific information. That made it feel like a setup. My mom said Taylor had been dissing me behind my back, although she wasn't specific about what she'd said. Was Taylor trying to create trouble for me? I couldn't figure out why she would do that, and I wasn't sure how much to say. The one person I wished I could talk to before I answered all these questions they were ready to fire at me was Aisling. That wasn't realistic, though. As friendly as she was, saying she wanted to come over without her posse, that hadn't happened. I never got to talk to her alone anymore, so I couldn't find out what she would think of my situation. Mr. Walker? Were you watching Brittany Cushing? No. But you observed her parents. You told us they kept Brittany on a tight leash. I didn't say that. You didn't use those words, but you had an opinion about the family dynamic. I shrugged. Officer Carter wrote something in her notebook. Can you recall the date you last spoke with Brittany? 2 or 3 days before she went missing, I think. It's hard to remember. How many times did you have conversations with her? I'm not sure. So more than 3? I shrugged. 4? 5? I wished I could see my mom's face. I really had no idea how to handle this. Was I in trouble for letting a minor smoke weed? Because it was my house, my weed? Technically, I was underage. That would mean my mom could be in trouble, but they were totally ignoring her. The room was dead silent, and I mean dead. I could feel my mom's presence behind me, but even her breathing was so soft it didn't reach my ears. After another few seconds, she said, "Just tell the truth, Luke." Because the room had been so quiet, her voice sounded alarmingly loud. I am. Now I wish she'd shut up. I wish she wasn't there. What else did you talk about during these conversations that were too many to recall? I wondered if cops were allowed to be sarcastic like that. Of course, who would ever stop them? I suppose you can file a complaint, but the hassle factor must be huge, and in the end, I bet they would win. I didn't say there were too many to remember. It was only a few times, and I didn't keep track. What did you talk about? I told you. School and music are broad categories. Can you be more specific? I don't know. Movies we liked. Yeah, movies. Which ones were good, the ones that sucked. Some bands we liked. Does we refer to you and Brittany liking the same music? She didn't say much. You didn't answer the question. Who does we refer to? I couldn't tell them about Aisling and her other friends. I'd never have a chance with her if I said something that got the cops sniffing around her condo and finding out about her parties, sticking their noses into her life. My friends. Brittany didn't talk a lot. She mostly listened. We'll need the names of any of your friends who met Brittany. I nodded. It's been suggested that you were staring at Brittany in a lascivious manner, Officer Carter said. I laughed. Is this amusing to you? Officer Carter sounded pissed. No, that word. It hit me funny. I've only seen that word in books and on spelling tests. I didn't know people used it. Don't avoid the question. I told you no. I didn't stare at her. She's a kid. Did you ever touch her during the conversations that were too many to recall? No. Never. And it wasn't too many. Fuck protecting that kid from whatever. I should just tell them she hung out while we smoked and stuff. But then my mom would definitely be in trouble. I honestly wasn't sure how cops felt about weed. I thought it was mostly a problem if you were under 21, but I couldn't be sure. Some of them, I'd heard, were rabid about the fact that it had been legalized, so they didn't treat it the same as they would if they caught someone like me with a beer. They had a vendetta. They wanted to punish people for getting high. I wanted to get up and walk out. Could they really ask me all these questions without arresting me? My mom wasn't saying a word. My dad would say, "What were you thinking, talking to the cops without legal representation? And your mother didn't count." Aisling would probably say the same thing. She's smart about stuff like that. She reads a lot online. She's very concerned with people's rights, about government intrusion, about parental and teacher overreach. "Is there anything you want to tell us about Brittany, about your relationship with her?" "We didn't have a relationship." "About your interactions with her?" "No, I told you she's a kid, and all I did was be nice to her. She seemed like she needed a friend." I was pissed for letting that slide out of my mouth. I should be wrapping this up, not giving them a fucking open door like that. I could see by the way they leaned forward and their shoulders kind of straightened that they would be all over it, dissecting the words for meaning. "Why did you think she needed a friend?" "'Cause there were never any kids at her house and she never went anywhere." "So you were watching the house fairly closely?" "No, it's just that I noticed. I hang out in the front yard and I see everyone on the cul-de-sac when they leave or come home. It doesn't mean anything." "Is there anyone else on the street you think has behaved in an unusual manner since Brittany and her family moved into their home?" "No. Look, I just sit out there and Snapchat with my friends or play games on my phone or do homework. I took a European history class in summer school and there was a shitload of stuff to read. I just notice when cars come or go, that's all. I'm not watching anyone." They asked again what I talked to Brittany about. They asked 2 more times if I was staring at Brittany in a lascivious way, although they didn't use that word again, just tried to imply it with smirks and leaning on the word watch. When they finally said I could go, I wanted to get home and smoke a joint, but my mom said I needed to go online and look for jobs. By dinner time, she wanted a list of 5 potential jobs I could apply for. She said I needed to stop hanging out doing nothing. I needed to get some direction in my life. Right now.
35. Crystal. It had been 4 hours since my last message to Taylor, and I did not appreciate her ignoring me. I'd kept a close watch on Facebook and had seen her face pop up and disappear twice. She'd absolutely seen my message. She knew I was waiting. I was super tired of her entitled attitude. She thought she could ignore me and not believe that I gave birth to that sweet little girl and I would just go away. Obviously, the woman didn't have kids, or she'd know you can never turn away from your child. I never did turn away, not for all these years. It might seem like I had, but I couldn't help how I was, and it didn't mean I forgot that Brittany was part of my body and all of my heart. Until you've suffered back pain that they determine is not a candidate for surgery, and you have to learn coping techniques and do physical therapy and all that shit that hurts even worse than the pain, no one can know how hard it is to keep your life going. I had to have Oxy for the pain, and then the other stuff, cheaper and easier to buy in some ways. I couldn't live without some help for the pain. It was that or lie on the couch and never eat and basically pee on myself because sitting up was torture and walking to the bathroom was not doable. It was not. I sent Taylor another message. "Mrs. Green, I need to talk to you." The minute I tapped send, I was sorry. I should have waited until she signed on so the messages wouldn't be piled up, so she'd see it flash across her screen. I could see she'd signed on and was making updates to the Find Brittany page. She added a picture of a new tree in her yard, planted with hope, because they all had hope and confidence that Brittany would be returned. I thought it was stupid and wouldn't accomplish anything. She should be actually looking for my daughter, not planting trees. But other people loved it, and she got over 200 likes in 15 minutes. I started typing. I would spray her with messages like she was drinking out of a fire hose. I sent 1 word in each message, 23 in all, telling her to answer me and work with me, and I would not tell the police what she'd been up to. She was protecting kidnappers. She told me to stop messaging her. I sent more. I told her more stories about when Brittany was a baby,
I told her how sad I was and about all my dreams of Brittany and how I had that hallucination in the field by the mall. I think it was a sign that Brittany had been taken, and what I saw was some kind of apparition. Another part of her separated from her own body and came looking for me in that field. She was trying to communicate with me. I was sure of it. Unless it was really her. Thinking it was possible that I'd actually seen her made me sick to my stomach, so I preferred to think it was an apparition. I asked Taylor if she wanted me to post publicly on the page. That got her attention. It always did. She begged me to stop bothering her. Mrs. Green, I will never stop. She's my baby, and I deserve to have her, even though more than half her life has been stolen from me. Think about that. They stole part of her life from me. I will never get it back, even when she comes home. It's gone forever. I thought about Barry, about being gone forever, but it was too much, and I was trying to be strong, to take my Apache hits farther apart. I was down to 3 a day. With not sleeping and my hands shaking and sweating all the time, I wondered if I should have just quit altogether. Taylor Stanwyck, I'm sorry you're hurting, but Brittany is not your daughter. Mrs. Green, why do you believe them and not me? Taylor Stanwyck, I've seen how devastated she is without her daughter. I've seen how close their family is. Mrs. Green, lies and bullshit. She's not devastated. She's scared she's going to get caught and do actual jail time without her hubby to look after her. She's scared shitless, and you're being duped. Taylor Stanwyck, insulting me is not the way to get me on your side. Mrs. Green, you aren't on my side, and you won't even listen to my side, so it doesn't matter. She didn't answer. Mrs. Green, you're aiding and abetting criminals. There's a specific law about helping criminals. Did you know that? You could go to prison, too. Think about that. Have you asked them about Brittany's childhood? Have you told them about me? Taylor Stanwyck, my focus is on doing my small part to help locate Brittany. Mrs. Green, and what part is that? Taylor Stanwyck, maintaining this Facebook page. We've put up posters around the area, being supportive of the police investigation. Mrs. Green, what police investigation? Have they found a single thing to tell them where she might be? Taylor Stanwyck, it's difficult. Mrs. Green, those people are liars and criminals. Maybe they know very well where Brittany is. Has anyone checked into that? Based on my experience, she's probably close by and no one realized it. Taylor Stanwyck, the police are investigating. That's all I can say. I'd rather not communicate with you anymore. I don't think this is productive. Mrs. Green, so you do want it posted in public? Taylor Stanwyck, I don't see what that would achieve. Mrs. Green, letting everyone know what liars they are. Taylor Stanwyck, the objective is to find Brittany. I dropped my phone on the couch and went into the kitchen. I didn't want to post it where everyone could read it. Not really. The internet can turn into a monster. I didn't want people judging me and saying awful things about why did I wait so long? Why didn't I try harder to find my baby all those years ago? My skin was crawling. My hands shook and I felt sweaty 1 minute and was shivering 3 seconds later. I opened a can of Coke and rummaged around for something to eat. There wasn't much. For a few days after I realized where Brittany was, or at least where she'd been last, I didn't have much appetite. All I did was read and reread all the comments, all the information on people seeing her, and send messages to Taylor. There was an apple in the fruit drawer. I grabbed it, washed it, and took a bite. Gnawing my way around the apple, I walked through the living room and turned off the TV. I went into Brittany's bedroom and looked at her things for a few minutes. I picked up her security blanket.
She'd given it up when she started preschool, but she'd wanted it close by where she could always see it. I carried it into my bedroom. I balanced the wobbly apple on my nightstand and dropped the blanket on my bed. In the nightstand drawer was my checkbook. I flipped through the register. If I only ate fruit and tried not to buy fast food for a while, I could have extra cash way before the credit card bill came. After scribbling on the back of a deposit slip for a few minutes, I returned to the living room, leaving the apple and Brittany's soft, abandoned blanket behind. I picked up my phone and Googled cheap flights to San Francisco. It was doable. I took a deep breath. If I could go 10 hours, maybe a little less, without my Apache, I could make it. If I got desperate once I was in California, finding someone who was selling would be easy. My hands shook in a good way now as I pulled my credit card out of my wallet and tapped through the steps to buy a ticket. Mrs. Green, I don't think the search for my daughter has enough heart. A child's mother has the energy and the heart that will find her. I'm coming to California. See you Thursday.
36. Luke. The more I thought about Taylor, the more pissed I became. She'd gotten me in trouble with my mom, and she basically told the cops that I was lascivious with Brittany. That was total bullshit. They hinted around that Brittany's mom said that to them, but she and Taylor hung out all the time now, and I figured she'd said it to Taylor. I had a feeling it was Taylor who told the cops. Taylor liked to be in the middle of everything. She'd always been that way, trotting across the cul-de-sac to say hi to people when they were pulling into their driveways after work, always wanting to know what was going on. She was friendly, but she also liked sharing information, and I could totally see her making a big deal out of it. I could see her using that word, lascivious. She was out in her yard, pretending she was watering, holding the hose like it was a dirty sock. Water was barely coming out of the nozzle, and she was staring at the Cushing's door as if she wanted to be inside that house, getting the latest update, finding out what leads the cops had. I was sure they wouldn't stop asking me questions until Brittany was back home, and it was Taylor's fault. The cops also wanted a list of my friends, and it made my skin feel like ice to think of them asking those questions of everyone I knew. I had a sick feeling the cops were going to ask all the neighbors for dirt about me. I took a sip of Red Bull and looked at my phone, trying to think what I wanted to say to Miss Stanwyck. Mostly, I wanted her to tell the cops she was wrong about me. Whatever she told them, she was wrong. She needed to apologize, and she needed to get them off my back. She dropped the hose on the ground, went to the corner of the house, and turned off the water. She moved down the walkway, glancing at all the houses in the cul-de-sac, trying to make sure she knew everything that was happening, which was nothing, as usual. I stood and stepped out of the gazebo. I waved like seeing her was the best thing that had happened to me all day. "Hey, Miss Stanwyck." I knew that would get her. She likes to be called Taylor. My mom raised me to call people Mr. or Mrs. or Ms., but every time I do that, people say, "Oh no, call me this," and announce their first name. Every time someone says that, it makes me think about dragging my tired brain through Moby Dick during junior year of high school. "Call me Ishmael." She waved back. She walked to the curb and called out, "How are you? Ready for school to start?" I put my hand to my ear like I couldn't quite hear what she said. She stepped into the street and walked toward me. We met beside my car parked between our house and the Hayes'. Like she hadn't ratted me out at all, she gave me a huge smile. "Are you already back in school?" "Not yet. Classes start September 10th. "What are you taking this quarter?" "A bunch of stuff. More European history, statistics, a computer class, and maybe a business class." She smiled. "That's great. Have you decided what you want to do?" I shook my head. "Not yet. Hey, I wanted to ask you..." She tipped her head to the side, looking somewhat wary. "Did you tell the cops I was, staring at Brittany?" She didn't answer right away, so I knew. No matter what she said next, I knew. "I don't think I said that. No, that's not what I said. But you told them something about me. Just that Moira thought you might have a romantic interest in her. The idea of romance didn't enter either one of their minds at all, I was sure of that. I was sure that word had never been used. What a liar. I guess she didn't want to sound ridiculous using the word lascivious either. I laughed. Is that funny? Why would you tell them that? They need a full picture of her life. If you know anything, even something small, the police need to know. It's important to be honest about every little detail. Well, saying that I was interested romantically isn't being honest. I never thought of her that way, and you made it sound like I did. Or worse. I don't think I'm not a pervert. My voice was kind of loud. I glanced around me, but no one was out in the street. I wasn't sure why I spoke so loudly. Yelled, almost. I guess I was more upset than I realized. Lately, I felt like everyone was staring at me, like they were just assuming I knew something, that maybe I was the one who did something to her. No one said you were. You told the fucking cops I was looking at her weird. She jerked her head back slightly. I wasn't sure if I spit in her face or my voice was even louder. Don't shout at me, please. We're just trying to find Brittany. No one thinks you're a pervert, but if you know something you're not saying, you need to cut that out right now. Every second she's gone gets more... She took a deep breath, as if she'd just swum to the surface of a lake. Thanks to you, the cops keep asking me questions, implying I am a sex offender or some shit like that. If it was just, maybe you know something, it would have been a lot different. Instead, they keep asking if I was looking at her. They wanted to know if I had the hots for her. And the next time they haul me into their little room, the first question will be, did you attack her? Don't overreact. How would you like it if your husband was asked those questions? Then you might not think it's overreacting. Luke, please stop shouting. She moved closer. We just need everyone to pull together to make sure all the information that's available can be used to find her. I didn't know why I was shouting. I guess the pressure was getting to be too much. School, trying to find a job, Aisling, thinking about Brittany at all. I did not like being in the situation, and I did not want to think about that kid and whatever issues she had. I didn't even know her. I'd worked hard to put her out of my head, but she kept popping out like a zit that you think is gone, but it's not. It swells up red and hard all over again. The police are simply asking questions, gathering information. They aren't out to get you. She clearly had very little experience with police if she honestly believed that. If my mom knew you'd turned them on to me, she'd have a few words for you. I don't doubt it. Why don't you mind your own business? Brittany isn't your kid. I'm just trying to help. Well, you're not helping when I have cops making me answer the same questions over and over, treating me like a fucking pervert. So tell them you were wrong, whatever. Tell them you made it all up. And if Brittany's mom is telling them shit, tell her to back off too. She doesn't know me at all. I turned toward the gazebo, done talking with her. Next door, Kelly Hayes was standing in her driveway. When she saw me look at her, she took several steps back. She put her hands up to her mouth and stood looking at me as if I was some kind of monster. Now I hated all of them. Taylor, Freya, Kelly, probably even Sophia, Brittany's mom. A bunch of women worried about a missing kid and wanting some guy to blame just because I didn't have a job and was trying to take it easy at the end of my summer vacation.
37. Taylor. When Luke scurried into his gazebo, I stood for a moment looking at Kelly Hayes. She shook her head slowly, then went inside. The look on her face was disgust or fear. I wasn't sure which. Sometimes you read things into other people that you're feeling yourself. It's rarely possible to know what someone is thinking just by looking at them, but we always think it is. I still didn't believe he'd sent that threat, but when he shouted at me, I started to wonder whether I knew him as well as I thought I did. I couldn't believe he would threaten my life. He never seemed like that kind of person, even now. Besides, the threats suggested the person who sent them had abducted Brittany. There was no way I could believe Luke had taken her and was holding her captive in his house, 20 feet away from me. I laughed, thinking about it.
I put him out of my mind. I needed to deal with the more urgent matter of Crystal. When Crystal announced she was coming, I didn't know what to say. Before I could think, she signed off. I messaged her back anyway and told her it wasn't a good idea for her to come to California. She didn't respond. I sent her several more messages, but I knew she wouldn't answer. The only other message I'd received from her was her flight information, as if she expected me to pick her up. I needed to tell Moira. I hated being stuck in the middle of Crystal and Moira. Anxiety crept through me constantly now. I was drinking more wine than usual, mixing it up with vodka tonics when it was too hot for wine. Duncan didn't say anything, but the expression on his face, the way his gaze failed to connect with mine, told me he was upset. We weren't talking much at all. The regular school year had started. He was busy with the extra workload at the beginning of the new year, communicating his lesson plans and expectations to parents, getting kids used to his teaching style, grading the flurry of papers he liked to assign right away so he could get a good sense of the abilities of each student for the upcoming year. He didn't want to talk about Brittany, didn't want to be involved in any more neighborhood get-togethers. He felt we were putting strain on the Cushings more than we were helping. I had no idea what led him to that conclusion. He thought everyone else wanted to return to their own lives, and it wasn't fair to lay guilt trips on them. I was not laying guilt trips on anyone. If they felt guilty, maybe it was for a good reason, because their higher selves were suggesting they do all they could, reminding them to put themselves in the Cushing's position and try to feel their relentless pain. I walked up the path to Moira's front door and rang the bell. A moment later, we were sitting in her living room. Alan had gone to San Francisco to meet with a potential client. The atmosphere was even more silent without him. It seemed as if the house was slowly shedding people, and once it was rid of them all, there would be no sound whatsoever. When I spoke, my voice was too loud and forceful. I thought I sounded angry. "Crystal is coming to California." "She can't do that," Moira said. "She is." Moira looked into the backyard, her face paler than usual. Her jaw so tight a knot had formed at the joint. Her lips trembled as she gazed at nothing. When she finally spoke, her voice was a hoarse whisper. "She doesn't belong here." "I know." She whipped around to face me. "Why didn't you stop her?" It was completely unfair of her to say that. I realized she was a wreck inside, that my feelings weren't even a consideration as she struggled for air in an ocean of fear and grief. But it wasn't right to expect me to stop someone from doing whatever she wanted. Crystal was a stranger. I had no influence over her. "Didn't you tell her Brittany is not her daughter? That she's confused?" "Of course." "Then why is she doing this?" "She doesn't believe me." "What did you say? Tell me exactly." "I don't remember. We've exchanged a lot of messages." "I can't believe you let this happen. You're the one who set up that ridiculous page, and it hasn't done a thing except attract attention we don't need." "It's not my fault. I lied for you. I think I've done the best I could." "How did you lie?" "I told her the girl who's missing doesn't have a birthmark." She stood and went to the window. She placed her palms on the glass and leaned forward, resting her forehead there. It surprised me she wouldn't think about the smudges her skin would leave on the glass. Their house was spotless, almost as if they didn't even generate dust. Every surface was smooth, and the floors were free of even the smallest piece of fuzz or bit of dirt from the bottom of a shoe. Moira whimpered. "You have to make her go away." "I don't see how I can." She made a fist and slammed it against the glass. I jumped, startled by the violent expression of her anger. "She doesn't belong here." "There's nothing I can do." She turned. "Figure something out," She'll cause all kinds of trouble. We don't need a junkie creating drama. If Brittany is found while Crystal is here, she'll be confused. We can't have it like this."
I wished she would stop saying that. She was behaving as if there was something I could do to prevent it.
"Maybe she has a right." "She does not have a right. She gave up her rights when she left a vulnerable little girl playing in the front yard at night, when she forgot to feed her child. She disgusts me. All those drugs. Couldn't you tell by talking to her what a mess she is?"
I couldn't. It had surprised me. Her messages were coherent. Yes, she was aggressive and angry and had some rough edges to her speech, but that was it. There was nothing in her messages that quite lined up with what Moira had told me. Yet how could I tell Moira that? I felt like the worst kind of friend.
"You have to tell her she can't come."
"I think it's too late."
"How do you know?"
"She said she bought a ticket."
"I don't believe that. When is she coming?"
"Thursday."
"She actually booked a flight?"
"Yes."
"When? What airline? She lies all the time. You can't believe a word she says."
"She sounded serious. It's all set up. She's flying into San Jose. Early Thursday afternoon. It sounded pretty definite."
"Does she even know where we live?"
I'm not sure."
"Did you tell her? Silicon Valley is a big place."
"It's easy enough to find from news articles." She thudded her head against the glass. She tightened her fists again.
"How can she possibly fly across the country? She needs to shoot up every 2 hours."
"Maybe she got clean."
"Huh!" Moira barked. "No way! She couldn't even clean up for her little girl. She abandoned that child. Brittany begged us to keep her safe."
Our conversation continued in this circular fashion for nearly an hour, while we grew increasingly angry with each other. She thought I should have told more solid, believable lies. I could have said they'd moved away. I could have told her the police would be after her for drug use and child neglect and abandonment. I should have been firmer that Brittany was not her child. It had been 10 years. It wasn't possible to know at this point. I could have threatened Crystal. I wasn't sure how I would have done that, but it didn't matter. I would never threaten anyone. Finally, I told Moira I needed to leave. She was angry at that, too. She wanted me to stay until we figured out how to keep Crystal from causing problems. She demanded to know if I truly supported her, if I was going to start believing Crystal was a viable caretaker. I tried to reassure her, but she hardly seemed to hear me. At home, I threw the ingredients for a box of macaroni and cheese into a pot. I didn't feel like cooking or doing much of anything. I sliced Italian salami to accompany the mac and cheese and cut an apple into wedges to add some solid nutrition to the flimsy meal. I wasn't hungry. While Duncan ate, I sipped wine. That night, we made love. Although it didn't breach the chasm between us, it felt good. It took my mind away from everything, from the defeat, the unrelieved despair of knowing Brittany was out there and no one had any idea where or what she was suffering or whether she was even alive. Duncan's hands on me pulled the tension out of my skin, making it supple, once again resting comfortably on my body. I almost cried in his arms, not sure what was going to happen after this or where we were all headed. I'd had such hopes for our small neighborhood coming together and accomplishing something good. I truly thought with the effort of everyone pulling together, our sheer force of will would help us find that poor missing girl. I shoved my conversation with Luke to the farthest corner of my mind, as if I could hide it under a pile of rags. It was highly likely there was going to be a dramatic confrontation, and the people I'd known as her loving, devoted parents were going to wind up charged with a crime, sentenced to prison. It was such a horrible thought it made me think everything was crumbling, and Brittany, if she was found, would be destroyed. 38.
Brittany before.
Luke and Aisling were so nice to let me hang out with them and their friends. They made me feel like a real person, like I was someone separate from my parents, not a robot with their ideas programmed into my brain. I'd never seen myself that way at all. I thought my ideas and beliefs and feelings were mostly my own. But the more I talked to Luke and Aisling, the more I felt it was the truth, that I only believed what my parents wanted. I thought what they thought, talked about the things they said were worthwhile, and went where they wanted me to go. After I'd hung out with Luke and Aisling a few times, I felt like I should give them some money for the weed they shared with me. My mother always said you shouldn't be a freeloader, and I was turning into one. It wasn't that I smoked a lot, only a few puffs, but offering them some cash seemed like the right thing to do. They always had snacks and drinks, and I couldn't bring anything to share. For sure my mother would notice if a bag of chips went missing from her carefully organized pantry. My father had gone to San Francisco to meet clients. My mother was peeling carrots and grating cabbage to make coleslaw to go with our broiled chicken and wild rice. Usually I did the peeling and chopping and shredding, but I had a headache, so I was resting in my bedroom. Going into their room to look for money was a scary thing. I was not allowed in their bedroom alone. They said everyone needs some private space, and that was theirs. It had always been that way. They weren't two-faced about it either. They knocked before they came into my bedroom when I was in there, and as far as I knew, neither of them ever went in there without telling me. Of course, I was almost always around, so it wasn't really possible for them to go in there without me noticing. I sat up in bed and lifted the damp washcloth off my forehead. It had grown warm from the heat of my body and the air in the house. It was almost dry, so I carried it to the laundry room and dropped it directly into the washing machine. From there, I walked quickly back up the hall and into their room. It was a foreign place. The air was cooler than in the rest of the house. I felt like I was walking into a temple. I've never been inside one, but when religion was part of my curriculum, I'd seen lots of videos and photographs of various kinds of temples. I went to my mother's dresser first and opened the top drawer. It contained a box of jewelry and a few clutch purses. The drawer below held socks, tights, and a few open boxes with coins and buttons and other trinkets. I closed the drawer softly and glanced at their closet. I didn't want to go digging inside her purse because I might not hear her coming. She might walk into the room, trapping me in the closet. I turned to my father's dresser and opened the top drawer. He also had a small box with coins and trinkets. Beside it was a larger oak box. Glued to the top was a photograph of a girl. The corners had lifted up slightly, possibly from the box being taken in and out of the drawer lots of times over the years. The photograph appeared old. It wasn't an antique, but it was faded and didn't have the same quality as the photographs my mother printed for the books she made me. It seemed like the girl in the picture should be me. I wasn't sure why I thought that. It was definitely not me. She looked like she was 12 or 13. Her hair was the same color as mine, but her lips were thinner and her nose more delicate. I wanted to lift the box out of the drawer and look more closely. It was hard to see with part of it hidden under the top of the dresser. If I pulled the drawer all the way out, it might fall off the track and make a terrible crash. Who was she? For a moment, I thought she was my mother when she was younger, but that didn't seem right either. Why would he have a picture of a girl glued to a nice box? It was a beautiful box, and the glue had probably damaged it. The box had a lock on the front. There were keys mixed in with the coins, but I couldn't start stabbing keys into it, trying to unlock it while I balanced the open drawer. The sound of water running in the kitchen rushed down the hallway. I closed the drawer carefully. The minute it was shut, I wanted to open it again. There'd been a $5 bill tucked under the coin box, but I'd been too distracted by the photograph to grab it.
Now that I thought of it, I wondered if he'd notice it was missing. His drawer was so neat, so empty of clutter, he probably knew it was there. I walked to the doorway and stepped into the hall. I darted into the bathroom and closed and locked the door so I could catch my breath and think. I rested my head against the door. It hurt worse than ever. I stood there for a long time. Too long, because after a while I heard my mother's footsteps in the hallway. "Brittany? I'm in the bathroom. Are you feeling better?" "No." She knocked on the door. "Let me in." "Just a second. Is something wrong?" I flushed the toilet, turned on the faucet, and soaped and washed my hands. I wanted to think about what that picture on the box in my father's drawer meant, but my brain was refusing to cooperate. And now I had to lie down and have my mother rub my neck. With her close beside me, I wouldn't be able to think at all. She liked to rub my neck and shoulders when I had a headache. She was certain it helped ease the tension, but it did no such thing. 39. Taylor. It was unlikely anyone would be enjoying the sunrise in the garden at the center of our cul-de-sac, but I felt drawn there, possibly by the memory of other meetups. I carried my coffee, steam rising visibly when I stepped into the cool air. It was technically past sunrise, but the light hadn't washed across the street yet. It had that damp quiet, bathed in shadows, disrupted only when a garage door opened and a car backed out. I sat on the bench that faced the space between the Cushings and the Bryants. Through the trees, I was able to see a sliver of the open space preserve. I pulled my phone out of my back pocket and placed it beside me on the bench. It had been strangely silent without any incoming messages from Crystal. The Find Brittany page had also become quiet, with only 10 or 12 new comments each day, most of those the fervent hope of people suggesting prayer as the optimal solution for bringing her home. Behind me, I heard voices. I turned slightly to see Nicole standing in the street. Luke was walking down their front path toward the curb. Nicole's voice had been sharp, silencing the songbirds. Luke's voice drowned hers, loud and angry. "What the fuck? We can't have this sitting here. I need you to deal with it, today," Nicole said. I picked up my phone and stuck it in my pocket. I stood and started toward them, placing my feet carefully on the damp stepping stones that wound through the center of the garden. A sound punctured the air, a fist slamming onto the hood of a car. "Why? What did I do to deserve this? It's not fair!" Again, his fist slammed into metal, making a sound like rocks crashing against the car. I stepped into the street. Luke's white Corolla was parked in its usual spot. The doors were sprayed with black paint. The two tires facing the street were flat, and I assumed the others were as well. The driver's side window was lined with cracks, turning the glass into pebbles that looked as if they'd crumble all over the ground the moment the door was opened. The word pedophile was painted in fat, dark letters on the hood of the car. "Why are they doing this to me?" "We can't think about that right now," Nicole said. "After I get my car out, you need to put it in the garage so no one sees it. I want you to find a body shop who can take it today." "I don't need this shit." Luke shoved both hands into his hair. He grabbed it near the roots and tipped his head back, looking up at the sky. He wore nothing but a pair of boxer shorts. His feet were bare. His toes curled against the pavement as he walked into the street to stand beside his mother. I took a few steps closer. He raised his arm, ready to slam his fist into the car again. His mother grabbed his wrist. "Don't. I don't want the glass crumbling. Go get dressed and get your keys. I need to get to work." "My life sucks." Luke wrenched his arm out of her grip and walked up the front path and through the open door into the courtyard. Nicole turned. For one brief moment, I imagined she'd apologize, or at least smooth things over between us. She immediately corrected that notion. "Why are you doing this to us? What has he ever done to deserve this?" "I had nothing to do with this. Why would you think that? I would never—" "Everyone on the street is accusing Luke of being a pedophile." "That's not. He's not. No one thinks that." I looked at the car, silently calling me a liar. "Maybe someone lost control, but it wasn't me. I never said he's like that. It's normal, I think, for a boy to admire an attractive girl even if she's too young, as long as he didn't do anything." "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing. Who invited you to offer opinions about him at all? To whisper innuendos to our neighbors? To report him to the police?" Moira said he was watching Brittany a lot. "So you decided to take her word for it and talk about it to the police and everyone else when you don't know anything about it? Your gossip could destroy his life. It already is. Do you realize that?" "I didn't say he was a pedophile. I never said that. I haven't heard anyone say that." "I don't want to hear that word. You're sick." Moira said, I don't care what she said. I don't even know her. And Luke does not know her daughter. Look at this." "Maybe someone was drunk or—" "Freya is flipping out about her kids going out of the house anywhere on our street." I'm sorry if anyone jumped to conclusions. I felt terrible. I believed Luke was hiding something, but not this. Why couldn't Nicole understand I mostly believed him? "You're sorry? Do you realize what that ugly word does to a boy's life? Do you have any idea what it's like to listen to the police insinuate the same thing? I want you to shut up and stop acting like you've been appointed as some sort of honorary cop." I moved away from her, glancing down at my nearly full mug of coffee. "Why don't you come over? I'll make a fresh pot of coffee and we can talk things out. It's been ages." "We're not going to talk things out. You've done far too much talking already. Look what you're doing to this neighborhood. Look at this car. It'll cost me a fortune to get it repaired and painted." "It's awful. I'm so sorry." She laughed. "What a farce. It's your fault." "I don't think it is. That girl disappearing has nothing to do with you, but you've been meddling since the beginning." "I'm just trying to help." My eyes filled with tears. I couldn't understand how things had gotten so badly off track. And Moira, Crystal, a sob caught in my throat. Maybe try helping by not being such a know-it-all and not saying things about people that aren't true. She stalked across the lawn to her garage, disappearing inside. A moment later, I heard her car start. Everything was going wrong. Maybe I shouldn't have believed what Moira had said about Luke, and I shouldn't have even contemplated that the threats might have come from him. Of course it wasn't him. I was no longer sure about Moira. She and Alan had been so heartbroken over Brittany's disappearance. I'd felt drawn to their grief, wanting to help. It seemed as if we'd become friends. I'd decided to put aside what they'd done until Brittany was found. I'd half understood it and excused it and tried to explain it to myself over and over. Now I was no longer sure. Had Moira even told the truth, so insistent that Luke had been staring at Brittany? She might have imagined it. Now it felt like she'd pointed at him to take my mind off what they'd done. I went into the house and poured the coffee down the drain. I walked slowly into my bedroom and lay on the bed. I kicked off my sandals and curled on my side, closing my eyes. All I saw running through my mind in an endless loop were the faces of our neighbors. I pictured them coming out of their houses like a vigilante mob, swarming down their front paths, carrying torches, advancing on the gazebo, burning it to the ground with Luke inside. I opened my eyes to make the image go away. I'd known Luke since he was a little boy. Why was I more loyal to a woman I'd only met because she was desperate for help? If Brittany hadn't disappeared, Moira would never have spoken to me. I hugged my knees and tried to think about how I might fix things with Nicole. All I'd wanted was to support Moira and Alan. I wanted them to feel welcome and cared for, and I wanted everyone to come out of their homes and connect with each other. Was that too much to ask? Was that sort of closeness completely impossible in the life we'd created? We'd manufactured a world where everything was progressively easier because of technology, but instead of bringing humanity closer, it was tearing us apart. I drifted to sleep. When I woke, I could tell by the angle of the light on the floor that it was late afternoon. I was shocked that I'd slept the entire day. Duncan would be home soon. Even after all that dreamless sleep, I had no desire to lift myself off the bed, no desire to think about making dinner. I dozed again and woke to the sound of Duncan's footsteps as he entered our bedroom, his shoes tapping the tile floor, falling silent when he stepped onto the area rug.
Are you sick?
He put his hand on my forehead. His fingers were strong and warm. No.
What's wrong?
I sat up and looked into his eyes, filled with concern and love. Too often I forgot to look at his eyes, forgot that we loved each other as we tangled ourselves in the mental stimulation and challenges of our jobs, the details of everyday life, and diffused our connection with each other as we spent most of our free time with our friends and families. All this time, I'd been holding back a little thing here and another there, staying silent when I should have talked. Telling him everything that was going on would drain all that pressure out of my head. We could figure things out together. Nicole is furious with me. Luke's car was vandalized. The police are questioning him again, and she blames me.
Why?
It's complicated. Moira said
Maybe you should stay out of it, like I told you. Do you want a glass of wine?
I shrugged. I got up and followed him to the kitchen where he opened a bottle of Pinot Noir. All I wanted was to help the Cushings. I feel like there's this sort of mob mentality taking over the neighborhood.
Why?
I told him about the word painted on Luke's car, Freya's paranoia.
You need to let things be.
He came toward me with a glass of wine and gave me a long, deep kiss. I wondered if he was right. Still, people should interact with their neighbors. They would support the people who live around them. It was a simple concept. Connections among people who lived close to one another had kept the human race alive for thousands of years. I took the glass of wine and allowed him to touch the side of his glass to mine, but I kept silent when he said, "To us." We both sipped our wine tentatively. Everyone is so disconnected, so alienated. Can't you see that?
We have each other. Why isn't that enough?
It is, I said. But when we carried our wine glasses to the patio, when we sat and he told me about his day, when he suggested going out for dinner, I wondered whether it was truly enough. It wasn't about one or the other, a couple or a community. It was both. Did that mean he wasn't enough? I didn't want to choose one or the other. I needed both. We all needed both. 40. Brittany, before. I couldn't stop thinking about that box in my father's drawer. It was like the siren's song I read about in our study of Greek myths. I couldn't escape the enchantment, and I wondered if it would lure me to a rocky death. While that made no sense, it was part of the myth, so the thought drifted through my mind. There was no explanation for it, and trying to think of one made my brain feel like it had short-circuited. Because my mind kept spinning, I returned to the photographs on the computer.
maybe I could find the digital copy and more like it. I scanned back in time through the photos of me, mesmerized by the thousands of images of such ordinary things alongside memorable events, followed by the sudden cutoff. Where was the rest of me? Was there ever any photographs of me as a baby, and they'd been accidentally or deliberately deleted? What belonged in those empty spaces? There were no actual spaces, obviously, only the knowledge that more photographs should have existed. I continued my search for other folders that might contain images in the hidden corners of the computer. Finally, I found a collection of pictures in a folder titled Family, buried deep inside 4 other folders. The only folder inside the Family folder was labeled Grace. There were baby pictures and toddler pictures, vacations, holidays, birthday parties, a detailed record of everyday things. For half a second, I hoped, maybe, they were my baby pictures. But they flowed smoothly into rows of images showing an older girl, the one glued to the lid of the box. There were shots of her with my mother, my father, and with both my parents. I stared. I couldn't move my hands to touch the keyboard or reposition the mouse. I didn't understand who this girl was, cuddled up to my parents. They cradled her like she was their baby. I leaned closer to the screen and enlarged the photos. Did she look like me more than I realized, besides her hair color? No, she was not me. Besides, the older pictures in that folder were definitely not me. I clicked back and forth, up and down the rows of pictures. I couldn't stop looking. My brain dissolved like the Wicked Witch of the East when Dorothy threw a bucket of water on her. It fizzed and steam rose out of my skull, the flesh inside my head shrinking into nothing. I couldn't think. I heard a soft scrape, or maybe a tapping sound from somewhere else in the house. With 2 clicks, I closed the open images, closed the file folder, and dragged the mouse to put the screen to sleep. I turned off the wireless mouse, stood and crept to the door with as little movement as I could manage. I flipped the light switch and waited. My heart thudded in my chest, echoing deep inside my ears. The rapid beating was all I could hear, and I wondered now if the noise I'd heard had come from inside my own head. After 4 or 5 minutes, there were no other sounds, so I tiptoed back to my bedroom. For a few minutes, I lay in bed and thought about not sneaking out to meet Luke and Aisling and the others. Then I realized I needed to be out there more than ever, to be normal, to not have to get up in the middle of the night and spy on my parents through their computer and find things that made no sense and be weirdly scared about who that girl might be. I couldn't sleep anyway, thinking about those pictures. I threw off the covers, grabbed my sneakers, opened the window, and dropped them onto the ground. I climbed out and picked up my shoes. I ran barefoot around the side of the house and out the side gate. I dashed across the street, not looking, because even if a car was in the cul-de-sac and you didn't see it, they had to drive so slowly to make the curve, there was never any danger. While my mother would disagree, I was no longer sure she knew what she was talking about. I liked the thrill of running across the street in the dark, not looking, my bare feet stabbed by the gravel in the pavement. They were already stoned. Luke was lying on the bench with his hands under his head and his feet propped up on the half wall. He kept saying, "I can see the stars." Every few seconds he repeated it, as if he marveled that stars existed at all. Riley was laughing and saying, "You can't see them. The roof's in the way." And then he'd laugh. Riley had a box of red vines on her lap. She pulled one out in slow motion and sucked on it, making faces like it was the most divine taste she'd ever experienced. John and Becca looked like they were asleep sitting up. Aisling sat across from them.
She looked so beautiful with her hair ironed perfectly straight, hanging past her shoulders. It was dyed a coppery red that wasn't a real human hair color. It shimmered in the slashes of streetlight that cut through the open sides of the gazebo. Every time she moved, her hair glided around like a piece of metal coming to life. She had a bottle of coconut water in her hand. She offered me a sip. I'd never tasted coconut water. It was delicious. She didn't seem to mind that both of our mouths were on the same bottle. When she took a sip after me, she didn't wipe off my saliva. It made me feel like she thought we were close to each other. It made me wonder what it would be like to have a sister. But I turned that thought off fast before it could start me brooding over the photographs of that other girl. Riley handed me a red vine. She offered the box to Aisling, but Aisling shook her head. I took a bite of the red vine and said to Aisling, "You don't seem like you're as high as everyone else." I laughed a little so it didn't sound like I was criticizing anyone. She rubbed her stomach. "Cramps. I thought weed would make them better, but no luck. It made me feel worse, so I stopped." She took a sip of coconut water. "I really need some Advil or something." "There's meds in the house," Luke said. No one moved. "Why do you have cramps?" I asked. "My monthly visitor." Aisling bent forward, resting her forearms on her legs. She grunted softly. "Such a bitch." I crossed my legs and curled my toes under, trying to think of what to say. I had no idea what she was talking about, but the way Riley started looking at me when I asked why she had cramps, I decided it was better not to ask any more questions. Part of me wished I was back home in my bed, safe and wrapped in my blankets. I'd thought they would make me forget about that girl, the girl I'd never met or heard of in my entire life, but they didn't. I felt dizzy thinking that part of my life was missing, and that she was missing altogether.
41. Alan. Meeting Crystal Green at the airport felt like a non-solution in resolving the situation we were facing with her, but after talking about it half the night, neither Moira nor I could come up with an alternative. We had to stop Crystal from meeting the other neighbors, from talking further to Taylor, and most importantly, from talking to the police. The fact that she hadn't done so yet was sheer luck. We could not rely on luck. I was impressed with Moira's wherewithal to find out as much as she had about when Crystal was arriving. It proved how strong she was, deep inside. When self-preservation was at stake, she rose to the occasion. Just as she did that time I dragged her out of the water, no longer drunk thanks to 50-degree salt water and the force of waves slamming into her body. She'd clung to me, sure, but she hadn't tried to drag me under, as so many drowning people do when panic takes control of their thought processes. I stood near baggage claim. I'd been there for 2 hours, arriving just after 12 to make sure I didn't miss any of the early afternoon flights, which was all Moira had been able to pin down. There were 7 luggage carousels, yet my concern wasn't the ability to see every person as they walked into the terminal. It was recognizing Crystal. I remembered her blonde hair, though some women change their hair color like they alternate lipstick shades. She was small and had a nice body, but that might have changed dramatically in 10 years. The wasting effect of drugs and a poor diet might have turned her into an entirely different person. Although I'd checked the profile picture on the Facebook page, it was small and such a close-up shot that nothing was shown but her face and a few strands of hair, which looked blonde, but I couldn't be absolutely sure. On top of that, she wore sunglasses. Then I saw her stepping off the escalator. It was the way she moved that came rushing back to me, as if I'd just stepped out my front door and glanced at the house next to ours. That fenced yard full of weeds and patches of dirt, forgotten toys that sat out even when it rained, and Crystal walking languidly down from the front path, unaware of everything around her. She was wearing sunglasses, which wasn't entirely unwarranted because the ceiling was high and the massive amounts of glass allowed a lot of afternoon light into the building, she walked right past the baggage carousels, heading toward the revolving doors with purpose. I caught up to her and touched her shoulder. She jerked away as if I'd stabbed her with a switchblade. The shock was evident on her face, not at all obscured by those enormous glasses. She didn't remove them, but I felt the intensity of her gaze all the same. She recovered quickly. "Good. Just who I came to see," she said. "Can we talk?" "Sure. Have you told the police you kidnapped my little girl?" I looked around. No one appeared to be paying attention to us, but still her voice was not muted, and a phrase might be picked up by someone passing by. With all the security at airports, it was possible there might be undercover Homeland Security or FBI agents lurking anywhere, ready to approach us at any moment. She started walking, and I hurried to match her pace. "Where are you going?" "To my Uber." "Why don't I give you a ride? We can talk." "There's nothing to talk about. I'm here to find out what's being done to find my daughter and to make sure she comes home with me instead of going along with whatever bullshit story you've manipulated her with all these years." "Can we sit down?" I gestured toward a bench in front of a cluster of potted plants that rose up toward the steel beams. She flopped down on the bench. "You have 3 minutes. Then my ride will be here." I sat beside her. "I want you to know I'm in a position to help you." "What the fuck does that mean?" "We'd like to offer you $25,000. She laughed. "For what?" She pulled off her glasses. The skin around her eyes was red, but otherwise they were clear and sharp. She looked sober, although the hand holding the stem of her sunglasses trembled. "Wait, you want to pay me for my daughter? You want to buy her? You're a sick, sick man. Both of you, because I'm sure she agreed to that insulting offer." She laughed, a short, mocking sound. "It was probably her idea." "I could do more if—" "More? I don't want more. I want Brittany. Maybe you think the world turns on money, but I do not." "It would help." "I don't need your fucking help. Or your wife's." She stood. "You're disgusting." "Wait." I grabbed her wrist. She yanked it away and put her glasses on. "I shouldn't have said that. I can see how much you love her. That really was insulting. It has nothing to do with money. You really care about her, and you—" "She's my child." I stood and looked down at her upturned face, blanched white in the harsh sunlight. "Let's work together. The most important thing is to find Brittany. I know you agree." "Of course I agree." "Then come home with me. You can see our house and Brittany's room. Look at her things. You can see that we've given her a quality life." "A life without her mother is not a quality life." "Okay, poor choice of words. But come with me. We'll have dinner and talk about Brittany. We can update you on the investigation so far, and we can talk about what we can do to assist the police. Once she's found, we can let Brittany choose where she wants to live." "She'll choose me." "That wouldn't surprise me." I felt ill saying the words, and I didn't believe them, not for a single moment, but I had to say what she needed to hear. I had to get her out of the airport, away from curious ears, and into our house, where we could deal with her. Thinking about Plan B, if offering her money failed, sickened me more than saying those words, but Moira and I agreed that Brittany was all that mattered. Crystal was a junkie. She was unfit, and she'd forfeited her right to raise a child. If Child Protective Services had done their job, Brittany would have been removed from that home a decade ago. All we did was fill in where society lapsed. She was our daughter now in every sense of the word. We loved her, cared for her, and raised her into a beautiful and intelligent young girl. Of course, we'd made some mistakes, maybe more than we recognized, but we'd done our best, and we'd done far more than Crystal was capable of. I had no doubt that if we hadn't intervened, there was every chance Brittany would have died young, either from illness or street violence. I swallowed the bile in my throat and took Crystal's elbow. I'm sure you're hungry after that flight. Airline food is barely adequate. We'll have a nice dinner. We'll talk, have a cocktail. Her body vibrated with desire when I said that. So her clear eyes were lying. Her spastic fingers told the truth. She was still an addict. She needed alcohol to tide her over until she could get her next fix. With a rush of relief, I straightened my shoulders. Please, finding her is all that matters. She nodded. Will you cancel your Uber ride? She pulled her phone out of her pocket and tapped a few times. After I paid for the parking, we went out to the lot and I put her bag in the trunk. I opened the passenger door and she slid into the seat. When I joined her, she ran her shaking fingers over the edge of the leather seat. Nice car. There was nothing appropriate to say in response. I turned on the radio. There was nothing to say at all. I preferred to drive in silence. I thought she might talk over the jazz I'd tuned to, but she didn't. She rested her head against the back of the seat and crossed her legs, adjusting her dress around her thighs. The drive home seemed to take forever, and at the same time felt as if it unfolded in a single breath. Honestly, I was scared. I knew I could fix this hopeless situation as I had others, but I was very concerned about how it would unfold.
42. Moira. Crystal came into our house through the garage, on the attack from the start. She accused us, me mostly, of stealing her baby and keeping her like a prisoner. She suggested Brittany hadn't been abducted out of our house at all, that we'd done something to her, hidden her away where no one would ever find her. As she talked, it was clear she was craving her drug. Her eyes were glazed, and the rush of words tripped over each other, sometimes falling into a confused mess. Or maybe what happened is that Brittany is onto you, she said. If my smart baby girl learned anything from me, her real mother, she decided she'd had enough. How was your flight? I asked, trying to calm her. She pursed her lips, and for a second I thought she was going to spit at me. She laughed. I actually thought you would pretend you didn't know me, or drag me out of the house. Instead, you want to act like we're long-lost friends? I was being polite, I said. You think we're girlfriends, dying to catch up on how the kids and hubbies are doing? Except you don't have a kid, remember? And you took mine. But now you've lost her. Some mother. I moved her suitcase out of the hallway into the corner of the laundry room just inside the garage. I led the way to the living room, walking past the doors I'd closed before she arrived. Only the bathroom door stood open. In the living room, she looked around, gazing out at the backyard. Nice house. Thank you. Can I see Brittany's room? I don't think that's a good idea, I said. Why not? Why don't we talk? Have a seat. Alan had slipped away to the computer room. We'd agreed we shouldn't gang up on her, that I would try to calm her as much as possible. He'd texted me when he pulled into our garage, telling me we had to go to Plan B. I hated calling it that, as if it were simply an alternate route on a road map, but there was no other way to describe it. I asked Crystal if she wanted anything to drink. Do you have vodka? A vodka and juice would be nice. She smiled, shaping her lips in a contorted way to prove she had no intention of being a proper guest. I suppose it was absurd for me to act as if she were. Let's save the alcohol for later, I said. Iced tea? Coke? I'll have a Coke, thanks. When I reached the opening into the dining room, I glanced back. She was vigorously scratching herself, carving red gouges into the backs of her arms and along her shins. I wondered if I should have agreed to the vodka. Maybe she needed something to counter the withdrawal she was clearly fighting. I returned with 2 glasses of soda, placing hers on a coaster in front of her. She picked it up and drank half the contents in a single series of gulps.
So, you kidnapped my little girl, and now you not only got karma on your ass, you got caught.
That's cruel. She laughed. What do you want? I asked.
Where'd the husband go?
He's working.
Didn't think I was important enough to hang around? His bribe didn't work, so he's checked out?
He has to work. He runs his own company. It's very demanding.
She smirked. I'm sure.
It sounds like you're not here for money, so what are you looking for?
You and him had a chat about me already?
She glared at me. What I'm looking for is my little girl.
But if you're worried about going to jail, you might want to make my life a little easier to deal with by giving me a cash gift. Having your child stolen right out of your house sets you back in terms of being able to focus on keeping a job.
Tears flooded my eyes. That wasn't good. I needed to be strong, stoic. I wiped at my bottom lashes and the tears dissipated.
You have no right to cry, she said. It's not your actual child who's missing.
Please don't say things like that, Crystal. You were a mess. Brittany came to us for comfort and we just...
So you just took her? She's not a piece of fruit that fell on the ground and you can just pick it up because maybe no one will notice you're stealing.
My Coke sat on the table beside me, sweating onto a coaster. I wasn't thirsty. To be honest, I wanted some vodka. There was a long night ahead of us.
I could really go for a vodka.
Her hands shook as she set the empty glass on the table, too jittery to make sure it landed on that small disc that was only slightly larger than the bottom of the glass. Why don't we wait until Alan joins us?
I'm kind of thirsty now.
I stood. Is there any kind of juice you prefer?
Whatever you have.
She grinned. When I returned, she was gone. I found her in the hallway, looking at photographs of Brittany. I pulled my phone out of my pocket and texted Alan. I need you. Now. Here's your drink. Why don't we go back to the living room? We can talk about how we're going to move forward. Alan came into the room, and I left him listening to Crystal go on about what horrible people we were, while I made an easy stir-fry dinner of chicken with bamboo shoots over brown rice. During dinner, she switched gears and rattled on about what a good mother she was. She talked about her back problems, her money problems, and her men problems. She told stories of when she was raising Brittany that were outright lies, although she seemed to believe them. It was important to keep Crystal in a state of limbo throughout the evening. When he left with her again, Alan would need to back the car out of the garage at a normal time of day, just in case someone, especially that guy across the street, was watching. Not to mention Taylor and Duncan's new security camera that she'd pointed out to me, talking about her lack of comfort since Brittany was snatched. That had been really hurtful, hearing her worry about her own safety when my baby girl had disappeared, but I'd said nothing. I'd noticed it was possible that part of our driveway was within the camera's range. After we ate, while Crystal continued to sip vodka with orange juice, I moved close to her on the couch, testing how she would react to me touching her. I put my arm around her, which I thought she would fling off, but she did not. Possibly because by the time I did this, she wasn't even aware of my proximity. She'd already consumed 5 strong cocktails. She complained she wasn't feeling well. She was sweaty and then cold. She demanded we do a better job adjusting the temperature, constantly asking us to open, then close the sliding glass door. She felt nauseous. She had stomach cramps and blamed my light, delicious meal. Her back was killing her. It was hard to get up and use the bathroom, although the vodka was helping ease some of her discomfort. I guessed she was in desperate need of the oxycodone she was addicted to. The fentanyl would really send her flying, right on out of this world. Finally, it was time. She was drunk enough. It was past midnight. I caught Alan's eye and held his gaze. A moment later, we excused ourselves. I mixed a fresh drink while Alan took the fentanyl he'd purchased out of the cabinet. He prepared the syringe the way he'd been instructed. Instead of a single dose, he loaded it up with more than enough to satisfy several junkies. The guy selling it couldn't have cared less whether Alan had ever used it, whether he might be taking a dangerous, even deadly quantity. He'd been impatient, talking too fast as he showed Alan what to do. I carried the drink into the living room and swapped it with the empty glass sitting in front of Crystal. She grabbed the glass and took a long swallow. I sat beside her on the couch and moved close, as I had before. With my arm around her shoulders, I said softly, "You must be tired. Why don't you lean back? Rest for a minute." She slumped against my arm. "Tired. Don't feel good." She lurched forward, and for a moment I thought she might vomit on the carpet. Then she collapsed, leaning against me, the weight of her head pressing against mine. Tightening my grip on her opposite shoulder, I held out my other hand for the syringe. Alan gave it to me, and I moved it toward her leg. I positioned it carefully before I stabbed the needle into the conveniently bare flesh, where her flimsy dress had ridden up to the top of her thigh. She moved her leg violently, but I had a strong grip just above her knee. The needle moved at an angle, and she cried out. I shoved my shoulder against hers, keeping her pinned to the couch. A moment later, her upper body fell forward onto her lap, heavy and clumsy. I pulled the needle out and used a tissue to wipe the spot of blood that had appeared. I moved away from her and stood. I dropped the tissue and syringe on the coffee table, and we stood beside each other, watching her. When it was clear her breathing had become shallow and labored, we carried her into the garage. Alan opened the trunk, and we strained to lift her up and into the waiting darkness. Her back was wedged against her suitcase, and the shovel Alan had stored there earlier. He tugged the tarp slightly to move her away from the latch, placing another tarp over her body. Early in the morning, he would drive to the Sierra Nevada mountains, where he'd bury her off the side of a remote road. If, or when, she was found, the quantity of fentanyl in her blood would point to an obvious overdose. He would dispose of her suitcase and purse separately. Once her grave was discovered, we'd be given more time while they tried to identify her body. It shocked me how our intense focus on removing the threat from Crystal had made me forget about what Brittany was undergoing. I felt queasy thinking about it, disgusted with myself for not thinking about her with every single intake of breath. I tried not to think that something similar had happened to Brittany, her body shut into a trunk, buried in a place where she might never be found. Alan and I went into the house and sat beside each other in the living room. We were exhausted, slightly numb, I think. Neither of us spoke for a long time. Finally, Alan stood and walked to the window, looking out into the darkness.
"We need to start making plans."
"We can't, not until they find Brittany." He turned.
"What if they don't find her?"
"Don't say that."
"Honestly, it feels like it will be luck and coincidence at this point, and I'm not sure we have much luck left."
"I'm not going anywhere until they find her." I started to cry.
"If Crystal doesn't stay buried as long as we're hoping, we can't be absolutely sure there won't be a connection made."
"How on earth could that happen?"
"I don't know. I'm trying to think of every angle. Taylor knows about her, so there's that. We can't trust she'll keep it to herself."
"She will."
"We don't know that."
"I'm confident," I said.
I know her. Confidence isn't enough. We need certainty.
I went into our bedroom and began getting ready for bed. It was 2:45, but we needed to get some rest, especially Alan, facing that 3-hour drive. Even a few hours of sleep would be helpful. I'd made him a sandwich and packed a canister of water and another of coffee. I climbed into bed and waited for him to come into the room. I hadn't taken my doxepine because I needed to wake when he did, to be sure he got out of the garage without any interference from our neighbors or, God forbid, an untimely visit from Officer Carter. I set my phone alarm and closed my eyes. When the chime woke me just after 5, I discovered he'd never come to bed. His car was already gone from its spot in the garage. I hoped he hadn't spent those few hours making concrete plans, looking at homes, or considering new locations. I was not going anywhere. Brittany needed to know we were here, waiting for her to come home, no matter how long it took. 43. Brittany, before. As much as I loved her, and I loved her so very much, I knew my mother wasn't always what she should be. I was well aware that she sometimes did strange things and viewed the world differently than most. She had reclusive tendencies and was overly emotional, even though she put on a mask of always being calm and going with the flow. She took sleeping pills, and she was easily wounded. I had to be careful of her feelings. As I got older, I saw that she worked hard to shape the world and my place in it to her views. I was protected from knowing so many things, but I knew this. Maybe it was instinct. Maybe it was a knowledge buried when I was small that remained at the core of me, just beginning to emerge. I knew it wasn't normal to get shots to help you stop having bad dreams, but she was so confident it would help, so worried about me having peaceful dreams, I didn't ask any questions or suggest she was doing something that wasn't quite right. The other homeschooled kids I knew were protected also, but when I told them a story here or there, they gave me strange looks. They said my parents were controlling. I never told my friends about the shots. It was too strange. I loved my mother, and I didn't want them to think she was a freak or that she was hurting me. Besides, when my friends and I talked, there was always at least one pair of adult ears nearby. As my teacher and my mother both, no matter what questions I asked, she provided answers. When she didn't know the answer to one of my questions, we looked it up. I never felt she was lying to me. Of course, children don't think in those terms. We don't expect adults to lie at all until we learn differently. I never heard my mother lie. It never even crossed my mind. The same went for my father. She and I were close. We talked about everything. At least I thought we did. Until the day I asked the wrong question. That day was 2 days after Aisling mentioned her monthly visitor. Although my mother had always looked up the answers to questions she couldn't answer, she was very definite and authoritative with her responses to questions for which she did know the answer. For example, when I asked how babies came about, she explained in thorough and technical terms how the mother's seed developed into a human being. Together, we looked at fetal development photographs and talked about how the baby came into the world, although that part didn't include pictures. She did not mention any other seeds, and she did not mention blood at all. When I asked why those seeds weren't constantly developing into babies, she suggested we plant a vegetable garden. Over time, she pointed out how not all of the seeds grew into plants. I was young enough that I accepted this. I thought I had a complete picture, and I never asked any more questions on that topic, at least not that I could recall. Because of the way Aisling had talked about it, and the way Riley looked at me, some instinct that I was only starting to recognize inside myself told me to find out more before I posed the question to my mother. The following night, with only a few words typed into the search window and only a few clicks of the mouse, I found pages of information about the monthly visitor, the crimson tide, and the explanation of why women lost blood every month for decades of their lives. Why hadn't she told me? When was this going to happen to me? If blood had started gushing out of my body, I would have been terrified. From what I'd read, there was no escaping it. Blood was coming into my life and would visit every month until I was nearing old age. I was fascinated and horrified. I was angry and confused. The next day, I asked her. We were making chocolate chip cookies. She was placing parchment paper on the baking sheet while I mixed the dough. I wasn't looking at her, and maybe I should have, because she didn't answer me, and it would have been helpful to see her expression. Did you hear me? What's that, sweetie? Why didn't you ever tell me about having a period? The parchment tore with a loud, harsh sound like glass cracking. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Bleeding. How girls bleed every month. Again there was silence. She tore another piece of parchment. All 3 baking sheets now had their lining, and she couldn't avoid my question. I sprinkled in the last cup of flour, but didn't turn on the mixer. I pressed my hip against the counter and waited for her to look at me. She opened the cabinet and began rummaging inside. All of our supplies were on the counter. It was clear she wasn't looking for anything important. Mommy, why won't you answer me? She closed the cabinet door. She looked directly into my eyes, but it felt as if she didn't see me. Blood makes me uncomfortable. It's not a nice thing to talk about, and I'd rather you didn't. You have to. I would have been scared if I started bleeding and I didn't know why. You shouldn't be thinking about that. Why not? Who told you? It doesn't matter. It matters quite a lot. Why? Because the reason we homeschool you is to be sure you aren't exposed to the unsavory parts of the world. You're a little girl, and you shouldn't have to think about things like that. I'm 14. Most girls start their periods when they're 11 or 12. Is there something wrong with me? Her voice rose. Who told you all of this? I knew I had a bad feeling about this new group. Californians are different. That's not important. She slammed her palm on the counter. I asked you a question. Who told you? I started to cry. My mother had never shouted at me. She never even raised her voice or allowed herself a harsh tone. She was patient and gentle. She treated me like a fragile and precious object that she wanted to hold in her hands and admire from every angle. I didn't want to cry. I was angry, and I didn't like being shouted at. It scared me. It made me feel like she hated me. Of course, I'd heard people shouting on TV and read about it in books, but those were stories. Things like that didn't happen in my life. I remembered someone shouting at me once, a long time ago, but it wasn't her or my father. It was another woman. I'd woken her up when she wasn't feeling well and needed her rest. I put my hands on the sides of my head, trying to think. Was that me? Or was it a movie? A book? A dream? Who was that woman shouting at me, telling me to stop being a crybaby? My mother moved closer and wrapped me in her arms. Don't cry. Everything will be okay. Just tell me the truth. Why are you shouting at me? I was sobbing, hardly able to speak. My nose clogged so I couldn't breathe, which made my chest convulse. I didn't mean to shout. She tightened her arms around me. I'm upset that someone told you things that are not for a little girl's ears. I pushed away from her, but she hung on. I'm not a little girl. I'm a teenager. The bleeding could start any minute, and I had no idea it was coming. It doesn't always happen.
It always happens, to every girl.
Her voice was a low whisper, deep and ominous with certainty, a voice I didn't recognize. It doesn't have to. Please don't think any more about it. She kissed my cheek. Her lips were cool and had the consistency of wax through the tears covering my skin. If my mother wasn't going to tell me why she'd hidden such critical information from me, I needed to figure out on my own what I was going to do when I started bleeding. There was no real way to know in advance. My body hadn't changed at all yet, which I'd been assured by the internet was considered normal. But it would, no matter what my mother seemed to think. Although I'd learned I was unlikely to experience blood gushing out of my body without warning, I was nervous. The whole thing was so shocking and unexpected and a little confusing. Why didn't she want me to know about it? Was there something wrong with her? Why did she think such a normal thing might not happen to me? My head ached. After the cookies were baked, she said I could eat too. I told her I didn't want any and went to my room. I didn't speak to either of my parents during dinner. They didn't seem to notice. That night, I went back to the internet to find out if there was something wrong with me. Maybe I had a disease. Maybe the headaches I got meant something awful was going to happen. What I found made me feel sick to my stomach. What I discovered was a drug that delayed or completely prevented girls from becoming women. A drug that might have been a good thing for some because it was used for preschool and kindergarten girls who were already developing breasts. One of the side effects was headaches. I went into the bathroom, closed the door softly, and opened the cabinet. Leaving the light off, I pulled out the box with the syringe for my next shot. I held it up by the nightlight. The name of the drug on the prescription label was the same as the drug I'd read about online. With tears filling my eyes, I put it back in the cabinet and slipped into my room. I felt sick to my stomach, and my hands shook as I tried to make sense out of what she'd done to me. I felt like ice was flowing through my veins. My whole body trembled. Even my skin seemed to jump around on my bones and muscles. I crawled into bed and pulled the blankets around me. Hanging out with Aisling and Luke was the last thing I felt like doing, but the moment I laid my head on the pillow, I knew I had to get out of the house. I had to talk to Aisling, and Luke maybe, but mostly Aisling. She was the only person on the whole planet who I thought could help me, and she wasn't even a grown-up yet. If I stayed in this house, I was pretty sure I would turn into a permanent freak of nature. I'd never grow up, and my whole body might disintegrate. That drug had been found to cause the joints in your jaw to decay, the discs in your spine to degenerate, and other awful things. It could make the enamel peel off and your teeth crack. I closed my eyes and saw my body crumbling from the inside out. Tears oozed from my eyes. When it seemed all of me had turned to powder, I opened my eyes and got out of bed. I grabbed my athletic shoes and socks and my pink jacket. I climbed through the window, feeling as if I was running for my life. Aside from wanting me to sleep in a little girl's bed and have little girl dreams and little girl desires, I had no idea why my mother wanted to lock me up in a child's body. I also had no idea how I would avoid the needle the next time she readied the syringe. 44. Taylor. Crystal had been sucked into a black hole. I was so used to waking to a stream of messages from her, my phone vibrating throughout the day with more stories and baby pictures and diatribes. It was shocking to return to my normal flow of messages. As if I missed her constant presence, I checked Facebook every 15 or 20 minutes, wondering if the app wasn't performing correctly. I'd expected silence while she was in the air, but she'd landed the previous afternoon, and I hadn't heard a peep from her. I'd half expected her to show up at my door on her way to the Cushings. I sipped my coffee and scrolled through the Find Britney page. There hadn't been any sightings reported for over a week, and the prayer requests had fallen to a handful a day. I put down my phone and took another sip of coffee. Maybe I'd become addicted to the excitement of new messages as much as I was addicted to the hot kick of caffeine in my blood every morning and mid-afternoon. Without the activity from Crystal, I was listless and slightly anxious. It was possible she'd canceled her flight. According to Moira, she was in the helpless and hopeless grip of Oxy. Moira doubted she could handle a 5-hour flight. The thing was, Crystal hadn't seemed incoherent or out of control. She was angry and passionate and impatient, yet all of that was within the realm of normal, given the loss of her child. As the time ticked past 9 a.m., I decided it was time to get in touch with Moira. I sent a text, asking how she was doing and whether she'd heard from Crystal. I tried to make it casual, but I was pretty sure I'd failed. Moira Cushing. Nope. Taylor Stanwyck. She was due in yesterday afternoon. I haven't heard from her since she left Florida. I wonder what happened. Moira Cushing. What do you think happened? She had to score, obviously. Taylor Stanwyck. Maybe. Moira Cushing. There's no maybe about it. She needs her fix. Taylor Stanwyck. Then what? Moira Cushing. I don't think you grasp what a train wreck this woman is. It wasn't sitting easily in my mind. Crystal might have been a wreck 10 years ago. She might still be an addict, but she was clear-headed about what she wanted and about her devotion to her missing child. Nothing I'd said had persuaded her otherwise. I went into my office and clicked on the icon for our new security camera. When we set it up, I'd noticed that along with covering the pathway to our courtyard door and the door itself, it also captured a section of the Cushings' driveway. If Crystal had gone directly to their house, if she no longer needed me as a go-between, it might show on our surveillance recording. The static image flickered by, numbing me as I stared at the screen, waiting for activity of any kind. Finally, at the 4:25 Thursday afternoon mark, the camera showed Alan's sleek sedan pulling into his driveway. A woman sat in the passenger seat. The car quickly moved out of the camera's range. I assumed the garage door opened as usual, and he slid the car into its spot. I replayed the few seconds showing the car 6 times. The woman had blonde hair. Moira's was dark. I picked up my phone and called Moira. When she answered, I didn't bother with the pretense of asking how she was doing. "Have you seen Crystal?" "No, I already told you that." "I saw—" The doorbell rang. It startled me enough that I almost dropped my phone. People always texted before they came over. Hearing the bell when it was far too early for package delivery was unsettling. The sound was loud and insistent as someone pressed the button repeatedly without pausing. With my train of thought interrupted, I didn't speak to Moira as I walked toward the entryway and out into the courtyard. "Is that all?" Her voice was terse. She sounded tired. "Let me call you back." "There's no need." She ended the call. I stuck the phone in my back pocket and opened the door. In front of me stood Luke, a girl I'd never seen before, and a girl I would have recognized anywhere. Brittany Cushing, or rather, Brittany Green. My first instinct was to fling my arms around her and pull her close, but I was a stranger to her. Unable to restrain myself, I reached out and took hold of her wrist, pulling her toward me. "Brittany, everyone's been so worried." She gave me a confident smile, but her eyes were checking me out, cycling through impressions of me, comparing them to whatever Luke had said about me. He was furious at me, Why had he brought her to my house? I shoved the thought aside. Your mother, your parents, I swallowed. It's such a relief to see you're okay. You're alive.
I didn't mean to create such drama.
I stepped outside, still holding her wrist. Let's get you home. Luke held up his hand.
We need to talk to you first.
Why? So he had known where she was. All this time he'd known something and he'd remained silent. I wondered whether that meant trouble of a different kind for him.
Can we come in?
Moira and Alan are frantic. Crystal flashed across my mind. I bit down on my tongue. The girl standing beside Luke spoke.
It's important that we speak to you first.
I nodded and moved to the side, and they followed me through the courtyard into the house. We settled in the living room. It felt like a scene from a movie, unnatural and without a clearly developed script.
I'm not a pervert, Luke said. You see that now.
I didn't see it at all. I turned toward Brittany. Where were you all this time? I tried to keep my tone gentle, but she drew back slightly.
She's been staying with me.
The woman, girl, with copper-red hair and exotic eye makeup said.
And you are? I'm a friend of Luke's.
Why was she staying with you?
Tell her,
Luke said.
Tell her about the shit show you lived with, Brittany.
I stood and pulled my phone out of my pocket. I thought about Crystal and my interrupted call with Moira. Keeping Brittany in my living room, letting Moira suffer for 1 second longer than necessary, and Crystal, for that matter, wherever she was. I had to let them know. We should call your mother. As I spoke the words, I wondered whom I was referring to. Moira? Crystal?
45. Alan. There were no streetlights running along the swampy edge of Bolinas Lagoon. It was darker than any place I'd ever been. The headlights, turned up to bright, were watery and ineffective in the mist that hung low over the lagoon and drifted across the road that was only a few feet above the water level. Moira and I had agreed I would bury Crystal's body in the Sierras, but during the hour-long drive from Silicon Valley up the east side of the San Francisco Bay, my eyes glazed by headlights, I'd realized that was all wrong. Minutes before I reached the junction with Interstate 80, I made the decision to turn west, heading toward Point Reyes. I turned south on Highway 1 and drove to Olima-Bolinas Road. First off, I didn't think I was capable of digging a hole more than 2 feet deep, especially not at the end of summer when the clay earth was packed hard as concrete. I didn't have the strength to spend hours lifting shovelfuls of dirt, muscles straining, my mind chewing over what we'd done. All the things we'd done. Every moment risked exposure. This had been my train of thought for the first 10 miles. Then I'd realized a shallow grave would likely lead to a premature discovery of her body. A grave screamed murder. If she was found floating in the lagoon, near a community like Bolinas, known for attracting residents who lived along the edge of the norms of so-called conventional society, it would look more natural. A town whose residents were so reclusive they were proud of their repeated tearing down of road signs pointing the way to the small community, said everything I needed to know about the place. A drug overdose? A fall into the water? Of course, an autopsy would show the overdose had killed her, not the water, but hopefully it would still leave questions that didn't immediately point to murder. Without identification on her body, and given the drugs in her system and no clear-cut murder investigation, it would be a long time before they figured out who she was, if ever. Oddly, that thought made me inexplicably sad. She'd done nothing terribly wrong. Life had simply happened to her. That horrific car accident had left Crystal with nearly unmanageable back pain. She'd slipped down the muddy slope that so many followed when the oxycodone no longer provided enough relief. Then she'd had the misfortune to meet a woman who wanted a little girl at any cost. I slowed, maneuvered the car onto the shoulder of dirt, dead leaves, and gravel, and turned off the engine. After a few moments, the headlights went dark. The blackness around me was complete except for the half-moon covered by the thin layer of fog. The darkness and desolation of the area were good for lifting the body out of the trunk and rolling it into the shallow water a few feet below where the car sat, but the emptiness and lack of light was also unsettling. Anyone could be watching, and I'd never know. On the right side of the road was an incline of about 4 or 5 feet, dense with trees and untamed brush. There were no dwellings I could see, none with lights on, but that didn't mean some hippie type wasn't taking a midnight walk. To get to Bolinas Lagoon, I would need to carry the body a few yards to a low wire fence, then down a slope and across some grassland. I thought the water was closer to the road, but now realized I'd misremembered from our drive to Stinson Beach with Brittany. The stretch where the water almost lapped at the side of the road was farther south on Highway 1. I was here now. I needed to get her body into the lagoon and get back home, back to the pretense of normality, back to worrying about Brittany and trying to push the police into more action. I gripped the steering wheel. It was time to get out of the car. The tick of the engine cooling was like a giant insect in my ear canal, boring into my brain. It was the tick of minutes passing, the tick of the inevitable decay taking place in the trunk. We hadn't fully considered what residue might be left behind in the tightly enclosed space. The tarp was inadequate. Was there an odor yet? I took a deep breath, inhaling new leather and the smell of my own skin. It wasn't offensive, but by the time I was done, my body would smell of awful things no one wanted to encounter. Without allowing my mind to go anywhere else beyond the mechanics of what needed to be done, I flung open the car door. I closed it quietly and stood in the night air. It was so much more pleasant out here. I felt I could breathe. I was no longer aware of the weight of her bones and muscle, skin and pooling blood. And there had definitely been a sensation of weight in the trunk, even if it was only conjured by my fixation on what I was carrying. There had been too much death in my life for someone my age. Normal death, my parents, unexpected death, a few college friends, and a colleague taken by an early stroke, heart-shattering death. My chest tightened so violently I thought I might be having a heart attack. I took a deep breath again, gasping as I tried to suck air into my lungs. My throat closed up. I pushed the thoughts out of my mind, back where they belonged. Look to the future. The past is irretrievable. And now this. Murder. None of those other deaths had been my fault, yet somewhere, in a place I couldn't quite access, inside my heart, my brain, my soul, if such a thing existed, I wasn't really sure. In that place, I knew some of the fault did lie with me. No one had ever loved a woman more than I'd loved, still loved Moira. No one. I was sure of it. The sensation of my heart and throat swelling with longing for her was unbearable. I wanted her to be happy. Life wasn't bearable when she was bereft. I couldn't bear seeing the pain in her eyes, hearing the anguish that seeped out, incoherent during her dreams. I would do anything for her. I had done anything for her. I clenched my jaw. Just do it and be done. It'll be over. Finished. I could get back to the thing that mattered, the thing that consumed us entirely until Crystal had gotten off that airplane, as if she had a right to re-enter our lives. All I wanted to care about was getting Brittany back, finding out who had taken her, or where she'd run off to on her own. I was becoming more inclined to believe it was the latter, and that made the ache of regret worse. Stop thinking. I strode to the back of the car, pulled out my phone, and turned on the flashlight. I had to see how the body was positioned before I attempted to lift her out of the trunk. Thinking of her as a person rather than a corpse was disturbing. I wasn't sure which was worse. I couldn't face that I'd deliberately ended a human life. Stop thinking. I had to be done with this and get out of the area without wasting another minute. I felt for the release and pressed it. The trunk rose slowly of its own volition. Light flooded the interior, falling across her face. Her eyes opened, and she smiled. I gasped. Crystal moved swiftly, slamming the flat blade of the shovel into my jaw. I fell, landing hard on my side with a grunt. I tried to speak, but for a moment, no coherent thoughts formed in my head. As my head cleared, I wasn't sure I could speak. The ache in my jaw was intense, spreading to my head, and I wondered if she'd broken it. I shoved myself to my knees, but the pain shot through my jaw and down my neck. I gasped and collapsed onto the ground. She laughed shrilly. "When you've been using as long as I have, it takes a lot more to be rid of me. Brittany will still have her mother." She whimpered as she lifted her legs to climb out of the trunk, hauling the shovel after her. She raised her arms, gripping the middle of the handle. "No, don't, please." She brought the shovel down fast and hard on my head. With another blow to my chest, an unearthly cry came from her lips. A moment later, she was straddling my hips, raising her arms above her head again. Holding it near the blade, she drove the edge of it into my face. While the pain was unbearable, the sudden and fleeting awareness that I'd never hold Moira in my arms again was worse. She'd be left to carry on without me.
46. Brittany, now. Taylor wanted to call my mom. Luke leaned forward in the armchair.
Not yet. You have to hear this. You have to get that I didn't do anything. I'm not all this shit people are saying.
Keeping a girl hidden, even if she wanted to be there, isn't right, Taylor said. Luke clenched his hands into fists.
All I did was keep my mouth shut, and now all this shit is coming down on me. I was trying to help. You should get that, Miss Stanwyck, wanting to help. Her mom is certifiable. Brittany needs to explain so you get that I'm not the creep everyone seems to think I am.
No one thinks that, Aisling said.
Yes, they do.
He folded his arms, resting his elbows on his knees like he was in the front row at a basketball game, watching the ball pounding down the court. Taylor pulled out her phone. I should text your mom. She stared at the phone like she expected Siri to answer that question with authority. No, she put it back in her pocket. We need to get you home so they know you're okay.
Wait,
Luke said.
First, Brittany needs to tell you. Come on, Brittany.
I had to get out of that house, I said. I couldn't stay there. And Aisling was so nice to me. She said I could stay with her as long as I wanted. Luke had nothing to do with it. What changed to make you come back now? Taylor asked.
Someone trashed my car. You saw it. Everyone thinks I'm a creep,
Luke said.
And the cops are asking me questions. They think I did something to her. She came back so everyone will know that's not how it is. Not even close.
This isn't about you, Luke, Taylor said. Aisling patted my arm, which made me feel better. I wasn't thrilled about telling this person I didn't even know what happened to me. For some reason I couldn't explain, it was embarrassing. Even though my mom scared me, I didn't want people to think she was crazy. She loved me, yet did things that hurt me. It was confusing. My parents really love me. I know that. But sometimes my mom is... I just had to get out of there. I didn't have any real friends. Claustrophobic, Aisling said. Her parents had no right to keep her a virtual prisoner. I don't think I was that, I said. You told me that's how you felt. Aisling smiled. Don't deny your reality, Brittany. Taylor's eyes were jumping around, looking at Aisling, then me. She looked like she didn't believe me, but I hadn't said anything yet. Not really. It wasn't just that, I said. A few weeks after we moved here, I started climbing out my window at night. Taylor nodded. I'd seen Luke and I wanted to meet him. I talked to him and Aisling and the others, and they made me feel like a real person. They're adults, Taylor said. You should be with kids your own age. Your mom is right about that. Only kids she picked. Taylor smiled, but she looked doubtful.
Tell her what was going on,
Luke urged. I didn't want to talk about having a period in front of Luke. I'd talked about it a lot with Aisling, but this was different. Even with Taylor, it seemed weird. How was I supposed to explain how stupid I was? Not that it was my fault, but I still felt stupid. You need to tell her everything, Aisling said, or she won't understand. She needs to get that Luke was protecting you. Taylor looked like she didn't believe that at all. I looked up at the ceiling and tried to think. It was a normal human function. I shouldn't be embarrassed. My mom was giving me injections. She started when I was about 10. She told me it was something to help me not have bad dreams. Taylor looked like we were making up stuff just to mess with her head. I didn't know about girls getting their period. Taylor looked confused. She sat up straighter. Is there a point to all this?
Just say it,
Luke said.
Tell her the whole thing at once so she gets it.
One night, Aisling said something about having her period, and I was confused. I looked it up on the internet and I asked my mom, and she said not to worry about it. I was really upset because she'd never told me a thing about it. She didn't want to talk about it at all. I didn't understand why I was 14 and it never happened to me. So I looked that up too. I found out about a drug that stops your body from changing. Taylor nodded. I checked the prescription label and the injections were that drug. I sat up straighter so she could see my chest was as flat as a guy's. That was the part that made me feel really stupid, that I was around other girls my age, and I'd never wondered or even asked why my body didn't look like theirs. That drug wrecks your body. It destroys your teeth and bones, and I get a lot of headaches, which it also causes. I find it hard to believe that Moira would
Believe it,
Luke said. It makes sense, Aisling said. She's 14. She shouldn't look like a little kid. Taylor stood up. Okay, well, I'm not sure I should get involved in that. It's a wild story. Luke and Aisling stood up also. I felt even more like a stupid little kid, huddled on the couch while all of them were standing and talking about me. We need to get you home, Taylor said. Weren't you listening? Aisling insisted. Of course I was, but Moira and Alan have been sick, absolutely wrecked with fear. We need to let them know she's okay. Now. Aisling smiled at me. Don't worry, Britt. It's only for a few minutes. That's cool if we let them know you're okay. Luke and I will talk to his mom.
Yeah,
Luke said.
She's going to get this taken care of.
She does family law, I said. Taylor nodded. I know.
So don't worry,
Luke said. Everything is cool. Aisling reached out her hand. I took it and let her pull me to my feet. She hugged me, holding on for a long time. Your life is going to get a whole lot better, she whispered.
We gotta go,
Luke said.
I'm looking forward to you telling everyone, cops included, that I'm not a pervert and that I expect an apology.
Taylor started toward the front door, weaving among the three of us as if she were herding us out of the house. Luke and Aisling promised his mom would be in touch as soon as she got home from work. I felt better, but I was terrified when I thought about what my parents were going to say and do.
47. Taylor. If I'd ever fantasized about Brittany showing up at my door, giving me the chance to deliver her back into Moira and Alan's arms, it would have given me satisfaction that I couldn't put into words. But that was before I knew they'd abducted her, before I knew they'd kept her a virtual prisoner, before I knew Moira might have drugged Brittany to keep her artificially childlike, and before I knew they might go too far in keeping Crystal from disrupting their fantasy world. It felt like a betrayal of Brittany as I walked down my front path toward Moira's. Brittany was beside me, the sound of her shoes emphasizing that she was walking as slowly as possible, defeated and anxious and scared about what she might be facing. I had no idea what to expect from Moira and Alan. Brittany's story was disturbing, and I had no solid reason to doubt the truth of it, but a part of me simply could not believe it. Who would do something like that? She could have given her daughter lifelong health problems, and for what purpose? Luke and Aisling, but especially Luke, seemed to pressure Brittany to tell that fantastical story. It had the ring of truth when she spoke, but there was a made-up quality to it. I couldn't sort out what I truly believed. It sounded like something from a soap opera, and I wondered if the heightened emotional drama of daytime TV shows had been Brittany's diet when she was staying with Aisling. I didn't have a good read on what kind of person Aisling was. She seemed nice enough, but to allow a runaway girl to remain missing, to keep a child from her family, to allow them to live with the torment of not knowing whether or not she was dead? No wonder Aisling and Luke couldn't wait to get out of my house. They needed to talk to Nicole about other legal issues besides family law. What they'd done was essentially kidnapping, wasn't it? I wasn't sure how the police would view their silence. And then there was Crystal. There was no doubt she'd been sitting in the front seat of Alan's car. Who else could it have been? So Moira had lied about that. My fingers shook as I pressed the Cushing's doorbell. While Brittany and I waited for someone to open the door, I wondered whether I should have called Officer Carter, but that would make things more complicated. First, no matter what she'd done wrong, Moira deserved to know that Brittany was safe. I also wanted to find out about Crystal. It might be too soon to drag the police into it. What if Brittany's story was a lie to cover her slipping out to party with kids who were completely inappropriate for her? And if there was a reasonable explanation for why Moira didn't want me to know Crystal was in her house, waiting was the right thing to do. It wasn't a good idea to rush to a conclusion when I didn't have all the pieces of the puzzle in my hand. The door opened. Moira's mouth opened, and her face spasmed through an array of emotions. She screamed and lunged toward Brittany, nearly knocking her over. I took a step back to give them space. Tears filled my eyes as I listened to Moira's sobs. She stroked Brittany's face and hair, pressing her fingers gently into her skin as if to reassure herself that Brittany's flesh was solid.
"Oh, my poor baby! Poor, precious baby girl!"
She dropped her hands from Brittany's face and held her close again, burying her face in Brittany's hair.
"I thought we'd lost you forever, your father and I. I can't believe you're here. I can't believe you're okay. I wanted you to be safe. I wanted to believe he'd let you go, that you'd be returned to us. But I was so scared. I haven't slept. I couldn't eat. And here you are."
Her voice trembled and became shrill as she spoke, frantic to express everything she'd held inside since that moment she'd discovered Brittany's empty bed.
"We love you so much. We were dead without you. Where were you? What did he do to you? Are you hurt? Did he hurt you?"
She clung to the slender girl in front of her, words falling over each other, hardly pausing to make room for a response. Despite vision blurred by my own tears, I saw everything clearly. Although Brittany returned Moira's desperate hug, her body remained stiff. She didn't melt into her mother's arms. She seemed to have no sympathy, no feeling at all for her mother's flood of emotions. Moira moved into the courtyard, pulling Brittany beside her.
I have to call your father. Oh, Brittany, you have no idea. We missed you so terribly. We were so worried, scared to death. What happened?
Moira started to pull the door closed.
Can she come in with us? Brittany asked.
Moira pulled back and frowned.
Why? That's not necessary.
She stared at me, unblinking.
Has my daughter been at your house this entire time? If you had anything to do with this,
She didn't, Brittany said. Moira went on as if she hadn't heard.
What happened? How did you find her? What's going on?
Her voice rose to a hysterical pitch. I'm fine, Brittany said, a note of disgust in her voice. Nothing happened. I'll tell you, but I want her to come too. Luke said...
Luke? So he had something to do with this after all. What did he do to you? I'll kill him. I mean it. Seriously, I will kill him with my bare hands.
She pawed at Brittany.
Are you okay, baby?
She put her hands on Brittany's cheeks, turning her face, studying her eyes. He didn't do anything either. Please don't call me baby. Moira gave her a soggy, watery smile.
Of course not, honey. Whatever you want. Come inside. Sit down.
She didn't look at me or suggest it was okay that I join them. She left the door open, and I went in. I found myself inhaling deeply, wondering if I'd notice an unfamiliar scent, something that told me Crystal was there, or had been there as recently as that morning. In the living room, a plate sat on the coffee table. Slices of apple were arranged in perfect precision around the outer edge of the plate. A block of cheddar cheese sat in the center, a few pieces lying next to it, and the knife resting against it. A cup of tea sat a few inches away. Maybe she'd offered it to Crystal? Then why lie to me that Crystal hadn't been there? I chose the armchair by the window so Moira could sit close to Brittany on the couch. She settled back and tried to pull Brittany onto her lap. Brittany wriggled away.
I need to hold you, Moira said, like I did when you were a baby.
Brittany repeated the words.
A baby? Why would you say that? You never... Just let me look at you. That's all I need.
Moira reached out and stroked Brittany's cheek with the back of her hand. Brittany looked at me, pleading for something.
Miss Stanwyck knows, Brittany said. I know, and she knows, what you did to me.
Moira laughed.
What are you talking about?
She glanced at me. I saw the fear in her eyes, around her lips. Brittany's words could mean anything. It occurred to me that she might think Brittany was talking about Crystal.
We're together, Moira said. You're home with us, and that's all that matters.
She pulled Brittany close, pressing her cheek against the top of Brittany's head, looking as if she were on the verge of squeezing the life out of her. Maybe that was what she wanted. "Where's Crystal?" I asked.
I can't think about that right now. I want to drink in my daughter. I'd gobble you up if I could. She giggled. I'm so glad you're okay. I thought I would die thinking about what you might be going through.
Brittany peeled Moira's arms away from her. She stared, opening her mouth slightly. I looked out at the backyard. I had no idea what to do. I still wasn't sure about Brittany's disturbing story, and I wasn't sure what Luke was expecting from Nicole. Would she be willing to interfere in a family that would violently oppose anything she wanted to do? Brittany was a minor, unless there was an official report of abuse. A crow swooped into the yard. It hopped around madly, cawing as if it had found the most delicious meal of its life. Another crow dove from the top of a tree, landing beside it, joining the others' raucous cries. I felt frozen in time. "Where's Alan?"
I asked. He had to go out to meet with a client? I nodded. Why didn't I believe her? He rarely went out. Most of his work seemed to be conducted by computer and phone, just like mine. I thought about the Facebook page. I should post that Brittany was home, but Officer Carter. I closed my eyes, too tired to think. Moira continued cooing and chattering about her love for Brittany and her delight at having her home. Brittany was silent. After a moment, I opened my eyes. The crows were gone. The gate that led to the open space preserve moved, swinging into the yard. A woman with tangled blonde hair and a large bruise on her cheek stepped into the backyard. She sauntered toward the sliding glass door, an air of fury coming off her as if it were a visible aura. Crystal. I let out a huge sigh, realizing for the first time that I'd feared she was dead.
48. Moira. Taylor was staring into the backyard, a strange expression on her face. I wished she would just leave. I didn't need her there anymore, but she was apparently obsessed with watching me reunite with my daughter. I hoped she wasn't thinking about telling the police about Crystal. Taylor had gone from slightly helpful to on the verge of destroying us. She refused to understand how absolutely awful Crystal had been, how desperately Brittany clung to us, needing us to rescue her. Crystal never would have come crawling out of her filthy lair if Taylor hadn't posted those pictures on the Facebook page and stirred up all kinds of activity around the page, drawing attention to it. Although I wanted to put every cell of my heart into welcoming Brittany home, I was distracted by Taylor, worried that Alan might have to find a way to take care of her as well. A thought that sickened me. I turned to see what had grabbed Taylor's attention. Crystal stood at the far side of the yard, alive, as if the injection had been nothing but saline. She was breathing and moving, back from the dead. A triumphant smile beamed on her face. Where was Alan? A scream rose inside me, but I managed to stuff it into my knotted stomach. I pushed Brittany away from me. Go to your room, Brittany. You need to rest after the ordeal you've been through. You don't know. You need to rest. Please go. Now. Luke is coming over with his mom. I stood. I asked you to go to your room. My voice was sharp and loud, so I kissed her temple gently and put my arms around her. I hate letting you go, but you need to rest, and I need to speak to Taylor. As I nudged Brittany toward the hallway, my hand on her shoulder, Crystal moved slowly across the yard. She stared straight into the living room, in no hurry to reach her destination. Brittany stepped into the hallway, and a moment later the bathroom door closed. I sighed. One problem dealt with. I simply needed to face each immediate issue one at a time, like preparing the parts of a meal. Thinking of the whole effort overwhelmed me, but one piece at a time was manageable. It kept my thoughts clear and my heart beating steadily. That was the most important thing right now. I couldn't think about the dark pool spreading inside me, knowing that something was very wrong if Crystal was here without Alan. The screen door moved along the track, followed by the glass door. Crystal stepped into the room. Surprised to see me? She thrust her upper body forward, grinning maniacally. I bet you didn't expect me back from the dead. She cackled. You're not as clever as you think, Moira. I've been trying to manage my pain for years, remember? You should have considered my tolerance level. Where's my husband? Taylor sat down in the armchair, sprawling her legs in front of her. I'm so glad to see you, she said. I was so worried when I didn't hear from you. Crystal ignored her. Where is Alan? I asked. You're such a clever woman. Why don't you figure that out?
If you did something to him—"
Alan was tall. He wasn't bulky, but he was strong and in good shape. I couldn't imagine.
"Where is he?"
Do I really need to spell it out?
Crystal laughed, her laughter turning to a shriek.
You left me in the trunk with a weapon. You should see how white your face is. You knew the minute you saw me what happened to your husband."
I screamed. The cry was long and came from the depths of me, a wail of pain that filled the house, rose through the hairline cracks of wood and glass, and up to the heavens. I closed my eyes, not wanting to believe what she'd said, despite the cry coming out of me. Brittany appeared in the doorway. "What's wrong?" She looked scared. Even through the tears spilling out of my eyes, I could see that. I didn't want to believe. Maybe Crystal had hurt him. But he was okay. He would be fine. She couldn't possibly have killed him. Alan was strong, smart, so much smarter than Crystal with her drug-addled brain destroyed slowly over the years. He would have outwitted her. I was sure of it. I felt myself breathing again. She'd injured him, stolen his car, but she hadn't killed him. It simply wasn't possible. Brittany walked slowly across the room and stopped a few feet from Crystal. They stared at each other. Crystal's face turned from something hard and mean and stupid into something that might be compared to angelic. She spread her arms, ready to put them around Brittany. I held my breath. Brittany took another step toward Crystal. Her expression mirrored Crystal's. Air seeped out of my lungs and caught in my throat. Brittany moved into Crystal's arms and collapsed against her. The room filled with soft crying as Brittany's shoulders shook and Crystal tightened her arms around her. She hadn't hugged me like that. How did she know? How could she remember? I'd done everything to help her forget. I'd done everything I could to give her a good life, to love her with all my heart, to be a real mother. A real mother is someone who offers care and nurturing, not just some bitch who manages to shove a human life out of her body. Not someone who gets high and lies on the couch unconscious and invites all sorts of creepy men into her bed while her little girl goes hungry, crying for affection and attention. She had no right. I glanced at the plate on the coffee table, reached down, and picked up the knife. I ran my finger along the blade. A thin red line appeared on my finger. Blood rose into the space and dripped onto the apple slices, soaking them until they looked like wedges of brain matter. I cried out and dropped the knife. I tried to breathe, tried to make my eyes focus on something. Blood smeared along the length of my finger. I wiped it on my shirt, but more blood came. I shoved my finger into my mouth, sucking hard to make it stop bleeding. Why wouldn't it stop? So much blood. I tasted it on my tongue, in my throat. I pulled my finger out. More blood, running down my wrist now. I went into the kitchen. I would not watch that phony mother-daughter drama taking place in my living room. I turned on the faucet and ran water over my finger until finally the red flow slowed, then stopped. It took a long time. I pulled the carving knife out of the wood block and studied the blade, my eyes clear and focused on the long wedge of metal and the sharp point, glinting in the sunlight that came in through the kitchen window. I returned to the living room. Brittany was still hugging that woman, both of them crying as they clung to each other. Taylor stood behind the armchair. A smile had spread across her face as thoroughly as my blood had spread across the flesh of the apple slices. Her eyes glistened with tears, and she blinked hard every few seconds so she wouldn't break her trance-like mood by wiping them away. I walked around the couch and advanced toward Crystal, the knife by my side. The handle was solid and fit into my curved fingers as if it had been custom designed for my hand. The blade brushed the fabric of my jeans, catching slightly on the seam every few steps. Crystal was not going to pretend she was a mother. Brittany belonged to me. She was my daughter in every sense of the word. 49. Taylor. Crystal's arms were wrapped so tightly around Brittany, I expected Brittany to try to wriggle free. She did the opposite. She let her body collapse and turn into something soft and malleable in her mother's arms. She looked like the child that Moira had insisted she was, young and vulnerable and desperately in need of her mother. A desire for nurturing consumed her face. It made me wonder what nurturing truly is. Possibly it's not simply a pair of devoted parents, stability, a good education, superior medical care, and a lovely house. Perhaps it's far deeper. Perhaps it's an invisible vessel inside a child that requires filling by an equally invisible liquid. My heart broke for Moira in a subtle way, a fine crack that I barely felt. It was more like a snapping twig than the deep fissure of an enormous tree split by lightning. I'd believed we were friends, but she betrayed me in such a profound way. Duncan had accused me of using her and Alan to draw our community more tightly together. Instead, they'd used me. They'd manipulated my view of what happened. They'd deceived me. They'd turned me into their stooge with the police, our neighbors, and on social media. From the corner of my eye, I saw Moira had returned to the living room. I imagined she was looking for how she might split apart the embracing mother and child, looking for a way to reclaim Brittany, and looking for a way to make sure her lies remained rooted at the foundation of Brittany's life. I wasn't sure how she thought that was possible. Between Brittany's story that would be told to Nicole and, more importantly, to the police, and Crystal's report of a missing child, their world was going to fracture and disintegrate, and there was nothing they could do to stop it. Moira leaped forward like a mountain lion lunging at prey it had been stalking for hours. As Moira's body came at Crystal, her right arm rose. In her hand was a butcher knife. The blade flashed and disappeared as Moira plunged it into the center of Crystal's back. I screamed. Brittany fell away from her mother, screaming at the shock of the impact, not yet seeing the blade embedded in her mother's yellow shirt that was quickly turning red as blood poured out of the wound. In a moment, her back was drenched. I rushed around the chair, tripping on a light cord, yanking a lamp off the side table. It crashed to the floor, and I scrambled to untangle myself. Finally, I wrenched it hard, and the plug came out of the socket. I flung myself at Brittany, trying to drag her away from Crystal. Moira pulled the knife out of Crystal's back. It didn't come easily, and she struggled to get it free. Crystal slumped against the floor-to-ceiling window. Her shoulder thudded against the glass, and as her body slid lower, blood smeared across the clean surface. She groaned, gasping hard, struggling to breathe. Moira raised the knife again and plunged it into Crystal's side. As she drove the knife into solid flesh, she was silent, her expression determined and completely lacking emotion. Blood poured out of the second wound, soaking the shirt and the top edge of her white jeans, which were already smeared with mud and grass stains. Blood began to pool on the tile and seep toward the area rug that covered most of the floor. I tried to reach Moira to pull her away, but I slipped on the pool of blood, sitting down hard on the arm of the couch. Pain shot up my spine, and I fell sideways, catching myself on the cushion. I half lay there, stunned. Brittany shoved herself between me and the two women, pulling Crystal's upper body against her chest. "Mommy!" The word was soft, her voice thin and lost, as if she were that little girl trying to rouse her mother deep under the influence of oxycodone. "She's not your mommy," Moira said. Her voice was as flat as the expression on her face. I'm your mother. I've always been your mother. I kept you safe. I loved you.
Brittany whimpered. Crystal's head moved slightly. Her eyes were closed. She sighed and became a lifeless weight in Brittany's arms. Moira backed up toward the corner of the room. She held the knife with the blade directed out in front of her, as if she was considering using it again. She stared across the room, her face blank, focusing on nothing that I could identify. A strange sound came out of her lips, somewhere between a moan and an unbroken whimper of pain. I regained my footing and started toward her, instinct driving me forward. 50. Brittany, after. That afternoon, there were more people in my house than there had been during the entire 2 months we'd lived in California. I heard their voices as I waited, seated on the family room couch facing the vacant TV screen. The computer sat on its desk in the corner, its screen also dark. Beside it stood our globe. I thought about all the information delivered through that computer screen, information that rocketed around the globe 24/7, information that had come into my life and changed everything. 2 police officers were in the kitchen. I knew they were talking about me. I couldn't make out what words they were speaking, but I heard the rise and fall of their voices, muted so I wouldn't know what they said. Taylor and her husband stood on the patio. Their heads and hands moved as they talked, their voices forced down to a volume that kept me from hearing. Aisling, Luke, and his mom were in the entryway, barred from going into the living room, where official-looking people were collecting evidence. The paramedics who had come to take away both of my mother's bodies were gone. When they arrived, I'd been shuffled off into the family room so I couldn't watch while the bodies were zipped into bags and lifted onto gurneys. I wasn't sure why I thought of both of them as my mother. Moira wasn't, and I hardly remembered my real mother. Still, I'd recognized something about her the minute I saw her. Maybe from a dream I'd forgotten until that moment. Her arms felt familiar around me, and something about the way she smelled made me feel like a tiny girl again. Maybe the body remembers, even if the mind forgets. I wasn't sure what Moira was. There were no words to describe her. Maybe after I got used to it all, I'd figure it out. Taylor and Nicole had said it was too traumatic for me to watch their bodies taken out of the house. The police agreed. It didn't seem to occur to any of them what kind of trauma passed over the screen of my memory while I sat alone in front of the silent television. As if a show were being projected from my mind, I relived it all. I felt my mother's arms holding onto me so tightly I wondered whether she wanted to pull me back inside her body. My mind was scrambling to sort out what was happening. I heard her voice whispering that she'd almost died without me, and then, without any warning, I felt the force of Moira's full weight as she stabbed her knife into my mother's ribs. The damp spread quickly, thick blood oozing beneath my hands. My mother became heavy in my arms, as if I had to hold her up. Another blow came, the knife penetrating her side this time. So much more blood, soaking my clothes, covering my skin. Before I could completely grasp that I'd had only 2 or 3 minutes with her and now she was gone, Moira was in the corner, trying to prop herself up, staring at the knife as if she wondered where it should go next. Just as quickly, like in a dream where someone is suddenly in a different place without taking the time to move there, Taylor was beside her. She took the knife from Moira's hand. It slid out of her fingers so easily, I wondered if my mother's blood had made the handle slick and difficult to hold on to.
Taylor raised her arm and plunged the knife into Moira's throat. I wanted to look away, but I couldn't. The room was silent, nothing but the sound of the blade slicing through flesh and tendon and muscle and hitting bone as she stabbed her 2 more times. The knife clattered as it hit the tile floor. Taylor looked at me, and we stared at each other for a long time. After a while, Taylor called the police. Aisling, Luke, and his mother showed up, and then the sounds and movement of so many people filled my head. A police officer named Morgan Carter asked me questions about what happened. She sat across from me for nearly half an hour, writing down everything I said. Nicole sat on one side of me, and Taylor on the other. They told Officer Carter they were my advocates. I liked how that made me feel. Safe. Until then, I'd been numb, so it was nice to feel something. I liked that Officer Carter didn't ask a lot of questions, only a few to get me talking about what happened. I told her that my mother didn't speak once the knife went into her body and blood started pouring out. I stopped talking, feeling as if my throat had closed up. Officer Carter told me to breathe, to take my time, that it was okay to cry. I told her how Taylor thought Moira might stab me next, furious that I'd wanted my mother more than her. I explained how Taylor grabbed her without being afraid at all that Moira was pointing that huge knife, coated with my mother's blood, right at Taylor's heart. How Taylor managed to grab Moira's wrist, and how the knife went right into Moira's throat while they struggled to get control of it. They'd wanted to know why Taylor stabbed her. That made me laugh, which sounded terrible, like there was something wrong with me, something crazy, but I couldn't help it. The echo of it sounded like the voice of a maniac in a horror movie. What was she supposed to do? Moira had just murdered my mother. She was holding the knife in the air, ready to use it again. I didn't want to stare at that screen for another second. I stood up and went into the kitchen. Officer May stopped talking the minute he saw me. Officer Carter turned. "Is everything okay, Brittany? Do you need a glass of water? Something to eat?" "I'm tired of sitting there." She nodded. "I'd rather go into my bedroom. Is that okay?" Officer Carter glanced toward the living room. "I don't see why not." She walked with me. I felt like a prisoner, and I wondered if she thought I might run out the front door. As we passed through the entryway, Luke and Aisling asked if they could leave. "That's fine," she said. "Thank you for your cooperation. We'll be speaking with you further, but it's unlikely there will be any charges." Nicole said she'd wait for Child Protective Services to arrive. My fate, for now. When we reached my doorway, I stepped inside. For a moment, I felt like I was in a stranger's bedroom. "Let me know if you need anything," Officer Carter said. She pulled the door closed, but it didn't latch. I wondered if she'd done that on purpose. Once I shook off the feeling of being a stranger, I saw that my bedroom was exactly the same. There were even a few long hairs wrapped in the bristles of my hairbrush sitting on the desk where I'd left it the night I went out and asked Aisling if I could stay with her for a while. When I was 5 years old, I'd loved the white princess furniture and the pink bedding Moira and I had chosen together. I thought I was the luckiest little girl in the world for having such magical furniture. It made me feel like I lived in a castle. When I was older, it started to look silly. For my 10th birthday, I asked for new furniture, different colors. I wanted a bed and dresser for an older girl, not a little kid who believed in fairy tales. Moira reminded me how much I'd loved the magical feeling of pretending I was a princess. She said she'd bought that furniture to make me happy. She said I shouldn't try to grow up so fast. There was plenty of time. I didn't say anything more. If I had, she would have asked whether I was going out of my way to hurt her. She asked that a lot. After a moment, I didn't want to be in my room anymore. I moved away from the bed and pulled the door open. The hallway was empty. I stepped out and walked past the bathroom and around the corner to my parents' room. Their bedroom looked as beautiful as always. The carpet was white, and a white duvet covered the bed. I closed my eyes and thought of all the blood in the living room and imagined it seeping into all that white. I opened my eyes again. 4 large pillows covered with white shams stood along the headboard. In front of those were 5 smaller round white pillows, making the bed look like a huge cloud. All the wood was white ash. An oval mirror with an ornate silver frame stood in one corner. It was an artful contrast to the modern lines of the dressers and nightstands. I crossed the room and opened Alan's top dresser drawer. The box was still there. I lifted it out and placed it on the bed. I picked up the container filled with coins and keys. I tried each key until I found the one that fit. Inside were a few more photographs. One I'd seen on the computer showed Alan holding a baby, kissing the top of her head. Beneath the photographs was a newspaper article and a chocolate-brown notebook the size of my hand. I sat on the bed and unfolded the newspaper clipping. At the top was a photograph of the same girl. She had flowers woven into her braids and wore a dress with a lace collar. The headline read, "Grace Cushing, age 13. In medium-sized print it said, "Now an angel." I stared, my brain a puddle of liquid that was barely able to turn the black lines of type into words that I understood the meaning of. After a few minutes, my head cleared and I read the obituary. Grace Cushing, beloved daughter and only child of Moira and Alan Cushing, died October 19th, 2007. A beautiful and accomplished girl, Grace studied ballet and piano. She wrote poetry and loved to craft small animals out of modeling clay. She was a remarkable girl with a big heart. She adored animals, especially horses. She'd recently begun riding lessons and dreamed of having a horse of her own one day. She made friends easily and will be missed terribly by her friends, classmates, and... The article had been scissored off. Beneath it was another small clipping, also cut so that only the opening paragraph was left. Girl struck by train. At 11:30 Friday, October 19th, a 13-year-old girl attempted to cross the train tracks half a mile south of the Montgomery station. The train was traveling at 57 miles per hour. The girl was killed instantly. I placed both articles in the lid of the box and lifted out the notebook. Grace Cushing was written in blue ink on the inside of the cover. Also written in blue ink at the top of each page was the day of the week and the date. I wondered if it was wrong to read the diary of a girl who was dead. I didn't think so. Would I mind someone reading my diary if I died? I didn't see why. I might actually like it, knowing that another person who was still alive understood my thoughts and feelings, even the embarrassing ones. After I was dead, I didn't think the embarrassing ones would matter so much. I'd like it that someone remembered me and knew my thoughts. Most of the words could have been written by me. She wrote about friends and boys and experiences she'd had at school. Some dates had nothing but lists of questions about the world, about life, about why people do what they do. Among the other entries were complaints about her parents. She wrote about arguments and about not being allowed to do anything fun with her friends. She wrote about Moira not wanting her to grow up and not letting her go to parties if boys had been invited. Even though I imagined I would write about the same things, I could tell that her life
was different, and her thoughts were her own. No two people have exactly the same thoughts, even if they write about the same experiences. The last page, dated Friday, October 19th, was different. It was much longer than the other entries, and she'd used the next 5 pages to write down everything. There was so much blood. It wasn't at all what I'd expected. I thought it would flow smoothly, not emerge with thick clumps, stopping suddenly. Then, just when I thought it was finished, starting to ooze again. I cleaned it up as best I could. But when I looked at my hands, my fingers had absorbed it. Red lines snaked along my cuticles, and blood was lodged beneath my fingernails. I scrubbed my hands, watching the water and liquid soap run red and pink down the drain. Faint stains clung to the porcelain. It required rinsing with several jars of water before it gleamed white again. My mother was going to be upset by all the blood. Every day she says she isn't ready for me to grow up. She doesn't like that I argue with her. She says I'm getting a nasty temper. And now that my period has started, she's going to be furious, as if I could stop it. Even thinking about that makes me laugh. But she would think stopping it was possible. I think she's insane. I honestly do. She looks normal. She talks like a normal mother to my teacher and my friends' parents. But at home, she acts like she thinks I'm still 7. Most of the time, maybe all of the time, I think she looks at me and sees a little girl. She hears a little girl when I talk. There's something wrong in her head. The first time I asked her about starting my period, she cried. She said teenage girls hate their mothers, and she couldn't live with that. All they care about is boys. They turn on the person who loves them the most. The things she said made me scared of her, although I'm not sure why. I feel like I need to get out of the house. I need to breathe and think for myself. She won't let me go out alone, even for a walk. When she finds out about the blood, I'll have to run out the front door. I'll have to keep running, not really knowing where I'm headed. That was the last line. Words I might have written. I closed my eyes and pictured her running across the train tracks, her braids flying out behind her. I put everything back in the box, locked it, and placed it in the drawer. I took the key with me. I wasn't sure why. 51. Taylor. Attending Crystal's funeral was the right thing to do. Having a formal event to remember her, even though none of us knew her personally, brought the neighbors together in a much deeper and more significant way. We did it for Brittany, a girl we'd only just met. If anyone ever needed a supportive community around her, it was Brittany. Duncan wore navy blue slacks and a pale blue shirt. I chose a black dress and medium-high black leather heels. He said no one wore black to funerals anymore, that I was being too dramatic. I disagreed, and was pleased to see that easily half the women were dressed in black when we arrived at the small Methodist church. Of course, half wasn't saying a lot. There were only 12 of us. Barely enough human life to subdue the echo caused by the stone floor and the soaring, exposed beam ceiling. As we walked down the center aisle, I saw Luke and Aisling sitting shoulder to shoulder in the second row on the left side. Aisling's metallic red hair shimmered in the sunlight coming through the tall, narrow windows. Nicole was beside them, and as we passed by, I saw her hand rest for a moment on Aisling's, offering a comforting squeeze. The rest of our neighbors were in the second and third rows on the opposite side of the aisle. The social worker who was currently responsible for Brittany sat alone in the first pew. Her gaze was fixed on the sleek, elegant casket standing in front of the steps leading to the altar. The polished wood gleamed,
giving a sense of beauty and craftsmanship that belied its contents. A single pink rose lay on top. We seated ourselves in front of Luke. Duncan moved close to me and took my hand, threading his fingers around mine. We were doing okay. The night after I killed Moira, we'd had a long talk, the longest of our married life. I hadn't been able to think about sleep after carefully telling the whole story to the police. Pieces of the past few weeks, of Brittany's life, of what she'd learned about Moira and Alan and Grace, skittered around inside my head, ricocheting off my skull, pinging the backs of my eyes. Our marathon conversation lasted through 2 bottles of wine. After I finished telling him about Moira, Brittany, and Grace, our talk rambled from social media to parenthood, and from our sex life to community obligations. We talked about our first date and our honeymoon in New York City. Every few minutes we circled back to what I'd done to Moira. Without my asking for, or wanting, any kind of reassurance, Duncan told me repeatedly that what I'd done was understandable. I'd had no choice. She was violent and aggressive, clearly willing and determined to destroy everything in her path. I accepted his unnecessary reassurance without speaking. We talked about talking and how we hadn't really listened to each other. Duncan told me we'd forgotten we were unique individuals. We each had our own way of interacting with the world, and we'd forgotten to respect the differences. Love isn't about adoring a reflection of yourself, the way Moira tried to love Brittany. What would be the point of seeing the world in exactly the same way as another person, wanting precisely the same things, experiencing an identical response to every stimulus? Where was the fun in believing our thoughts had to match the others? It would be as tedious as an entire music collection of the same instrument and voice. After that, we went to bed and made love. We lay awake, our naked bodies melting into each other until just before the sun came up. When we woke, we'd made our decision. Sitting beside me on the polished oak pew was Brittany Cushing. If everything went as we hoped, her name would be Brittany Stanwyck before she graduated from the public school 8 blocks from our house. I'd felt a strange connection to her all the time she was missing. I couldn't stop thinking about her, longing for her safe return. When we saw each other face to face, something clicked. We were taking it slowly, supervised by the social worker, testing the water to see whether Brittany felt comfortable with us. While I'd never seen myself as a mother, it felt right. There was something drawing us together. She felt it too. She told me she'd noticed it after I stabbed Moira as we stood there in the silent living room, looking at each other without the need for conversation. Feeling her shoulder touching mine on one side, and on the other, the warmth of Duncan's skin from his hand on mine, our fingers wound around each other until it was impossible to tell which were my own and which belonged to him, I felt a surreal sense of calm. At the same time, a sensation was building inside me, making me feel I was separate from all of the people surrounding me because of what I'd done, that I knew more about life and more about the contents of that coffin than anyone else in that sanctuary. The service was short. A woman sang Amazing Grace. I wondered what Brittany thought of that musical choice. The preacher talked about motherhood and how Crystal had brought Brittany into the world. He insisted that the truth of that connection would never die. At the end of the service, he said a prayer, and the organist played something light and comforting, while everyone took one last glance at the wooden box before moving toward the open doors and into the August afternoon. Outside, the 3 of us stood in the inadequate shade of a cluster of birch trees, watching the others emerge from the building. Luke and Aisling stood close to each other without touching. When he spoke, she turned her face up toward his, smiling, nodding in agreement and encouragement.
He seemed older somehow, as if his recent experiences had jolted him into a different place. He seemed to have forgiven me. Nicole had forgiven me. I suppose death makes everyone look at the world with unclouded eyes. When you experience death, life becomes less complicated because only a few things matter, at least for a while. At home, Brittany went into my office. She settled in front of the computer to browse for the furniture and color scheme she wanted in our spare room that would now become her bedroom. I took the lasagna I'd made that morning out of the refrigerator and put it into the oven. Duncan opened a bottle of wine while I started mixing a salad and preparing garlic butter for a loaf of sourdough bread.
"Let's have a glass of wine on the patio before you do all of that," he said. He poured red wine into 2 goblets. "There's plenty of time."
I washed my hands and followed him into the dining area and out through the sliding glass door. I settled onto the chaise lounge and bent my knees to the side, pulling my bare feet up near the hem of my black dress. They looked so pale next to the black, despite it being close to the end of summer. Duncan clicked his glass against mine, but didn't offer a toast. We both took a sip of wine. He leaned over and kissed me. When he moved away, his eyes were vaguely damp.
"I know I keep repeating myself, but I want to make sure you're okay. You aren't saying anything about how you're feeling. You have to know you're not a bad person, that it's okay what you did."
I took a long sip of wine, keeping my thoughts inside.
"If you hadn't killed her, there would have been 2 coffins up there today."
His eyes were red and a few tears spilled out, clinging to his lower lashes. He looked at me, but I knew he didn't really see me, blinded by the film of tears and love. We sat in silence. Community is a funny thing. Maybe none of us understands it. I suppose I rid the human community of a vicious killer. I didn't do it in self-defense, though. The police and Duncan thought I had, but I didn't have to kill her. She was helpless in her grief. I had full control of the knife. I stabbed her because I wanted to. No, I needed to. I did it for Brittany. Without Crystal to speak for herself, I didn't know how easily Moira might continue to manipulate Brittany into keeping her secret. There were so many levels of darkness within that woman's soul, I feared for Brittany's life. It wasn't that Moira would kill her, too, but despite Brittany's attempt to escape, Moira's hooks went deep. Brittany might never escape if Moira were allowed to go on living. Truthfully, I also did it for me. Moira betrayed everything I believed in. She lied to me and used me. But now I'm forever on the outside of the human community. I've committed the worst crime a person can commit. Killing another human being has divorced me from society. What I've done will keep me separated from Duncan, from my neighbors, our friends, from almost everyone I care about. Except Brittany. She knows what I did. When I sat beside her and held her after it was over, we finally talked. She saw why I'd done it. She understood that she needed to tell my version of what had happened. So when the police arrived, she did it willingly, in her clear, intelligent voice, saving me as surely as I'd saved her. This concludes The Good Neighbor by Cathryn Grant, narrated by Emily Durante and Steve Marvel. Copyright 2019 by Cathryn Grant. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Incubator Books and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.